my pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, but there is no reason to believe her because she had no evidence of it herself. That's my problem.
But not if they were
That's the part I'm missing.
But what if they were doing
People should have been mad. That's my point. Any black people could have been mad. It doesn't mean they couldn't.
That's what I'm saying. It could be easily. I agree with you.
Sure, like Tom Daschle, Patrick Lee, I'm sure they were, really going on that one. So, I mean, what I find weird is that it comes from the ADL, who categorizes certain political violence and certain other entities who wanted to push for a narrative. Very similar to like Ray going to Congress and saying Catholics are the most dangerous religious group in America. Not that it wasn't fucking radicalized, jihadist ISIS members. Not any of those. No, it was Catholic people. And he said it with a bold face, and then it turns out to be a lie. Minnesota school shooter obviously took care of that one because they were anti-Catholic, anti-religion, and wanted to target religious people. That's kind of eye-opening to kind of throw in there. But somehow or another, the ADL calls him a right-wing shooter. And all of these attackers always seem to be labeled as right-wing shooters by the media or by someone like the ADL or the Southern Poverty Law Center or some other twat-waffle group that has a political narrative to actually meet an agenda. And then you'll have all the libtards, the purple-haired septum nose pierce theorists out there who are overweight and are going to die by being eaten by 12 cats. These individuals scream to holy hell that it's always the conservative ones. But again, we can look at that. The bombing of and destruction, firebombing, Molotov cocktails, Tesla stations. Of course. The destruction. They count BLM as a solitary single event. Dorn would probably have something better to say if he was still alive today at that protest, and various others. Chaz, it didn't exist. It was actually, I've heard people and ADL members and other politicians say Chaz or the Autonomous Zone, the Summer of Love, was actually a right-wing thing. So this is how weird.
How about Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah, right-wing, obviously, it's all like all of these things, and it depends. Like, I wouldn't necessarily call them left wing, but if we're going to just divide them up between which side has it, then I'm all, all right, well, then we'll play that game, but we're going to play by my rules and other people's rules who actually apply critical thinking and critical thought to it and say, well, if all the religious people are on one side, and that's where the left categorize them, well, then any attack on a religious institute makes it left wing. So that means, the temple killer, that shooter, he must have been left wing. The Vietnamese man who did it in California must be left wing, because any attack on a religious entity based on the left's rules makes it a left wing person. And they just don't have any thought. And I think, again, it's just continuous grasping at straws for ridiculous points that they just never make. Again, they're rudderless, leaderless, they don't have money, and they're not going to win in the midterms, and they're not going to win the next presidency, and they're going to have trouble even maintaining some of the seats they have. So I don't know where they're going. They're just nuts, and that's why they're losing more and more people on a daily basis. That's why Republicans are out registering them, out raising funding for them. Independents are gaining people, Republicans are gaining people, and Democrats are declining, in negative, going down. Independents. Right? And I got that from the skiff when I got brought into the Situation Room 5 times.
Gotcha. Again, I don't have the numbers. I don't have the statistics. This is why if somebody has them from a reliable source, I want to see them. In my humble opinion, if you go back, it's probably pretty close to 50-50.
Steve, the Cato Institute is not.
Go ahead. Scott, are you in the Matrix?
Excuse me. No, sorry.
Okay.
Look, the when you look at this, is been studied a lot, and I'll give you one example.
No, just tell me, Scott. I'm just what you're citing.
The Cato Institute since 1975
sounds good to me.
Shows that when you, including on 9/11, that instances of political violence is mostly from the right. 391 instances from the right. 143 from Islamism, 65 from the left, 8 from foreign nationalism, 4 from separatism, 9 from
Are they categorizing as political?
We'd have to look at the Cato Institute numbers, but these numbers match what I've read from every other university and every study. That it's pretty consistent. That it's not 50-50, but
And fair enough. And so, how many total instances do they document? How many total?
since 1975, we're looking at 466, 700 maybe.
700, and then how much is street thugs out in like New York or Los Angeles in the bad part of town beating the crap out of somebody because of their sexual orientation. That stuff isn't going to make Congress or whatever, but this is what's reported. And Scott cites a reliable source, and we can go with that for now. I have no problem with that.
And Cato Institute is a conservative institute. This is not a left wing.
It's not a conservative. It's a libertarian. It's a libertarian one. If you don't know it, and social issues, they lean much left. So they'll take social issues.
If a lot of you are questioning those numbers and those statistics, bring me another site that brings up different number, and we'll go with it.
The FBI. But again, like if you're going to quote the
well, what are the numbers from the FBI, Brad?
On political violence? Hold on, I'd have to go back.
Well, tell you what. When you get it, go ahead and go on mute. When you get it, break in at the right time. Just let me know what the numbers are, and we'll move on. Jane, you're next.
Steve Ross. My question is Charlie Kirk's killer considered to be politically motivated?
No question about it, in my humble opinion, without a doubt.
Okay,
Right, but Steve, that's the same question I asked earlier, and you said the FBI hasn't confirmed that.
I said in my opinion.
Okay,
They
fair enough.
did
But as
confirm.
far as
No, they
Yeah,
just didn't confirm.
Hold on.
They just didn't confirm he was connected to any
Hold on, everybody go on.
I think it's up for a jury.
I really stop. Everybody stop. The last thing in the world I want, and again, no disrespect to Gary, because he runs his room the way he runs his room, but I can be like Gary. I can move everybody in the audience and bring you up one at a time. I'm trying not to do that. It's very difficult to moderate a stage, especially like this, when we've got very passionate people on political violence. This is my personal opinion. You're all free to disagree. Anytime a person or a group commits a violent act where they're motivated by politics, that to me is political violence, and Charlie Kirk's assassination clearly qualifies. And that's just my opinion. I could very well be wrong. Jane, go.
I'm good, nasty.
All right, very good. Next up is Dawn. Hi, Dawn.
Dude, you said me like 3-4 fucking
well, let's go to you then, Pascal. Go ahead.
So, SPLC's and ADL's numbers regarding hate crimes and where they stem from, it is absolutely bizarre. He's right. They include things like a bunch of events from January 6th, but they will, I think they'll just look at the BLM as one event. They'll include that as a hate crime. It's just like really stupid shit. And so they've been ripped to pieces a bunch of times for that over the last couple of years. So I would just say, a lot of this, like 80% of the violence, I think it's bullshit. And I would say over the last few years, motivated political violence, I would say, than you did in, the decades previously.
And before we move on, I just want to piggyback on what you're saying, Pascal. I love Reverend Scott to death. I trust Reverend Scott, and I'm sure what he's saying, the information he's giving us from his source is true. But in my humble opinion, and I'm just giving my opinion, to say that there's only been about 700 hate crimes in our country in the past 50 years, that seems to me like it's being underreported. But you know what? It's just my opinion. Angelica,
Steve, or was it political? I thought it was political violence.
It is official. It's a political violence. Thank you. Got it. But you see, in my mind, a hate crime does qualify.
Hi everyone, how's everybody doing?
Crazy.
Yeah, in these times, everyone's feeling crazy. But I just wanted to add that, like with identity politics, I feel like that's a culture that we haven't established as like a diverse nation, how to sort of cultivate a love for different people in different cultures. And I think
I know how to do it. It's easy. Bring everybody together, bring a shitload of marijuana, and have everybody get high and go come by up.
I doubt it's that easy. I doubt it's that easy. It has to be spirit. But yeah, there's like this informal kind of aroma about like walking down the street and watching how different people interact. It's not like really it's not what the West says that it is. There's no inclusion. Like people might say that it is a very inclusive nation, but of course economically.
Can you give me one example?
Well, if you look at,
and this is kind of getting off topic, but I'll just go here.
It ties back into identity politics and why people are.
Well, it's not my problem how somebody identifies with themselves. When you're talking about people are segregated, to me, what that means is going back to forced busing as recently as the 70s, where because of the color of your skin, you have to sit in the back of the bus. I'm not talking about identity politics. Yeah.
It's an informal segregation where it's not, meaning it's not institutionalized. It's not like something that's written within the law, but it's practiced through.
Well, in fact, it's against the law.
Of course,
you're not allowed to segregate based on color or race or religion. That's against the law. It's against your civil rights.
Yeah, but it's done in
Angelica, everybody self-segregates. Churches are the best example.
Pascal, go on mute, please.
Stop.
Yeah.
Shut up,
Go ahead, Angelica. No.
Like, if you can't.
Whoa,
I
buddy!
thought everybody
Holy shit, Pascal! Oh my God, Pascal!
I do not allow the N-word in my room, no matter what. And I don't care if what color your skin is, what your race or religion. That word is outlawed. Go ahead, Angelica.
Thank you, Steve, for that.
Welcome.
So, if we can't see it as a problem, and part of why there's violence that is happening today, like with that the Ukrainian refugee, what happened to her, that was like a lot of people might deny like it's not based on racism or hate crime. It is. It's clear as day. Even if you
and that's why it's a crime.
Yeah, but
it's against the law.
But he's not the only one thinking
but
like
people
that.
break
That's
the law.
White people are racist against
everybody breaks the law, dear.
And black
no. Let me take that back. People of all religions and skin colors break the law. It's not just confined to one race or one skin color. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the crimes are there for us to see. Like there's some who are like
people being prejudiced and racist has been going on since the country started, and it will continue to go on forever. There's nothing you can do about that.
And there's no culture that brings people together.
Okay, fine.
The culture, like our culture, is based off class. So you'll find like if you go to different neighborhoods, there's different like groups of people. So people are still segregated within this so-called unified, diverse nation.
Okay, let's get back to.
Ironically, that's what education is.
Go on mute, please. I'm going to give you 60 more seconds on political violence, and go. If you want it.
Yeah, so I think that's part of the problem is that people are not sensing this sense of oneness, this sense of nation.
And what is your solution to solve the problem?
We got to think through this together. Basically, how to.
And how do you propose to get everybody to think through this together?
One, by getting the adults on board, and then our children, bringing them together and sort of letting them grow up together and loving each other in that way.
I agree with you. When was the last time you did that?
It's not going to be done if not.
The question is, when was the time you did that?
I do that all the time.
Really? All right, cool.
I have a very, very diverse
I think it's great.
Like my family, like part white, part black, part Arab, part like from all over the world. Like I'm so thankful for my family because we married. Like,
thank you for your contribution. Go ahead and go on mute. I'm going to say something very short, and then I'm going to give it up to the mods. Go ahead and go on mute, please. Thank you. Some of you may be asking, well, how do I do that? I've been doing that basically every Saturday and every Sunday for the past 4 years on Clubhouse. Here's my shameless plug. Ask Uncle Steve on Saturday, Ask the Atheist on Sunday. The show's been basically running the same for 4.5 years. Everybody and anybody is welcome to come up and talk about. And unfortunately, if there's any way I could pass joints through the clubhouse telephone and give them to everyone on the show, I would. If all the mods would unmute, that would be amazing. I'm going to take off. Mods, I'm just going to ask one thing. Just try and keep the show respectful, one person at a time. Other than that, do whatever you guys want and make sure the last mod or the last mods agree to shut it down. Fair enough, guys?
Captain.
Sounds great, Uncle Steve.
The show is yours. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Don't forget to turn the lights off, mods.
I think Dawn was next in queue if I have the correct line.
Thanks. I don't have anything too profound. I don't know the correct answer. I can only suggest that we bring back mental institutions and we remove the way out extremists from our parties and take their voting rights away. That's the best I can do, guys. Thanks.
Exactly, Fatty.
Well, I do have a question for you. Who gets to decide who is too far on the extremes? If we were to take their voting rights away, who would get to make the decision that your view is so radical that you can't vote anymore?
Our political leaders need to step up or get out.
That's the problem, is that we actually have political leaders that have literally retweeted Russian disinformation. We do not have the most informed Congress.
We must fight Russia at all costs possible. Death to Russia!
They're not taking
Fight
the
Russia with
role
all
that
our
they
might and
signed
all
up
our
for.
resources and
Yeah,
all our taxes forever!
That is overstepping, because what they are doing right now is not defined in the Constitution or any document. They are literally overstepping, and that's the problem we're facing right now, which is a constitutional crisis. We have an autocrat wannabe, I'll say, who is leading with a ton of EOs, executive orders, and these are not constitutionally, blowing Venezuelan ships in international waters in any other administration would have been a big deal. Everyone would have raised this. Instead, it's like page 3 of the news, where it's Charlie Kirk's killing and Jimmy Kimmel are now at the headline. What the hell is happening right now? It's a little insane.
Nothing, you're just rambling, bitch. As usual. Nothing's happening, you're just talking about nothing, wasting all your fucking time. That's life, bitch. That must be what business life is like.
You care to contribute?
Sure. I did a little deep dive using Gemini. Of course, we know that's AI. However, I did a deep dive on it. I had to do a research on it, so it gives you a bit more information. I created a document in Google Docs. I just copied and pasted the results in. I think it's interesting. I think fairly balanced. I haven't read through the whole thing, but it does provide websites that it's gone through in order to arrive at the information. And basically, I was just asking it, what are the statistics regarding political violence in the United States? And it came up over the last few decades. And it started from 1975 up until present. And the numbers are really low, obviously. And it depends what the criterion is, because it depends what source you're using to determine what constitutes political, excluding 2009/11 attack. That skews it considerably because of the amount of people that were killed during that. But since 2020, it's only about 0.011%, if that. So it's quite low. However, it's disproportionate in the effects it has on society. And we see that right now. We can see how disproportionately we're affected by these sorts of incidents, whether it be Charlie Kirk or any others that have happened in the recent past or long ago. So if you're interested, I think it's a good read. Probably take you about 20 minutes to go through it. It's about 45 pages long. So I just thought I would offer that up. And just some quick numbers. Extreme right, 391 deaths.
What Scott put up from he got from X. So yeah, cool. Thank you.
Pull from Cato,
Thank you.
libertarian think tank.
Do you want me to say anything about what I found out on my AI assistant about churches and money? Or is that
Sure. Sure. I mean, not like Uncle Steve asked you for that. I'm definitely down to hear the answer.
Well, I appreciate that. Bottom line, just because it's like a 4-pager or something. The bottom line is churches can receive public money, which is tax money in the U.S., federal, state, and local, on the same basis as any other charity. But tracking exactly how much of a specific local church gets can be hard because many churches are exempt from publicly filing ABC 123 checklist that we can find this money trail, or that I asked for. And then why churches get the money. The federal government does not reserve special funds just for the churches. Faith-based groups are simply eligible to apply for the same grants and cover that will deliver non-religious services like food, shelter, rehab, job training that includes faith-based charities, as long as the government funds aren't used for worship and proselytizing. And that they are self-governing. So there's nobody checking in on this. And if anybody knows what it's like to be in a church, mostly people are trying to get you on board. But anyhow, and also many funding streams are distributed through local boards, municipal grants, and intermediary agencies like United Way, county administrative boards. And it goes on, and it is 5 pages, and basically the loophole is, as long as nobody's proselytizing, they get all this money, and the churches who know where to write the grants, and if you're super smart and know where to go to look, you can get a lot of money for your church. Even to put in something like a circle, you can get a lot of government money, have parties for 2 years, go out to eat everywhere, to plan this big thing called walking in a circle in the churchyard, where nobody ever even uses that circle. So I think it's called something else, and I'm kind of being rude about it. I think it's called a labyrinth, and it is awesome, but nobody ever uses it. And I watched people take that money and then give the leftovers to the poor. And I will tell you, I left my Bible, and I feel like I never go back to these places. So that's what's going on, and thanks for letting me share that. I really appreciate it, guys, for letting me practice too how to read and speak in public. Thank you.
Anytime. Glad to have you here.
Can I just ask why the bell was banned from the churches?
Say that again?
Why was the bell banned? You know how like the bell call to prayer? They have the bell?
I don't know.
It depends on what city you're in, and like local noise ordinances.
Indeed.
So some cities have noise ordinances that don't allow you to do that, and the reason they're acceptable is because they're not about church bells specifically. They're about all noises above a certain decibel limit. So sometimes towns can do that. I'll tell you, in my town, the church down the street from me, its bells toll at least 4 times a day. So maybe in bigger cities, there are more restrictive decibel limits.
So
I also
in my neighborhood, the bell chimes, but I think it's for the time, not necessarily call to prayer, because it's not a church that I think they publicly call to prayer, as far as I understand.
No, it's not like a call. It's not a call to prayer like the Muezzin, which is 5 times. So I believe it's Muezzin is 5 times a day where there's a mosque. We have 2 mosques in my hometown, and the Muezzin, if you're near it, you hear a person call the Muezzin, not a speaker. You can only hear it if you're within several blocks of the church. Right? It's not something they broadcast on loudspeakers.
Gotcha.
I mean, I really appreciate like the churches, the mosques, the synagogues. They really do bring the best of people out compared to people who like are in not the best situations. They don't really. I feel like that's like a refuge for people going through stuff, you know? So I feel like we should be protecting the churches, the mosques, the synagogues for that very reason, because we could have a lot more crazy people walking around.
I also think that that's true too, but I also believe that the government shouldn't be giving we shouldn't be giving money to the churches as taxpayers. They need to earn it from the people who go in there and then help the people out of their own goodness of their heart, like they were called to do by Christ. And so I'm not, I've been around a lot of churches and a lot of stuff, and I'm not against churches or people gathering or people of faith, but I am against people taking money and say, yes, we're going to do one thing and then doing something else with that money. I am very much not down for that. So thanks.
Okay, this is Uncle Steve is a liar, a fraud, a low IQ scumbag. That's exactly what Uncle Steve
Actually,
is.
that ties back to my other idea. The churches, the mosques, I think are also segregated. So depending on what church you go to and what area you're in the church that you go to, it's also segregated. So maybe we can start there, right? Like, those are the places where the communities actually go and worship. And if we could have something else that's non-religious for everyone to come together in this country in a better.
Okay, don't forget, everybody. Uncle Steve is a liar,
So it's
a
actually
fraud, a low IQ scumbag. That's what Uncle
There's no
Steve is,
segregation in the
everybody.
church, but
Steve
it is.
Appel,
There
that's
is,
right.
There is
The
segregation.
world famous clown house atheist with his
Have
little
any of you guys visited a church where
his mod squad of
there's people
incel
from all different
faggots
backgrounds,
like
all
Matt,
different economic classes?
JCC, and yes, Scott
That's very, very, very unlikely.
Jones.
Here, it's not the liberals, it's the Republicans.
Yes, that's faggot Scott
Or
Kent
one religion.
Jones.
Go ahead, Scott,
But
put
they
the
were
link
always
in the
one
chat
race.
with the
So
receipts.
they're very much segregated.
Well, I
I don't know why you
don't
guys are not seeing segregation.
The
in the West.
Republicans really know how to fight.
Which is why I think like
I live in the basement of the YMCA. I'm a former alcoholic. Got a master's degree in divinity.
And I
I'm a
totally agree
faggot.
with segregation. And if I want a different
But I did
experience,
live
I
in
have to
Kitover
go
once.
someplace else sometimes to
Hey,
a totally different
look.
neighborhood to get a different outlook from who's open on a Sunday. So, and it is sometimes it's not always comfortable to walk into a place and be the different person, but
exactly.
I think it's very hard, and I think it's something that everybody should experience. And I know some places are different. There are some places that are different, and they have interfaith. But I do see your point about segregation all the way across to everything. It's still here, and a lot of economical segregation, and then that is not good either. So, yeah.
Even our school system, like with the zoning laws, for example, if you go to one specific school within a specific neighborhood, you'll see 95% of the students are either white or black. Why? Those are the kids of the future. Our schools should be more diverse. We as adults should be teaching the children how to love. I think is not good.
Well, that's because we have separation of church and state, right? So you can have your, under God. They still say
You should have something like that in the schools again. And instead of a very diverse community where people can still associate with their racial group, but at the same time they're interacting with other groups.
Well, and that's the other thing is that I'm hoping, and I do see more people strolling like outdoors. And I do think that in the school systems, as stressed out as they are, I've seen that people are making space for kids to learn, and there is a lot of diversity going on, to the point where some people think it's too much diversity, like swung the other way. But I just want to hope and believe that kids in public education are being taken care of, and I think that maybe some of that is going on and I just don't know about it because I haven't visited a school lately and I don't have grandkids, so I don't spend lots of time with younger people to understand what's happening in the school right now. If anybody else has spent time in the school with kids, I would love to hear what's happening with how things are going there, and are political things entering the classroom at a young age. I hope not, but I don't know. Anybody have nieces and nephews?
So I send mine to private school, a Christian private school. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It has a big red sign. Drive in. It says, "Our teachers are armed and will take necessary measures to protect our children."
I feel like that's so scary with the school shootings.
Yeah, this is the last place I would think a school shooter is going to go, is to a place where there's a big red sign that says our teachers are armed. We'll take necessary measures. But anyways, the public schools are terrible. I'm in a great school district here in Houston, outside of Houston, Cy-Fair. Great school district, huge school district, size of Atlanta, population of Atlanta. But I grew up, I went to the school district. Fantastic back then. Nowadays, I sent my 19-year-old to public school, and it was the reason. It's just, I would be forcing my kids to public school, and that's the God's truth. To live in a homeless shelter, my kid would be better off.
I'm happy my daughter's a junior in public school. She's been in public school since kindergarten, and prior to that, she was at a Montessori school that was considered a pretty good high-level public school. So she didn't drop down in her level too far, but I did notice a little bit. But otherwise, it's been a great experience for her, and I have no complaints about the public school she was in. So yay for.
But okay, so private schools, you have to have money, right? And then I don't know if there's diversity there, but I know from public schools, there is no diversity.
What do you mean there's no?
There's diversity in public school, big time. There's no diversity in my son's Christian school. There's strong Christian men and women, and they teach. So there's not much diversity in that form. Okay. But in public school, there's a lot of diversity, which is good.
No, it doesn't. There's no diversity in public schools.
Okay, what makes you think?
Of course there is. If you look in major metropolitan, hold on. If you look in major metropolitan areas, I'm just going to use Texas as an example. If you go to Dallas, if you go to Austin, if you go to Houston, if you go to San Antonio, the schools are going to be very, very diverse.
Yeah, I wanted to ask her what makes you think there's not. I want to ask, yeah.
Okay, so public schools, the way it works in, I guess, New York State, is that everything is done, you send your kids on the basis of zoning. So, there's zoning laws. If you live within a specific neighborhood or district, you have to start one particular school. And because statistically and historically, the wealth and how, anyway, that's something else. But depending on where you go in New York State, some schools are majority black, and then others are majority white, and then others are half and half. But there's no true diversity, and I think that's the problem that we have to address. It starts with our children.
That sounds like that's a New York State problem.
Yeah, there's only
Texas.
How are you defining true diversity?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question.
Yeah,
what, are you defining it racially, economically?
Everything. So there's no other. There's us. There's one nation. So How do you do that? You have to include everyone. Everyone has, and they have to start as children. They have to start as children. They have to all grow up together, because how can you divide between two people who grew up and love one another? It's going to be impossible for, I guess.
Yeah, but for example, where I live, it's 97% Hispanic and like 3 to 5% other, right? Like you could take all the white people in the Rio Grande Valley and stick us in a football stadium. But when I went to school in public high school, I went to school with black people, I went to school with Asian folks, Jewish folks, Hispanic folks, right? Like Muslim folks, not very many, but like enough to know they were there and enough to know they were a part of the fabric of our school, right? Like that. It seems like New York may have in an area that's a whole lot more affluent and may have a higher percentage of white students than Hispanic or other students. But typically Texas high schools are like fairly diverse, in particularly if you're like in a major metro. If you're in a town, or you're like in the Rio Grande Valley where I live, where it's literally 97% Hispanic folks, right? Your ethnicity may be percentage-wise a little down, but that's just because the majority of people who live in the Rio Grande Valley aren't white people, aren't black people, aren't folks with Asian descent, right? Like we have our fair share, obviously, but it's like it doesn't make up a sizable portion of the population. And I'm not so sure how that people have to like want to move to where I live. And like two of the main industries are agriculture and like hospitals and education. Those are three big economic endeavors in the Rio Grande Valley. And so like if you don't want to live in a place with $21,500 poverty line that's like 4 hours away from any major metro, then you probably aren't going to move to the Rio Grande Valley, right? And that's not an issue of diversity. That's an issue of like, hey, I want to live in the Texas Triangle. The Texas Triangle is Houston, Austin, Dallas. And the vast majority of Texans live in that triangle. And so you're going to have a lot more diversity in that triangle than say you are in South Texas. But that's because it's geographically hours away. Like the drive I took this weekend was a 7-hour drive, and I'm still on my way home. Like it's 7:09 right now. I'm not going to get home till like 11. So I'll be on the road for at least another 4 hours.
Now, this is a drug highway right there, Highway 59.
Highway 59, it is a drug highway. Well, it connects to 77, which is a drug highway, right? Like, but my point is more like there may be like a lack of percentage diversity, not because of race or economic status, but far more due to geography. And I don't know how you like
You'll be mistaken
take
to think
geography out of the account.
You'll be mistaken to think that it is based off economic class. All segregation is based off that. Even when you look at housing, for example, if you like within specific neighborhoods, like all the landlords will up your rent, right? And only a specific class of people will be able to afford that kind of rent, pushing them again and again. So it's a segregation that's based off economics, but it's also tied into race because of historical factors such as slavery. Like the wealth, the amass of wealth to be generated into one specific racial group. So if we're continuing that segregation, I think that's going to cause a lot of animosity, which it still does. I don't know, like, why you guys are in denial about it, but racism still exists. It's well and alive in America.
I live in upper middle class neighborhood, Hearthstone, and the elementary school all these kids go to school is what, sections 8 or something like the school. It's all free meals. One of the poorest elementary schools in Cyfair, and I live in a middle upper class neighborhood.
Yeah, delegates. It sounds like New York State has some significant policy issues when it comes to education.
It's trying its best right now. Like they're implementing quotas when it comes to like developers, and when they're developing housing, for example, they're making it obligatory by law that a specific amount of people from a class, like the lower class, like they can afford it. So they're mixing it up. They're trying their best, but it's still a major problem throughout the U.S.
Yeah, but that's more of a NIMBY problem than like a class problem. There are people who don't want to live next to somebody who's in a $20,000 house and like doesn't keep their yard up because it drives down their property values, right? Which New York, I'm imagining New York, since you said it assesses based on, there's a lot of NIMBY stuff there, and like, to be frank, I don't know if you can ever get rid of NIMBYs. You know, the not in my backyard people, to some extent in major metros, are always exist. Maybe you can regulate that to a lesser extent, but I'm more in the corner with Matt when it comes to less regulation rather than more regulation. Now, I don't want to tell New York what to do. New York should be allowed to make decisions Texas would not make, right? So New York should be allowed to do New York. But at least in our state, we do have issues where it's less diverse. Like I said, San Antonio, Alamo Heights is a very affluent area, and the high schools there are more affluent in class and slightly more white. I don't know to what extent they're slightly more white, but like those big rich places, those schools. But again, I don't know if you
Crazy shit to say at the end from the
I don't think
president.
he should have said that.
From the
Because
president.
That doesn't align with Christian
From the
beliefs. That
president.
doesn't align with Christian values. So I would have advised him never to say those words.
Oh, you would advise them.
If I had his ear, I would have told him not to say he hates his enemy, because that doesn't align with Christian values. You're
Correct.
supposed to love your enemy.
So, man, Sammy, thank you. Thank you for saying
a lot of
that.
money. I've spoken to people like him. The problem is that he doesn't understand what love is. He thinks that love is, oh, you got to be all nice for everybody. And that's all it requires: patience, kindness, and understanding without judgment. And the fact that he thinks love is something else, and he can't understand that you do need to love your enemy the way Jesus said to love people, not love people lovey-dovey. Oh, I love you, come in. No, I think that's the problem. He doesn't understand what real love is.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. And it's refreshing to hear that from you versus, what everyone on the right would just be like, oh, here we go with the echo chamber pointing out Trump's hypocrisy, because that's hypocrisy. Remember the stunt he did with the Bibles and tear gassing everybody the first turn to go to that church, and even though the cardinal of the church called him out as a fraud, he's selling his Bibles, claiming he's a man of faith.
I remember that.
Total hypocrisy. So thank you, man, for keeping it real.
Yeah, the problem with Trump is I think he's on a faith journey, and there's certain aspects he's still not he doesn't have a handle on yet. Because there's no way you would get on a microphone and say, I hate my enemy, when the Bible says love your enemy. So what you doing? He don't understand that, and I think he's too caught up in his ego to understand that that's not what you need to do. That's wrong.
Yeah, that's a problem, Infinity, and he's the president of these United States. You know what I'm saying? So all that rhetoric is just not appropriate coming from him. I don't know what you guys think, but I think
that rhetoric adds to the flames of division. So I think the problem is that I think what he likes to do, and this is a strategic part of him, he likes to speak to the people's guttural emotion, right? Because he knows that there's a lot of political currency to be gained through speaking directly to the guttural feelings of people. So when you say that, here's Erica Kirk comes out there and says she forgives the murderer of her beloved husband. Okay, that's an example that we all need to strive towards. Love your enemy, forgive your enemy.
Okay, I thought.
And then he comes out, and he basically crisscrosses her statement. And he come out and said, I hate my enemies. I can't stand my enemies. That's wrong. That's not the tone of the night.
But I'm glad you feel that way, and I'm proud of you for not falling into. Well, not so much Anthony. Anthony really doesn't. He really doesn't do that. But TC will fall in line immediately.
How did TC explain it?
I'm sorry.
How did TC explain it?
You haven't talked to him about it at all.
Well, not about Trump's speech, but we did discuss a long time. Well, it wasn't in this. Was it in this room? No, it was in Patty's room. a long time about Stephen Miller's speech. It was very, 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 very dark, racist, and he was clearly talking to a group of people. It was very clear. But
is he Christian?
But
He's supposed to be Christian.
He's a Christian nationalist.
He's Jewish, you dumb bitch.
Matt's in the chat already. He said Matt said Trump never said he was. Doesn't make him a Christian. He was showing the Bible is a great book. I'm done.
You see that's what I'm talking about. So thank you, Insanity, for keeping it real. Unlike Matt. Yeah. Unlike people like Matt Cool, who no matter what,
What do you mean, Matt Cool? What do you mean? He talks about Christianity all the time and Jesus Christ and all of that. What you talking about?
He's not. I believe he has said it once or twice, but he's not. He doesn't follow anything Christian, sir.
No, he's a fraud.
Judging anybody's Christianity.
He says it in name just to get votes.
I know, but we shouldn't do that. You can
Okay,
do it.
but he's not.
I ask you guys,
He's not.
what church does he belong to?
He belongs to, he goes from the
What
Episcopalian.
denomination is he?
Episcopalian.
Okay, so I don't know where Haitian is. Let me call him because I need him to play the music and set
I pinged him myself.
Okay, let me see if I can call him because he knows what time the room's gonna start. Maybe he got something to do. But
This is Trump is a fraud
my
TDS
question to you
Moose.
guys is,
Many of you
what
know Moose. He's
denomination
I
is
believe
your-
he's
is your
Canadian.
president?
He's a
Episcopalian.
total faggot and a loser.
Really?
You can't really say the F word.
Unless
I didn't mean
he
to say the F
converted
word, but
since
we
he
should have just said the F
became
word.
president.
I mean, does it really matter? Does it
Not really
really
to
matter?
use vulgarity or to be mean.
No, sir.
As we try
I
to
was
explain
asking
to
a
people
question.
what
I'm sorry,
we
I
mean.
lied. I'm sorry. It's not
But
Presbyterian.
there's no actually explaining anything
I'm
to
sorry.
people on this
Presbyterian.
app.
Excuse me. I
That's just the
apologize.
way it goes.
It's Presbyterian. He grew up as a
Hi,
Presbyterian.
It's
Stephanie.
okay. He don't know either.
I'm recording a clubhouse.
Okay, let me call
May- you
Haitian
may
and
know
find out
which
where he
one
is.
it is.
She has to set
There's a
the
lot of
scene.
TDS
His
people in this.
Scottish mother grew up as raised them as Presbyterians.
Amen. He still has to accept for himself when he's a accountable age, sir.
I understand that, but what I'm asking
Yeah.
is, why do you question his Christianity based on? I mean, I understand why you're questioning it, but at the end of the day, you can't say he's not a Christian. That's too far.
Exactly.
He's
But
doing things that's questionable.
But
He's doing things that's questionable, so you have every right to question him.
Always deny
Yeah, that's fine,
it.
but I did.
I'm saying, as a Christian, you shouldn't tell nobody they're not Christian.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's
I didn't tell him. I have an opinion, and that's my opinion.
I know, but you
You
shouldn't
don't
have
really
an
don't have to
anti-Christian
argue
belief.
over my opinion.
It's an anti-Christian belief. You shouldn't say nobody's not a Christian if they say they're
Okay,
Christian.
but I did.
I know you can, but it's not good before God.
But
I
what
don't
you
want you to
should
do
be
that.
more focused on is what Trump shouldn't say. Not me.
Right.
Well,
We're just talking about
I can answer the
Mike, hang on one second. Mike, hang
We're
on.
talking about the
Hang on,
president.
Mike. I know you hear me. Thank you,
well,
Mike.
yeah, but I'm saying,
Go
what
ahead,
should
Deborah.
Trump, what shouldn't Trump say?
I just for
They're gonna argue with you over whether or not I am.
But man, Infinity, you gotta
Whether
realize
Trump is a
again.
Christian or not. Why would you
But
want to do that?
Infinity, you gotta understand that they're just going to take away anything that Trump says, anything that this
Nobody
administration
talking
does,
to you
they're
yet,
gonna
Mike.
take away.
It's not your turn to talk. I'm talking to Miss Vanity right now.
Yeah, well, we're having a
We're
conversation.
having a conversation. We're having a conversation.
I mean, I was invited on stage, so it is what it is.
Mike, you gotta respect the mods. We're telling you this nice and early.
Well,
None of this is not foolery. Respect Deborah right now.
You know, what's going on?
Hey guys, come on now. We just getting started. Everybody's gonna have a good time tonight, and everybody's gonna be able to talk. Trust and believe. Everybody. So Mike P.
How you doing, Lisa? How's your day going?
My day is just ending, Mike P.
There you go.
It is just now ending. I've been at work. How long have I been at work, you guys? 12, 13, 14 hours and 22 minutes.
Lord.
I know, right? But I'm good. I'm looking at my.
He's 20 and Dave Chappelle, I'm pretty sure. I put this on there. Yes, Chappelle should not have been canceled, or at least attempted to be canceled. That did happen, right? But the big difference that I've seen between Dave Chappelle getting canceled, quote unquote, or trying to get canceled by the left at that point, versus Trump and his censorship of Jimmy Kimmel, is that when it comes to what the Chappelle thing was, Chappelle was the market reacting. The market was the viewer base that happened there. They reacted negatively, and they were the ones trying to stop the show, et cetera, et cetera. No one was trying to censor him. No one was trying to do that in positions of power, at least, right? Maybe the people that were protesting didn't want it on air and wanted to censor it, but that wasn't people in positions of power doing so. That was the market that just didn't want it anymore. Now, when it comes to the Trump thing with Kimmel, the difference between that is that's somebody supposed to be holding and enforcing the Constitution, openly going for somebody because they have a political disagreement or don't like how a certain characterization of them was made. And now we have an institution that has power using that power in a way that they shouldn't to censor something that they don't like, which is why there's a lot more outrage over the Kimmel stuff than there would be for the, Chappelle stuff, at least in those two examples. But that's all I wanted to add on there, just some clarification.
Thank you, actually. So let me just say this. So ABC is acquiring ESPN. It's acquiring the rights to NFL to show games, historic games, all that stuff, playoff games, and possibly a Super Bowl. It's a multi-billion-dollar deal. That deal does not happen if Daddy Donald says so. If Daddy Donald kills that deal, it's going to cost ABC billions of dollars. That's something also we have to look at with this whole Kimmel stuff. Let me go to Vero, Steve, Kent, and Stark. Vero, good to see you.
Hello.
Hello.
What's
How
up,
you
y'all?
doing?
I'm good. Oh my God, I've been off for a long time, so I haven't seen y'all. Got really busy here in New York, so having a good time. But here I am. As to the topic of the room, kind of doing a little bit more dangerous. I mean, not a little bit, extremely more dangerous. The Luigi Mangione fella, that the man was shot on the steps of my husband's law firm building. So, it kind of puts, it kind of hits a little close to home. I'm going to be honest, that's what's going on right now. I won't say historically that's true, but definitely, yeah, it's something that's kind of hitting close to home, and it's making me realize that sometimes the left views can become radicalized to the point where they're taking, like, one person is taking upon themselves to kill another person, and that's nuts.
Thank you, Vero. I agree with you. And to be honest, I forgot about Luigi Mangione. I forgot about that lunatic, who I believe is going to beat both his cases.
Quick question,
Steve Wheat.
Quick question.
Yeah, Mads.
In terms of the left, because nobody ever answered in the chat about who the head of the left of Antifa is, I can't find it. And like Luigi Mangione, are we talking about lone wolves, or are we talking about organizations in terms of the left? Because I just want some enlightenment on who the left is.
I think what happens is, and we're all guilty of this, I believe, one of these lunatics pull one of these stunts like they did with Charlie Kirk, like they did with this Luigi Mangione, and we find out that they had tinges of Democratic far-left ideologies, and now all Democrats are far-left, which is so absurd to me. But, I'm not far-left, and I've been a Democrat my whole life. I don't know if I'll vote Democrat anytime soon, though, but I'm not sure I'll vote Republican either. Steve Wee, how you doing, Steve Wee?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Hey, this Kimball thing, Sinclair Broadcasting owns a lot of those stations. And Sinclair, not Donald Trump, was calling ABC and telling them, hey, we may not carry this stuff on our affiliates, which would have knocked the advertising revenue right out of ABC for that slot. It's already underwater with the money the show was bleeding out. So, there's more to that than just the FCC. And if you look at a map, I looked at one day the location of Sinclair's stations across the United States. It may not always be in areas where, it's like you'd have the demographics, say in LA or in New York. It's not that. And if these guys pulled him off of that time slot, it would have been devastating. So there's that angle to it too. But I think the left is far more dangerous because I was just reading a story the other day where you had a bunch of people show up at ICE detention center was trying to bum rush this stuff, and you know, you can just see this. If we don't agree with the law, well, the law doesn't apply to us. It's like immigration during Biden's administration. Well, you know, there's a law there that has tells you what immigration is going to be. Well, we don't agree with it, also we're just going to ignore it. And that's such an inaction, a chain reaction. People see this and they say, well, you know, if that's your deal, then why should I have to abide by any law that you had? That's your sacred cow. And it starts a dangerous spiral downwards. And I just point out this last fact. After Charlie Kirk got assassinated, how many stores did you see looted? How many cities did you see on fire? That wasn't the reaction. Wasn't the reaction at all. And I think that encapsulates the two ideologies right there as well as anything. When one of the rights gets taken out, there's no cities being set on fire. There's no riots. There's no nothing. They go and have a memorial.
What about January 6th?
What about January 6th?
Hold on a second. Imagine that. I know some of you righties are going crazy right now. Hip, hip, hooray. Kent, how you doing, Kent? Kent, are you there? There you are.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I'm doing well. I'm just going to digress here for a minute. I'm just making tacos. Carry on.
All right, I'm going to be moving from the room because that is Rich. Thank you. So let me go to Stark, the Majesty, then the MVP of Clubhouse, Matt P. Stark, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Fantastic. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I would like to add a point and then ask a question. I've been listening to the discussion. Very good room, very decent discussion. Job mods. If you ask about the Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, he deserved to go. He was always toxic. Spewing out fake news. It's an easy case. In terms of Charlie Kirk,
Stark, he's a comedian. Okay.
Of course, he's a comedian, but he can't say lie about the killing Kirk, right? So that was vile and that was fake news. So that doesn't fall under comedy in my opinion.
It falls under the First Amendment, but please continue. How long have you been Stark? How long have you been on this app? Because I'll show you rooms on this app where there's plenty of hate speech and nothing to the level. The thing Jimmy Kimmel said is nothing to the level you hear on this app. But please continue.
No,
Absolutely.
I agree with you, but he has a position to influence people. So
do you.
Watch him. Okay.
Sark, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many people work at the Jimmy Kimmel Show?
Sure, dozens.
Dozens. Tried almost 250 people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you call for the cancellation of people along, the lines of not even being offensive, okay, you're affecting other people's lives. Do you understand that? Like, there are people who are on set crew, makeup designers, producers, you name it. Like, it affects a small economy that is around where the Jimmy Kimmel Show is. Like, that's not cool. And our president definitely, in his efforts to create more jobs, should not be calling for the cancellation of people and having a production background of understanding how many jobs he's taking people out of in doing so. Especially over comments that, quite frankly, he had a right to say. And I personally, as a Republican, didn't find that offensive.
All right, hold on. Marshall, hold on, because I got to address something in the chat. This ass hat, Midas Spade said Juneteenth is a fake holiday. Jimmy Kimmel was trash. Midas, you're more than welcome to come up to the stage.
Well, he's not trash because he's going back on the air tomorrow.
Hold on.
So, it's when the rabbit's got the gun, right? So he's going back on the air tomorrow.
And he was responding to me and saying that. So real quick, I just find it real fucking funny that the same people that think that Juneteenth is a fake holiday / a waste of time are the same people advocating for a fucking national Charlie Kirk Death Day.
That's a fact. All right, hold on.
All right, Jimmy.
Well, hold on. Midas. Guys, Midas, you can spew your hate in a second. Let's start landing this plane. Okay, start landing your plane, please.
All right. No, thanks, guys. So yeah, I know. Let's agree to disagree on Jimmy Kimmel. I'm not a big fan of him. So, but I mean, I see your point.
I couldn't tell.
Staffers, but he said something that's totally fake and hateful, in my opinion, because he made fun of a death, and he connected it with ideology in a wrong way, especially when he knows very well the killer was not.
You don't think that people had the same perception of Charlie Kirk in his rhetoric? Saying that, Michael Brown was a thug that had it coming. So, I mean, there are grievances on both sides.
But you got to look at it. Jimmy Kimmel has a relationship with, what's that Steiner guy that does the talk show in the morning?
Howard Stern?
Yeah, Howard Stern. They said him and Howard Stern, and there's one other talk racist trash about black people, and that they are prejudice. But I understand people who know how to just do business and go ahead and work with you on your merits like that. And so just I'm gonna listen to your because I got some things to do around the house. But I picked for Barack Obama, and he gave us lawyers because they had the Soros brothers and they had the Kirk. What's those rich ones? Starts with a K.
The coach.
They had them watching us because just like with Kirk, they want their verbal agenda to be North Carolina. The left is far more dangerous, even though I grew up in their backyard. I've learned everything about politics from the left because I was a diehard Democrat. Now I vote for the very best person. Right now, the left is just acting out because they didn't get their way. But
thank you, Connie.
With Charlie being in the backyard of
Connie, you got. Please respect my space. I have a queue, and you just jumped in. So land your plane, please.
Yeah. I know. I'm trying to yield as people are speaking. So, anyways,
I get it. Just land your plane.
So moving on to the Charlie Kirk. I mean, I'm a big supporter of First Amendment, Second Amendment. I have no problem with all that. But
unless it offends you, then you're not a proponent of the First Amendment. But please go ahead.
No, see, JB, but if you're dragging me back to Jimmy Kimmel issue, he said that the killer is a Trump supporter, which is totally fake. It's a hateful.
Who cares? How's it hateful? Stop. How's it hateful? Who cares what he said? Who cares if he is a Trump supporter or not? People are so hypersensitive to nonsense.
All right. Well, again, let's agree to disagree because I don't think news should be reported in a fake way.
He's not a news reporter. He's a comedian. He's a fan. I'm a First Amendment fan.
Right. All right. Okay. So now let me ask you this. I think this question might trigger a lot more people. Do you think Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson's parents, apparently there was a rifle given by a grandpa it was manufactured in Germany during World Wars. So do you think Tyler Robinson's parents should be charged because they failed to secure the...
No, they turned him in. And y'all watch too many fucking movies. Like, this is
even freedom of speech, right? So why can't you tolerate me making a point here?
I mean, because you're a little bit long-winded, and I'm asking you to land.
I'm not long-winded. I'm asking you a question.
You can ask it in the chat. Majesty, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Would you like to chime in?
Yes. Hello, Jay. Hello, everyone. Definitely the correct answer is the far left. At least this time around. I mean, is there not a list of crazy things they're doing, from telling 5-year-olds that they're little boys when they're girls when they're little boys? Like, that is enough for me. We don't even need to go on. That's fucking crazy. Because, I don't know, like last time I checked, I was born with a vagina. And God forbid a little bitch likes to climb a tree and play sports. Now I've got to dress like a boy. Thank you, Mom, for not fucking forcing that on me. I just went through a phase, goddammit, and now I like French manicures. So that just alone, I went.
Thank you, Madison. So let me do a quick room reset. Then I'm going to go to Corey. Midas, I haven't forgot you, I promise. I'm going to go to Corey, Mike Moon, and then Madison. Guys, this is unhealthy debates. Who's more dangerous in America, the far left or the far right? How you doing, Hope? Keith, how you doing? Joe, good to see you. PB, always a pleasure. We got a couple of anonymouses. Shana Tova to you. Heidi, how you doing? Tiffany. Uncle Steve just walked in the room. If you have a pink ticket, Kirill, I don't understand you, bro. You come to every space I'm in, but you don't cash in your ticket, you cheap bastard. Jay, Randy, cash in your ticket. Jay, Randy, you got a lot to say in the chat, man. At least cash in that ticket.
It's just showing that
I'm busting your chops, bro. The mic is yours.
So I'm the type that's going to say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. When you establish a line of credibility on yourself and what you accept, you then have to accept when that karma comes in, fits in you know where, and the fact was that he used his monologues to mock and laugh and praise the firing of others that were fired for saying things, tweeting things in private conversations even. So, I mean, for Jimmy, he got what was coming to him. He did his thing, and it bit him in the ass. And the thing is, he's lost 70 million in ad revenue since January it came out. He's not going to last long. It is what it is. He'll have a spike when it comes back.
Let me ask you a question. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but let me ask you this question. I agree with you. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. But what about all the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk spewed about the Second Amendment?
What about the Second Amendment? I mean, which rhetoric are we talking?
That he was a big gun proponent. People should have guns, and
Yeah.
So you don't think that what's good for the goose is good for the gander? And I'm not saying he should have been killed. I'm just saying trying to get your opinion.
Having guns isn't saying shooting people. So that to me is a big difference. I've got a lot of guns, and not one of them has ever shot anybody. Not one of them has ever shot in the direction of anybody. So I mean, when we look at that, having a gun is very different than turning the gun. When we have the people who, there's two things that I find very ironic, Jay, is the people who are free speech absolutists right now were the ones who literally had Mark Zuckerberg testify that no. He had me deplatform people. He had me silence people. YouTube, same thing. You had another side that literally deplatformed the president of the United States, wouldn't let him be on certain broadcasts. They'd cut him. They wouldn't let him be on YouTube, couldn't be on social media. They literally were the anti-free speech people. Now they're the free speech absolutists. Before, they were the anti-gun, and now they're like, wait a minute, this guy has a Second Amendment right. Yeah. So is Second Amendment right now defending themselves, So the Second Amendment is very different than saying that, there's any semblance of common sense in
what about birthright citizenship? Where do you stand on that?
So it's very different. If you look at the reason that it was first implemented was because we were growing the country on global poverty and stuff. It's a very good watch. It's only like a few minutes long, but it's explaining what the USA thinks it's doing and how much global poverty actually increases annually. And there's no way in hell that America can make an impact. So birthright citizenship, trillion in debt, we can't keep it up. We're overspending. We can't keep bringing that in. We can find better ways to do it. There's a tax code. It's called the fair tax. They gave it to every Fortune 500 company that left the country. It's 33 pages long. They gave it to them and said, what would you do? This is how you fix the immigration problem. They said, we'll all come back. You implement that. All operations.
Corey, hold on one second. I think Miss Madison wants to engage with you. Madison?
No, I'm not trying to engage with Corey because I don't think that I'm going to change anything that he believes or anybody that believes what he believes. I saw something in the chat about when we talk about trans kids, the groomers reveal themselves. Something like that Nye said, and that's what I wanted to respond to because, supporting trans people isn't grooming; it's basic human decency.
I said kids, Madison. I didn't say people. People would imply adults. Respectfully, I'm talking about children. There's no such thing as a trans child. And furthermore, when we talk about trans, but I just want to make sure we're clear. I didn't say people.
Okay.
I said kids.
Well, let's be real clear then. It says, I love when the trans kids topics come up, so the groomers reveal themselves when they defend this lunacy. So that's what I was responding to. And being affirming of somebody's identity is an exploitation, it's respect. That's like saying if you support left-handed kids, you're forcing them to be left-handed. It's nonsense. Like, what's really happening is people, they throw the word groomer around to scare people and to shut down the conversation. But facts do matter. So being trans or supporting trans rights has nothing to do with predatory behavior is what I'm getting at. So to use those in the same sentence, if anything, spreading that lie is what actually harms kids because it makes them more vulnerable to bullying and abuse. And if we're going to be concerned about kids, be concerned about these Discord chats, all this violence that's going on, these motherfucking incels, and all of these shooters that nobody has anything to say about in terms of what's happening with young white men. We should be much more worried about that. When we talk about what's dangerous, a dress is more dangerous than a gun today, which is sick to me. That's why people are dying.
And just real quick,
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Hold on, Nye, I got you. Nye, I wanted to give you a chance to go, Nye. But guys, please respect the one-mic policy. Everybody's going to get to speak. Midas, I'm going to come to you next. Get
Ladies and gentlemen in the House, I need to make clear, I didn't say anything about trans people. I was referring to the children. And because I spend an unhealthy amount of time on social media, I've seen endless testimonies from parents of trans children talking about their transgender process of their child. Many of them put these children on puberty blockers while they're minors, okay? And they're putting children on puberty blockers to stunt their growth. Who wants to keep children drugged up on a cocktail of drugs who are trans-identified people? Those individuals have nothing. You're grown, do you? I'm talking about the children who, in many cases, according to their parents and the scientific community and the folks who are constantly at war with God and nature and biology, and they're surrounded by enablers who put many of these children, aka Jazz Jennings, for example, on puberty blockers. That is when. So when I said, I love when the trans topic comes up about kids and you hear all these folks defend it, I just sit back and let them talk because it reveals who the groomers and pedos are. Who the hell defends putting children on puberty blockers? Like, come on.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I don't think that children should.
So then why are you coming out there?
If I could finish, nothing that's irreversible. But what I was responding to, there's none of those parents are in this room. So when you say the groomers reveal themselves, nobody's a parent that's doing that in this room. So there's a disconnect between what you said and the conversation that we're having. So I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you.
All right, hold on, everybody, hold on.
I really need for us to not police people's language and not police people's opinions and not try to frame it because there's no trans people in the room. Then Nye shouldn't be in the chat saying this, that, and the other. Like, are we okay? Like, is everybody all right? Maybe when people say who lean more towards this side or this side, now it's, well, no trans people are in the room or on the stage. How do we know? How do we know?
Trans people don't fuck with y'all. Stop defending them.
Like, come on.
All right, everybody, take a breath. Jordan, hold on. No, not yet. Okay. I'm going to come back to you. MG, you try to jump in, MG?
Yeah, I was just going to add on to what Nye said. What about, my comfort level as the parent who has to deal with the aftermath of this and this conversation that I was not prepared to deal with at 5 years old? Like, do my rights matter? Like, husband, my rights, my comfort, my religion? Like, where is that in this conversation?
Well, not if you're Muslim.
I'm not Muslim, I'm Christian.
Well, yes,
right?
religion matters in America, yes.
PT.
I mentioned that earlier.
Guys, hold on.
That's all I wanted to say, JB. Like, what about my comfort, my, how my husband and I feel, how we were uncomfortable, how we were annoyed, how we were not prepared to talk about gender identity, gender expression at 5 years old in kindergarten? What about that?
I'm sorry, I thought you landed. Madison, do you want to rebuttal that?
Yeah.
Then I have to go to Midas.
But Dory, I put it in the chat during segregation when Ruby Bridges came to school. There were a lot of parents that were uncomfortable too. My whole point is that trans people exist, gay people exist, guns exist. So this is the world that we live in, and so we have to prepare our children for what's out in the world. And so if you feel like you don't want them exposed to it, we have to do what we do. Sometimes people they homeschool, they do whatever's necessary. I don't like the fact that there's social media out there, so I have to monitor what's going on in my own home. But to squelch somebody else's right to their own expression, then that's a slippery slope. That's all.
Well, let me jump in, going guys, because Midas has the patience of Moses. I can tell you that. Madison, here's just my opinion. When it starts infringing on other people's rights, and what those rights are, I don't know. Is it a feeling? Is it, where these kids have to have education about it and the parents don't want it? I don't know. But, I think we've become, and it's not anything against any of the other speakers. I think America has become hypersensitive to every issue, race, trans, politics. We're so hypersensitive because we pick a side. Midas, how you doing, Midas? Thank you for your patience, man.
No problem.
Midas, see you there.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for coming up. Okay, cash in your pink ticket, please. Go ahead.
I already cashed in the ticket. But on what I said earlier, Juneteenth was basically a fabricated holiday. When we talked about the trans thing, yeah, it is groomers. You can't talk to children about sexuality without calling yourself at least some kind of PDF. I remember back when it has become extremely sick. And we're seeing it. Not only are they the face of violence, BLM, Antifa, all these other radical organizations that have been coming up and attacking the people. I mean, just now, Charlie Kirk was murdered. And where did we get from the left? Oh, he deserved that. The bullet should have been for Trump. This is what we're getting from the left. They're sick, genocidal, transsexual affirming weirdos who are trying to force and imprint sexuality upon the children. I think it's sick. I think I'm very glad to see the collapse of the Democratic Party. Thank you for allowing me to go.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your patience, man. I know some of these topics, man, we get derailed. But one thing I will say, the Democratic Party is definitely in shambles, right? I think they're on life support. And these midterms that are going to come up next year, it's going to be very interesting whether they're still going to be around in 2028 to even make a dent. I don't care. I don't really care who the candidate's going to be. If they don't get their shit together and start focusing on their party and their principles that they built that party on, the Democratic Party is going to be gone. I believe that. Mike Moon, how you doing, Mikey?
Oh, I'm good. Thanks, man. Hey, my instincts tell me that hyperpolarization on both ends of the political spectrum is what's tearing our country apart. I think it goes back and forth. I think in the last, 15 years ago, the far right was the problem. I mean, I was looking up the research recently, and far right was responsible for a major amount of the political violence that was occurring 15 years ago. However, in the last year, this year specifically, it's completely flipped. The far left has been responsible for almost 100% of political violence that's been accounted for. The far right might be the problem 10 years from now. Ultimately, it's hyperpartisanship and extreme opinions that on both sides of the spectrum that refuse to accept or see the other side as human beings. So the less that we are willing to find common ground and the more we want to stand on our laurels and demonize the opposite side, the more danger our country is in existing in the future as a whole. I've said it many times, the United States of America, we don't have a common culture like other countries do to hold us together. If we lose patriotism, we're already losing some kind of shared belief in a God. If we don't have patriotism, we don't have belief in a higher power as a people. We don't have anything else in common. And it's unique to our country being as diverse as we are, the experiment that we are. We're kind of the first and biggest of that type of experiment. And if we stop believing in our government completely and we lose all of our patriotism, and then we also increasingly become less religious in general. And I don't mean Christian, I just mean whatever you want to believe in still, but having some kind of greater authority to answer to, then as a country we're going to collapse because we're no longer. But overall, it's hyperpartisanship, in my opinion.
Thank you. Can I pop in real quick? 30 seconds, then I have to go to XG and Jordan. Go ahead.
Perfect. A couple things. The right and left leaning stuff was really checked into ADL. does a lot of this, and there was some real discrepancies on how they come up with the labeling things left and right. There were some deaths that happened at some of the riots and protests of the Summer of Love. This extremist leader, he says, find me somebody that ever voted conservative that's an extremist, a Muslim that's an extremist. You won't do it. They don't vote right. But they don't label that as a left wing. That's a completely different category. So it's just, you're right on that. I'm agreeing with a lot of what you said, but it was really digging into it and finding out how they label it was really misleading. And I think that's where the problem is anyway, is trying to do this is more polarization. We need to look at it as extremism in general, and we need to start kind of rooting that out because, like you said, the polarization is just going to keep going back and forth. When one feels wrong, it just irritates the other and lights them up. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Corey. And I'll say this. I think one of the major problems we have in America is where we're getting our news from, right? The right goes to Fox, the left goes to everybody else. And to be honest, I don't know if we've lost trust in our government wholly, but I've lost trust in our news outlets 100%. No disrespect, Madison. I think that each one of these networks has an agenda, and they go with their agenda. And, where I felt that when I was growing up, right, the news outlets were I thought, impartial. Now they're not. You turn on CNN, you know what you're getting. You turn on MSNBC, you know what you're getting. You turn on Fox, what you're getting. There's no impartiality with all these groups. I'm going to go Jordan, Jason, and then BT. Jordan, what's up, Jordan? I got you, Majesty. I got you, XG. Jordan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Shanatova.
Shanatova. When I was growing up, you know who the most anti-Semitic folks were? The white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Those are the country clubs. But you did hear about white Anglo-Saxon Protestant country clubs that didn't let the Jews in, which is why we still have Jewish country clubs today. So, in going to these fancy private schools, I had to be more concerned about the WASPs. And my ex-girlfriends, many of them were white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Some of their parents didn't like me because they didn't want her dating a Jewish person. Anyways, where I wanted to go with this is that what's kind of fascinating to me, I'm already losing my train of folks, in the United States, and approximately 80 million psychopaths. Now, you can be psychopathic and transsexual, but I have probably met, I've lived in 9 states and I've lived in California 3 times. I live here now. I've probably met 2 trans people that I'm aware of in my entire life. It is such a negligible problem. First of all, people on the right are far more dangerous than people on the left. People on the left don't even know how to be dangerous, quite frankly. They can't even do protests.
Jordan, what?
Yeah.
Give me your reason why you feel the far right is much more dangerous.
Because I'm still Jewish. Today's a high holy day. I'm far more concerned about the white nationalists, the pushing the Aryan agenda back in the day. It's only kind of recent that we've been kind of concerned about that Islamophobia has really become so rampant. In addition to anti-Semitism, but the far right is consistently not like Jewish people since I've been a youth. It's just hilarious to me, these people who are making this trans thing. This guy, the chance that you're going to get shot at by a trans person or someone who with a trans person is so asinine. It's so ridiculous. Statistically, it's so rare that you really need to catch up with your identity.
Well, Jordan. Jordan, here's the problem, okay. And it's just my opinion, right? I love you, share it, but I'm just going to say this. The problem is some of the high-profile shootings that have happened in America over the last, let's say, year or 2 years or whatever it may be, have people that have either been trans or trans supporters.
Right. That is how much media. They've been high-profile, but the media attention. That if you're trans, you're like a rock star in America because you get that much attention. We don't highlight all the other murders that happen.
It's so ridiculously rare. Yeah, it happened. But it's so unlikely. But no one's worried about all the psychopaths. 40 times more psychopaths among us. Absolutely no conscience. This kid may even have a conscience and may feel guilty. He acted horrifically. But you should be much more afraid of the psychopaths on Clubhouse and the trans people. If there's even a single trans person on Clubhouse, there may be. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'd be much more worried about the vanilla.
It's a whole trans house on here, man.
Who said that?
BT said that.
Yeah,
BT.
And they look like women. And it's called Carmelitas or something.
Are you afraid of trans people, BT?
No, I'm just saying, don't gaslight us, bro. There's some trans on this app, bro. And they're
Okay.
not proud.
All right. Forgive me. The 2.8 million trans people in America are now represented on Clubhouse. Fair enough. But the 80 million psychopaths at Clubhouse.
You gonna say it again?
Guys,
Yeah,
hold
I'm
on.
gonna say it again. The 80 million psychopaths we're not really worried about.
I'm worried about my ex-wife cleaning out at the bank. Guys, mute up, please, because I got a queue and I'll come back. I'll get to you, I promise, Midas. But I want to go to Madison and next G. Madison?
Yeah, I just wanted to. I agree.
I thought he was going in order. How's it going?
Okay, hold on a second, guys. First off, we always let the ladies go first. And then, XG, they're right. So I'm going to have to go Jason BT the next G. Go ahead, Madison.
Just real quick, I actually agree with you when you said there's no media that's nonpartisan. The one outlet that we had was PBS, and they removed all their funding. And just so you all know, which also includes CNN and HBO.
How interesting is that? I didn't know that, Madison. Thank you.
Most
we're gonna
don't.
We're gonna go. Hold on, Connie.
Oh.
Connie, hold on, please. I got you. We're gonna go Jason, BT, XG, Connie, and then Simon, and then Matt.
To the media point that you made, you're definitely right. You know about the partiality. But in 1948, the Smith-Mundt Act is what made news more impartial, and certain reporting was only for foreign audiences, because they wanted to influence foreign audiences to see America a certain type of way, look at them in a positive light, but they didn't want to have the same type of programming, which would be more pointed for domestic audiences in the United States. That was changed in the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act that got signed by Obama in 2013. That is when reporting changed. That's why it's not coincidence that the Clinton-Trump election was the first time you've seen that type of news coverage as far as the mudslinging from both sides on the extreme level. It's because it was after the Smith-Mundt Modernization was signed into law. So the way, the polarized way that they report in news now is really an Obama thing. It really kind of came from the left, them signing that into law. I tried to get a vote count, by legislators to see if I could see, which side was really supporting it. But I give that to the left just because Obama signed it into law. And with the extreme reporting that you get on both sides, it has radicalized people on both sides. So, you can take that however you want to take that. It's contributing factors. But this is why a lot of people watch independent media now versus mainstream media. Because the independent people who have their own stuff, they got their great setup. They just as knowledgeable as, the people that was coming on mainstream TV. They're watching them more. But all that got kicked off when 1948 law around reporting the news, got changed in 2013.
Thank you, Jason. Great share. Appreciate you. We're going to go BT. BT, how you doing?
Hey, good evening. I'm doing well. How about you?
Good evening. Doing fantastic, sir. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Who's more dangerous in America? Far left or far right? Well, JB, I'll tell you. The answer is y'all are equally dangerous. Y'all are akin to the Bloods and the Crips, politically gangbanging your elephant and your donkey around. which is why you have the red and the blue. It's literally the same thing. And I think that you're both dangerous in different ways. I think that, well, actually, I don't even think this. One side, we got saying, you know, hey, we're Christians, so we're going to do everything the good way. But racist as hell and love stealing money and using and misallocating it and just helping corporations and not the people. The other side just want to change every damn law we've had in history in the name of progress. And some of that shit is outrageous. So they're both I see dangers in both. Because one side we got us gaslighting us, telling us that we can't be him and ma'am and sir no more. We got to be them and they. And then the other side, we got taking away every historical thing about everybody and making new laws that don't make sense. We are in a clusterfuck. This is a conundrum. And I knew no matter which way we voted on this last election, we was going to end up with some bullshit. It was just a matter of which bullshit you wanted. So yeah, absolutely, both sides are dangerous. There is no more dangerous. Y'all are equally as dangerous because I don't like the direction either party wants to go. I'll end there.
Thank you, BT. Great share. Appreciate you. We're going to go to Connie for a quick minute. Then we're going to go to XG, then Majesty and Simon. Connie? Connie, are you there? All right, XG, the mic is yours. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I want to comment on. One, I just find it kind of funny for you specifically, JB, when you made the point about media and they love to paint these narratives, et cetera, and then right afterwards, when someone else brings up a point about the shootings being statistically super low, your response is the media talking point, which is part of their agenda, which is, oh, but look at how many trans people have been in the news in the last year when it comes to mass shootings. Yeah, because the news's agenda was to highlight those shootings and push it out as much as they could. Because guess what? There's a ton of others, hundreds of other shootings that happened that year that weren't by trans people. But we didn't see the news on media that. Why? Because of the same reason you just gave. So that's a part of the media play that you fell for, which is the amount of highlighted trans people that are being shooters, quote unquote, even though statistically, one, they're less than 1% of our population. Two, the fear about trans kids as if there's 1 in 3 trans children in every pre-K is not true because the majority of trans people, and they're less than 1% population. So if you're worried about your kid going into a class with a trans child in it, you have more of a chance of getting struck by lightning than that happening at this point. So unfortunately, big fear mongering and this giant little, pearl clutching that's going on is extremely performative. And I'd rather people just say, fuck the LGBT with their chest than try to play it as if they're...
Hold on a second. Let me give you just a smidge of pushback. Just a smidge. What I said was the high-profile cases that have been spread all over the news, right? And every high-profile case, not every, but a good majority of them.
Look what the fuck's going on. Look what the fuck that. Someone says, majority of trans...
Can I finish?
Commit to grooming. Do you see what the fuck is going on?
Actually, hold on. Let me finish.
I'll deal with the chat. Grooming in chat. What are we talking about? Hold on.
Okay. Well, actually, I see you're emotional tonight. I like you, but I'm not going to have you gaslight my room. Somebody says something to you, you gotta just man up. It's serious. Bang with them in the chat. But the point I was making was the high-profile cases are either trans people, right, or trans supporters. So my thing was, it's the media's fault. This is why they're putting these people on Front Street. But before I continue, I have to say Shana Tova to all my Jewish friends, my Jewish brothers, especially, of course, Jesse Eisenberg, the supreme Jew that he is. So let's go to who hasn't spoken yet.
Good Yontef, JB.
Thank you. You as well.
I didn't hear it, JB, whoever said it. He said it's in the chat, but we do know it is a lot of grooming going on. So that's not that far-fetched.
I mean, there's a lot of grooming going on. There's always been a lot of grooming going on. Nobody said shit when R. Kelly was doing it, though.
Oh, my God, Madison, please.
I'm just saying.
Well, what's funny about R. Kelly is that the people I've spoken to from Chicago, they'll tell you because he's a Chicagoan. Oh, I still listen to R. Kelly. I don't care what he did. Not all Chicago people, but a lot of Chicago people. Go ahead, Madison.
I was just gonna say most of them do. I hear it when I go out. It's crazy.
Well, let's not forget R. Kelly's big sister raped him and all his brothers, and she was great. So,
one of the reasons Jews and African Americans were so aligned during the Civil Rights era is because it was the white Protestants and people of Lutheran heritage, if you will, who were most inclined. Not all of them. Some loved us, but that was where the bulk of the hate came from. And today, the fact that African Americans who thank God, many of my African American friends on this app are not anti-Semitic, but there are some people, and there are still plenty of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who are anti-Semitic.
Thank you, Jordan.
That's how we joined forces.
Thank you, Jordan. I really don't want to turn this into a race relations room, even though I know it's going to go there eventually. Zach, Shanatova.
Shanatova, here, let me roll up my window. So I just wanted to chime in briefly. I'm driving in my truck. It's kind of loud, but I'll try to speak normally. I think the left is more dangerous in America than the far right. The far left is more dangerous than the far right. And I can tell you from my personal experience, for 20 years, I was a radical leftist. And I hung out with radical leftists, and all my friends were radical leftists, and I went to a radical leftist college, and I had radical leftist professors, and I was a radical leftist. And when I was a radical leftist, JB, my friends and I would all sit around and talk about how civilization is garbage and society is bullshit. And that's, in fact, what led me towards rewilding, the work that I do professionally now. And I still believe that nature connection is very healing. And I think that learning how to practice small-scale living skills is very empowering. But I no longer believe that civilization should be brought to its knees. And I think that the far left, if you ask your far leftist friends, the conclusion of their message is destroy society. And if you ask your far right friends, usually the conclusion of the far right friends is leave me the fuck alone. And I think leave me the fuck alone is not very nice, but it's not quite as dangerous as destroy society.
Thank you, Zach. I think I'm at
That's the BT. Can I rebut?
Hold on one second, BT. Because I'm at that age and stage in life where I'm just like, and I'm not even a fucking far right guy, but just leave me the fuck alone. Please, people, leave me alone. But hold on, BT, before you respond, I have to say hello to First Lady Chi. She's my future ex-wife, and I just got to say hello to her. Hello, First Lady.
Why you gotta be the ex-future wife? What's going on? Monday evening, how are you?
Well, you're here, so I'm doing something right.
That's right. You better believe it.
So who's more dangerous in America, the far left or the far right? Miss Chi.
Why you always do this to me, JB? You know, I'm very secretive about how I feel.
Yeah, I can tell I'm politically correct.
I'm anonymous. I plead the fifth.
Good enough. BT wanted to push back, then I want to say hello to my friend Howard. BT?
Can I get in the queue?
I got you.
You're already in it, mother. Yeah, my friend. I'm gonna have to push back on you because if people just wanted to be left alone, they wouldn't have done environmental racism to folks and wanted to. My issue with that part, and again, I'm not the left because you were spot on with that part, but you can't. I just see a lot of bias in a lot of y'all views, and me being independent.
Well, I don't know if colonialism is a right wing or.
I have not done, sir. And I don't know if maybe because I'm actually an actual independent, not a fake one. I literally don't like neither one of y'all sides. I can literally say that a lot of you will talk shit about the other and completely ignore your own. And it's like, bro, it's a gaslight. It's biased as heck. Y'all gotta stop that shit. That's all I'm saying.
BT, let me ask you a question real quick before I go to Majesty and Howard. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I'm very disenfranchised with my party right now. And I won't vote for him anymore. I won't vote for a Republican. Would that make me an independent?
It depends, because you know what they're doing now. A lot of folks say I'm independent, but I'm this leaning, and to me that's a cop out. You know what I'm saying? So,
bro, I couldn't agree with you.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking to JB.
Watch your mouth, pussy.
Eat my ass. Fuck you.
Fuck with you. Fuck you, sissy.
I'll bend you over and fuck the shit out of you. Shut the fuck up, BT.
Don't build a fucking
In
robot.
general,
Shut up.
there's a lost art. There's a lost art of people being able to have their own opinion, right? People assume just because, for example, people assume because you're Black that you love gospel music and collard greens and fucking chitlins, okay? And that you go to church on Sunday and that you know, but you might hate God and be a fucking
Wait, time out. Is this true?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Jamil. I know that voice was
It's a lot of stereotyping going on. So in my community, it's true.
Well, right. So they assume that's just one example I wanted to give. And that's just it's not right. You can be Black and be whatever the fuck you want. You can be an atheist. You can listen to rock music. So there's a lost art of that in America right now. Where I grew up in a real demonist, and and we deserve to have food stamps. We are owed these things. We are owed this from the government. How dare they? They owe us. And I divested from that mindset. And I'm not fully Republican. I didn't vote really for anybody because I just wasn't sure. But in general, there's a lost art to having your own opinion. You can be gay, you can be trans, and still support what it used to mean. It's turned into something else. I'll land here and say I like Jeffree Star. I know that might be a horrible example for some people, but he calls out a lot of the community because let's be gay, let's hang out, be whatever you want to be. Why does it have to be that you're a man or a woman attracted to the same sex? You should shun the fuckery that's infiltrating your communities. You should gatekeep. You absolutely should. And there's nothing wrong with being Democrat or Republican or socialist or whatever, but there is something wrong with coddling stupid shit, mental fucking illness, things that don't make sense, predator behavior.
Or is it a cue?
No, go ahead, Madison. You're a mod. The cue starts around you.
Okay, thank you, JB. I just didn't want to step on anybody. I agree with you too, Majesty. But what I find is that Black people, all the Black stereotypes, like who grew up in church and I guess on food stamps. I don't know Black people like that. I didn't grow up with Black people like that, and my whole family's Black, and all my friends, most of my friends are Black and all of that. So it's I think when people grow up in their own bubble, they have a tendency to think that way in terms of their whole community is like that. But it's whole entire communities of Black people that that are not like that or didn't listen to gospel music or just whatever. I grew up Catholic. New Orleans, most people were Catholic anyway. They weren't Baptists.
Black people like that. Stop it. Everyone in here.
I don't have them in my world. I didn't grow up around Black people. Don't tell me what I grew up with. I didn't. And nobody in my family was in food stamps. Nobody in my family has high blood pressure. Nobody in my family has diabetes. We didn't eat like that. We didn't grow up like that. We're from New Orleans, and that was not the culture then. It may be now, but it just simply wasn't. But I think what I agree with you on especially is we can just be human beings. We can just be human beings and deal with each other. But when we talk about some of the things in the community, and if you want to talk about what I do know about the Black community and the silence that goes on in terms of some of these issues that involve children and some of the abuse when it comes to spanking children, I've got my views on that. Whooping kids' ass, I never had a whooping in my life. We didn't do that in our family either. But that's very prevalent in the Black community. But some of the issues that I think are pertinent, like violence and like all this gun toting and all the other shit that goes along with it and people dying, I just happen to think are more important than some of these culture issues that we get so wrapped up in when we see a shiny object.
So that box you talked about.
Hold on, Jason. Hold on. Everybody, hold on a second, because I gotta address something in the chat for 2 seconds. Where is this? This esteemed person. Mango Tree DD, I thought this is a mixed room. Why is it always being taken over by black people? I absolutely don't have anything against them, but every single room becomes a black people topic. How do you say I'm a racist without saying I'm a racist? Did it trigger you, Mango? That some people with strong voices and opinions are on stage and they get to express that? Does that bother you in any way? Because if it does, there's the leave quietly button. So, see that?
I think we all know that's a fact.
So let me go to Mother, then Rafi, then Connie. Mother, go ahead.
All right. Well, I'll use my lady voice since it's my turn. So let's back up real quick because we got distracted with the New Orleans thing. So I think when we talk about like violent acts in the movie, like I have brought this up in the past, like statistically the trans community is in aligned with their percentage of population for mass shootings. Every time you have a trans shooter, America loves to blast it all over the news, but if you actually dig into the data is just, they're like 0.1% of all shootings in the country. They just get a significantly higher amount of attention when it does happen. And so people who already hate trans people and hate the faggots just run on this as an additional, tick mark on their list of things that they want to talk about without actually looking at the numbers. So when you talk about like large violent events in this country, mass shootings, it's not even close. Like the far right groups disproportionately have higher totals in these counts, right? But I don't think it's a little bit silly. Like when it's not, I think it's like 82%. I gotta pull up the article, is from far right extremist groups in this country compared to the far left. So I don't even know why this is an argument. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mother. Hold on, Jordan.
He's itching.
Guys, hold on a second, man. Please let me get through the queue, and then we'll go popcorn style, and you can beat each other up. I won't sign. So there's been some things, and I'm not going to really get into specifics, but this labeling of somebody that's trans as a groomer, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't agree with that. I do think there needs to be a dialogue, and there needs to be some parent interaction and how they feel. I don't think it's a complicated situation. I think it's a communication situation.
Jay, can I say something on that?
No, hold on, Adams. Adams, you gotta hold on, man, because everybody keeps interfering and it's fucking up the queue. So I'm gonna go to Rafa, and then we're gonna go. Then we'll go popcorn, and then we'll go shucks, and then popcorn stuff. Rafa, how you doing? Rafa, are you there? All right, Rafa, you can just hang out with the cool kids. Shucks, how you doing, Shucks?
Hi, I just came to support the beautiful MG. Sorry, I don't have anything to add right now. Let me listen for a bit.
Anybody that supports MG, I support. Ooh, all right, guys, we're going to go popcorn style. I'm going to ask for a one mic policy. If anybody comes off the mic when somebody's speaking, I'm just moving you down. So we're going to go Jordan, then BT. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, so I shared 2 articles. One talks about, I think they're both peer reviewed. The second reference is a peer review from a popular psych publication. And the first one, again, mentions that for the past 3 decades, the far right have been certainly the most violent by far. Now, to the defense of people that are ardently opposed to what I said, I also shared an article because I'm open to new information that shows that the far left, in terms of personality profiling and psychopathologies, they're linking. I don't want to get into the whole narcissism thing, but I just did. But the notion that the far left, essentially, let me just say that extremists of any type are particularly dangerous, lacking. What's kind of notable about the second one is that the far left, and this may also hold true for the far right, but the second one said that the compassion that you might expect does not exist. So in other words, if you're far left and you're extreme and violent, just like the far right, you probably lack the altruism that might be expected of you. It's really more about your own psychopathology that is problematic. And this is epidemiological. It's not clinical to suggest that those people who shot so-and-so were suffering from this personality disorder. That, yeah, go ahead.
Jordan, I can guarantee you at least 92% of this room has no idea what you're talking about because you're using words nobody understands.
Okay, well, the articles are in the chat there.
I love you, Dr. Jordan. I'm over here cracking up because I'm like, God bless him. I don't know what's going on, JB. What is happening? I love you, Dr. Jordan.
I love Jordan too, but he says words. I'm like, I don't have time. And then he moves on to another word I don't understand. And I'm still looking up the first word. Psychopathology. I'm like, bro, there's crazy people. We get it. Let me go to Adams and then BT because Adams is the patient. Adams. BT, I got you, but Adams, he asked me earlier. Get Adams.
Oh no, I just wanted to comment.
Are you in the bathroom?
No. So I just wanted to comment on the trans women thing. Like, it's crazy. Like, I feel like people have kind of gone off this ledge of sanity where, you know, the sun comes up and they want to blame trans people. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of the trans community, but at the same time, if you're going to have a conversation about gun violence in America, I would start with young, disgruntled white men. People need to stop pointing the finger at trans people.
Thank you, Adams. BT? Hold on, Corey. I'm going to come to you.
No, Corey, go ahead, because he's bouncing off of Adam, so I'll allow it. Go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah, Corey.
Okay, so I know someone that's post-op trans. It was with them when the Leah Thomas thing broke. Absolutely pissed. Doesn't think it's right. Jenner doesn't think it's right. They spoke about the movement that's the far left, we'll call it, in that demographic, and there's a divide. They do not agree, and this is this person's words. Post-op person literally said, those people are fucking it up for us all. And they're right, because this person lives their life as they live it. They don't care. They're not pushing anything on anybody. But then you have the ones who are trying to shove it in everybody's face that they don't like. And I'm telling you, I live 2 miles from probably the capital of the state, might be the freaking country for a gay community and where the LGBTQ community is. And I'm telling you, here it's very prevalent, and there is a divide. And so even amongst the trans, it's not just, all trans are on the board on the same ship. So when we're in this debate talking about it, it's not a one-size-fits-all, even in the trans community. There's a difference in those that are trying to say, we need to allow this to happen. And I know these people have talked about, they don't like the schools getting involved. They think it should be a parents thing. And that's from somebody who's post-op.
Hey, Corey, but you know what? Just like everybody, if you're a Democrat, that are on my stage right now, they're definitely not far left.
Yeah, like you and I can both agree, like the far left party, the one that's a Manchin and everybody's talking about it, that's causing everybody to leave the Democratic Party, is not the Democrats. But it's not at all. In the far right, the conservatives do not identify with the white supremacists at all. And that's where this whole label, this is why the label is wrong. We can't do that. It's not fair. Most of us really are more of the center. You know, you break it down, you divide the people, you have these little facts that are fighting amongst each other. It creates an allegiance to the party over the greater good, you know, and that's what's happening here, I think.
Bro, I couldn't agree with you. Hold on. I couldn't agree with you more. Bro, we pick our parties like we pick our sports teams and we stay loyal to them. Corey, unfortunately, bro, I'm a Jet fan. I'm never going to be anything other than a fucking Jet fan. But people have the same mentality in this country. My family was Democrat, so I'm going to be a Democrat. My family was Republican, so I'm a Republican. Yes, sir.
Did you hear what they did? They're moving our game Monday night to Comedy Central. Jets Dolphins. We're going to Comedy Central because nobody's going to want to watch it.
No, nobody's watching that game, bro. The Jets might actually win a game. Let me go to BT. BT?
Hey, thanks for constantly pushing me to the back of the line. So
don't start that shit. Okay.
Yeah, well, chill out, man. Hey, can I land here? I just started. So again, oh man, that trans thing is really tricky. I didn't know that y'all had that issue, Corey. I couldn't imagine looking at it that way. But I literally forgot what I wanted to offer. So,
so blame the white man. Madison.
Well, you know.
BT, by the way, BT, I really like your energy. I do your follow, man. I think you're cool as fuck. Madison.
I just wanted to say bravo to Corey and self-correct because I said that nothing would change Corey's mind and that I didn't have anything to say. And I just heard him say something amazing. And I just wanted to own up to that and say that, it's all about dialogue and the exchange of ideas. So I appreciate what he just said.
And that's why I said earlier, Madison, there's a lack of communication. People listen to respond. They don't listen to learn. And when we take a breath and take a step back and we all listen to each other to learn from each other, bam, we become really fucking powerful.
People listen for whatever reason, but they don't take anything away. You have people who get PhDs, but they didn't listen with their heart. So they really don't, put a lot into the work. I just wanted to piggyback on the conversation. And that is that, like I said, I've dealt with both because I'm into the best candidate. But when it comes to LGBT, the white man does make the decisions. He does, whether everybody sways in that direction or not. As far as left and right, your right would definitely be more based on color. They would have their race. They would have their own subset of groups. Whereabouts in the canvassing schedule, and they're extremists. I even had a threat while I was canvassing, like that. And so of course I'm going to look at the left because I'm showing up for the meetings. I'm meeting you when you tell me to meet you. I'm moving my car all over the country when you tell me to. My schedule. And so with the left, all I can say is nobody's safe. And as far as big media, Trump has been reduced down to they have to send calls to your cell phone because of big media. So that is why he is really liking the fact that people are getting into Rumble and Warner, Chappelle. They're thinking about merging or selling like that. And so, and lastly, Charlie could have the protection or something. But I was looking at YouTube while you all were talking last night, and they said that is how Turning Point operates. They no fee when they're ready to make. They're gonna make a move. I yield my mic. I'm getting ready to hop in the show and listen for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you for your share. A couple of things. I just want to push back a little bit. I believe Utah is a very red state. He was offered by a security team about a month before he was assassinated. For them, they suggested to him to put a bullet-resistant glass around his tent, and he turned it down. He said, "I'll get back to you." Never got back to them. So, and I'm not blaming Charlie Kirk. I'm just saying that's what I heard.
Yeah, because they said that. They said they the type when they ready to make their move, they not really, pressed about extra protection, and that bullet could have went straight and hit anybody. And see, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. No, because I've gotten more protection than that on a good. So, but they said that's the reality of what you just said of the movement, because it's a real living. She's a real living person. Turning Point by Charlie Kirk now.
Thank you so much.
And he also wants to work. What do you guys think about? He wants to work with Black people. He contacted Smiley Davis just before he died, and he wants to talk about
the person that tried to assassinate Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Young white man. I don't know if he was in college or had finished college, but he's a college-age kid.
As a man.
Okay. And let me just say this. Adam, you just threw me off my square, man.
I was saying that there's the college-age kids. Were you trying to say?
I was going to say this problem that we have in this country, health, and they had mental illness. And obviously, they were fucking lost in their mind if they took the actions they took. But how do we get here, Madison? And how do we fix it? Madison, are you there?
Okay. Yeah. Did you say something to me?
Yes.
What did you say, Jay?
I was saying that the young man that tried to kill President Trump in Pennsylvania, the young man that just killed Charlie Kirk, there is a problem. And I, you know what? I've never had this, Madison, I never had the conversation. Why is there a problem in the white community with gun violence, especially amongst young white men?
Can I push back on that?
Can I finish? Thank you. So, you know why I've never had that conversation, Madison? Because I don't know, I wouldn't even know where to begin or how to unfold that. So, Madison, why do you think there's a problem? Then Barry is very hyper to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that that's a little above my pay grade, but I have been aware of it for at least a couple of years now. And as young men, and part of it is the fact that, we're a patriarchal society, but roles have changed. Women are becoming more and more independent every single day. And what I'm hearing is that men don't exactly know what their roles are. They keep us looking at other stuff while people getting shot. And maybe had that been the focus instead of DEI and all the other buzz things that are being talked about. Imagine if that's what was being talked about, on social media and some of these pundits and some of these podcasters and everything else. We might have been able to prevent some of this stuff, but unfortunately, it has to get to this point. Smirkanish talked about it for the first time. I heard him talking about it on his show. But there's some articles out there. So I think the first part, JB, is just...
Can you cash in your pink ticket? Yeah, Barry, the mic is yours.
I mean, you don't gotta be a dick, but
okay, I won't be. Okay. Carlito, how you doing, Carlito?
Off to Google.
I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, okay. I think I'm just going to address the title shortly. I don't think it's a far right or far left problem. I think we are funding genocide, and that genocide is coming to the, to the youth. So the youth mind is fucked up. It's not a white or black thing. I think it's an American problem. Inherently, we are funding live genocide right now. So it's driving all of us crazy. All American, left, right, young, black, old. So until we solve our foreign problem, we're gonna have more problem domestically. And that's my thought. So I say this humbly as a black immigrant. So we have a foreign policy problem, and that's what's coming domestically.
Thank you, Carlito. Before I go, Corey, I see you, Corey. Hold on. BB, you wanted to say something. I saw you give him the X. Why'd you give him the X? BB? He must have stepped away. Go ahead, Corey, and then we go to rumor.
I think what we have an elected leadership issue here. We have people in politics. Good example of it this week was the Cory Booker and Cash Patel. For instance, Cash sat and listened, didn't interrupt, let him say what he was going to say. He was done. It was his time, and all of a sudden, there's this outlash and yelling and screaming. And when we see leadership do that, it starts telling the people how to act. No different than kids start acting like their parents. If their parents are ones that back talk and all that, they're going to back talk to the teachers. Now we have a society watching elected officials literally yelling and screaming at each other instead of showing decorum. They're telling people to go fight in the streets. They're literally, see, the beautiful thing about it is they can say they literally played a video of a Democratic leader saying that somebody needed to get shot. So I think it was Hakeem Jeffries. And he didn't address it. They said, what do you think about your constituent saying this? Ignored it and went on to something else. Because they are going to say, there needs to be blood in the streets. They finished with that, right? What we didn't say go shoot him is the deniability of the politician, but they're telling the people who are going to go to jail to go do it, and they know that the extremists, someone out there will do it. That's what has to stop. We need to start having some accountability with politicians who say irrational things like this. I mean, once we have decorum. Joe Manchin, listen to the things he's saying. John Fetterman, listen to the things he's saying. They're the two most sane people on that party, and I think those two should run together. They would win. They're good. Down the middle.
I like Fetterman, but he has no chance because he's so pro-Israel. But I'll say this. Hakeem Jeffries is my representative. I really, with every molecule of my being, believe he's a good human being. He's a horrible politician. Right? You don't hear anything from this guy. Anything. But I'm putting him in the position that he should be in because he should have a loud voice at the table. Just my opinion. Crystal, how you doing, Crystal?
What's up, JB? How Madison? So Madison, how are you all? Everybody else?
Doing fantastic. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You want to chime in?
I do. Couple of things. I think for real, we have to be genuine when we have these type of conversations. Not that it makes it right, but you have so many people doing the examples that you gave, Corey. Right, left, up, down, like in the middle, whatever party, like you have so many people doing it, right? Where again, it's not right. We should all have decorum speaking with each other. Despite if we may disagree, we have to reach across the aisles in so many different ways. So that's, I think, to be like genuine and saying this for real, that's not just a one political party type. They both are doing it, and it's disgusting. But to your question, JP, I know you asked a question about you and Madison were engaging, and you did ask the question, why do you think
there's an epidemic of young white shooters in America?
Yeah, you know why I think that? And this is from the most respectful place, y'all, I swear. So many, I see where so many young white men who become shooters, this isn't their first rodeo. Like, they've done things before. They've gotten slaps on the wrist, never been really held accountable for the things that they did, and then it spirals into something big or egregious, and it's, okay, well, they did it now. I think it's a problem for sure with white privilege, where we can look into different things and see where, okay, well, he's been in trouble, but we're not going to send him to jail. We're just gonna talk to him and put him in the program. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, he's already haywired, and so much is being ignored. I mean, I deal with that.
Thank you. I would try to come up with an example of a black mass shooter. I don't know of any. I'm sure there has been. I just can't remember off the top of my head. But I have to tell you, as the cracker in the corner, I am so fucking sick and tired of hearing these people, and it's the white people, I'm calling you people out, saying, oh, he was mentally ill. That's why he did it. Making excuses, right? I grew up in a broken home. Making excuses. Man, we really have to have that real conversation of what's really going on. Madison?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something occurred to me, because these are the things that we choose to look at, and the things that we don't. Maybe if we didn't get wrapped up into identity politics and banded together, because we all want the same thing. We want to safe places, and there's these mass shootings at schools. When there is pedophilia, when it's straight and when it's gay. Just imagine if we targeted the act itself instead of the identity of the person. They were left, they were right, they were black, they were white, they were straight, they were gay. No, the bullshit that you did was foul, no matter who you are. And if we address that as a society, then we might not be caught up in these circular conversations. And if we held our representatives responsible, left or right, whoever you are, do something about this problem. That's why we elected you. And if we held their feet to the fire and stop going back and forth with this level of division, maybe we could get some work done in terms of doing the research necessary to see where are there mental health problems, and do people have resources to deal with them? Are there warning signs, whatever it is? What are the issues in urban America where guns are being filtered through our community? How are they getting there? Stop them before they get there in the first damn place. And so those are the serious conversations that never actually happen. You know, the war on drugs wasn't even a war on drugs. It's like they could stop that shit if they really wanted to. And so I think we're all just being bamboozled.
Well, let me say this real quick. Crystal, let me just say this real quick, then I'll come to you, I promise. Two things. You brought up a good point, but I'm going to push back just a smidge. And I said, I'm not one that uses mental health as an excuse, right? You grab a gun, you shoot somebody, you know you're doing wrong. But that New York City shooter, and I'm not giving him a pass, he had CTE. He was a football player, had multiple concussions. They said when they looked at his brain, they said he had the brain of like a 90-year-old concussions he had. So I'm not giving him a pass, but yeah, I mean, the dude had some serious brain damage. Here's the second thing I want to bring up real quick. Go quick, Maddie. I'm not a gun lover. I'm not a gun supporter. Nor I'm just going to say take away Corey's guns, because I know Corey's going to jump on me for this one. What I will say is, I think that there has to be better mental health evaluations before gun ownership is approved to anybody. And I don't understand the pushback on that if it's keeping people safe, but you're still getting to keep your guns because you have some sanity in your head, what's the problem? Madison, you want to say something? And I know Crystal wanted to.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick that, people clown California all the time, but I'm very proud of some of the initiatives and the proactiveness of the state itself when it comes to social ills. I know we have huge problems there. I'm not saying that we don't. But there is an app. It's called Saluna, and it's a free app, JB, for kids between the ages of 13 and 25. And I said kids because before 25, you're still a kid to me. And it's a free app for mental health. Like, they can sign on, and you can treat it like a game if you want to. But it's those types of measures that are, prevention based that I think that we could adopt as a society on a larger scale.
I agree. Crystal,
Madison, you said the same thing. So that these are conversations that we must have, but it's so crazy because we all have a good collaboration, even if we are from different sides, different walks of life, right? But we can't be silent. Gun laws definitely would suffice in this day and age, sorry. But it definitely would suffice. We definitely need more help or more stances. No one is saying take away your amendment rights to bear arms, but we have to agree, y'all. We definitely have to push our representatives to do something. I would hate for any of us to get on the stage in this room another time, maybe tomorrow, and something egregious happens at our children's school. Like, that would be, even if we disagree, like, I would hurt so bad for any of you. Like, it's real. Like, it's not
Crystal,
nothing we have to.
Crystal, I agree with you, but here's the problem. I feel it's a problem. Maybe people will disagree. We've become so desensitized to school shootings that either it was the day before or the day of Charlie Kirk being killed. There was a school shooting in Colorado. There wasn't a single room on Clubhouse about it, right? And I'm going to say something that might trigger some of you people, besides the fact that Boston sucks. Three cops got I see you too. 3 cops got assassinated in Pennsylvania. Assassinated. Nobody speaks on these heroes. These gentlemen were doing their jobs. They went to work. They kissed their wives goodbye, and they were blown away. Not a single room on Clubhouse about it. 5,000 was about Charlie Kirk. 5,000. Nobody about these kids being shot in Colorado. Nobody talking about the cops in Pennsylvania. Look, we take our police officers, we take our teachers, we take our fire department, our nurses, we take them for granted. But I think as a country, man, we need to really start doing some serious thinking and some serious communication. Speaking of communication, let me go to Pro Lyrical, Professor Lyrical. How you doing, Professor? And I say that sincerely because he's really a professor.
Man, he said that after you said Boston sucks, but I mean, I'll take what I can get.
Hey, if it don't apply, let it flop.
I like to say Boston's mediocre when we're talking about the Red Sox. Mediocre with a winning record. That's how I like to say it. I was listening to you guys talking. I heard you talking about the far left and stuff, and I would actually, I actually would throw myself in what today is the far left. I don't mean the far left that people think is the far left, but what the far left has kind of been, relegated to with the reassignment of the over push to the right. It's like, if you take religion out of it, and you take really the really, really hot button topics that get everybody hot and bothered, I don't think it's like radical to say that, like, as a call myself a far leftist, like, that I want to, like, fix potholes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like poverty. You know what I mean? Like, people shouldn't be in poverty, right? Like, healthcare shouldn't be bankrupting you. I don't think these are like wildly controversial ideas, even though a lot of that stuff will get pinned as, far left. Like, as an educator, I think, schools that teach facts are probably a good thing. Like, if you can, like go outside and breathe the air, and you don't need to like pay a subscription fee for it. That's pretty good, right? And I think a lot of times that people want to say, the left doesn't like people making money and they're not capitalists and all this stuff, and it's like, it doesn't have to be that nuts. It's like, billionaires can still be rich just not, rig the system. Like, like in sports, we're talking about, like, you can't own the referee, get counted up, like, fairly, like, these big ideas, right? Like let what happens in your freaking, your bedroom. How about that's your own business? You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is like the wild lefty kind of stuff, then it's like, okay, I'm down for that.
Pearl, let me ask you a question respectfully, because I'm talking as a friend now, not that Boston, Brooklyn thing. You have a young son, and I'm not going to dox him, say how old he is. He's a young man, right? Good-looking kid. We've heard on the stage about young kids. Thank God my kids are grown, being indoctrinated with this trans agenda. As a father and as a teacher, what do you think about that?
I don't want to say it's a non-issue, because I don't want to be demeaning for people who that's their issue, but it's just not something on the tip of every kid's mind. My son's not coming home talking about, on a day-to-day basis, trans issues, but I will say that younger people are much more forgivable to the ideas that when we were raised seemed like, it was the boogeyman if you were anything other than, what was right in the middle. If you were anything on the margin, it was just like, ostracized. And I feel like we've kind of slipped back to those kind of things. So I'm not surprised when young people aren't shouting out like, trans issues as like, craziness. Like, they just see people as people way more than maybe that we were able to when we were younger. So
and that was a long time ago for you. But but there was a scenario brought up earlier. I don't know if she's available. Are you there, MG? NG?
I am.
Can you tell Mr. Pro Lyrical that scenario with your son and give him some context and then I'll tell him why I'm asking the question.
I can't come off mute. So my son is now 6 years old. He's in first grade, but last year we had an issue with, the school. The principal sent a letter, informing all parents that the student was, going to be in my son's class, and he is trans. And, my husband and I were kind of taken aback and overwhelmed because we just, quite frankly, we're not prepared to talk about gender identity, gender expression with a kindergartner, right? That wasn't on our bingo card. The way we explained it was obviously age appropriate on a 5-year-old level. And we just explained that this little boy, he's just different. And we have to treat him, nicely and kindly. He's just different. But as a parent, my husband and I talked about this, and we are not going to, we didn't allow our son to be around this boy. We didn't invite him to my son's birthday party. We didn't attend his birthday party. And the reason for that is because we didn't want our son to be confused. And we wanted to have, boundaries. So hope that helps.
Thank you, MG. So Pro, what do you think about that?
I think that parents have to do whatever they think is best. I think like it's 100% not what I would do as a parent. But I hear you. You want your kids safe and not confused. And I think it's the same here. I think like it's just I would have different outcomes. Like in kindergarten, nobody's teaching sex, right? They're teaching like kindness, right? They're teaching like how to share and stuff, right? And I as an educator, granted I'm teaching in higher ed, but I've also taught 9 through 12, which is still a little bit older, but you get the ideas, right? You're sharing a classroom. I think if you're doing that with a trans kid, it isn't really a lesson in identity. It should hopefully be more about just respect. Like my child can learn our family values and learn to treat classmates well, I think. And, if it's just, and I've done trainings with and I've been in plenty with the pronoun stuff. I think that, using a name or pronoun is basic manners for me. It's like learning to say, Miguel instead of Michael, right? And how people can weaponize stuff like that too. So no one's changing my kid by saying be kind. You know what I mean? Like, but I think we can, stop bullying before it starts. Like every kid, I think, wants the same thing. Every parent wants that for themselves, or for their kids. They want a safe classroom, right? Including yours and the trans kids, probably sitting on the sideline. And when we see issues that affect the mental health of those particular kids, it's not shocking or hard to imagine why stuff would happen if that kid is the kid constantly being, sidelined. But parents gotta do what they gotta do. But that's just my.
Thank you, hold on, Corey. Corey, hold on. Double, are you there, Double? All right, I'm gonna go back to Double. Corey, the mic is yours, and then I'm gonna send it.
I'm here. Pro nailed it there. Go ahead.
Sorry. So Double, have you ever worn a dress in your life?
Yeah, that one time.
Did you consider yourself trans?
No.
I'm just fucking with you, bro. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Good to be here.
Who's more? It's good to have you. Who's more dangerous in America, far left or far right?
I mean, the far right is more dangerous because they're more capable. The far left are full of a lot of mentally ill people. I think they're more volatile. I think, though, if they had real competency, they would be far more dangerous. I mean, I think their ideology is more, anti-human, anti-civilization, but they're usually not well organized and effective.
Well, they seemed pretty organized when they shot President Trump and they killed Charlie Kirk. Just my opinion. So you gave the... Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but that's like a one-off. I mean, I do think the security is much more lax with these big appearances than, but seriously, it's not like they didn't even use a drone or any real technology. They used, 1800s level technology. It wasn't sophisticated, but I think, the right would, you could imagine people with drones with like all kinds of stuff.
Thank you, Double.
Like the Las Vegas shooter, put it in context, the Las Vegas shooter, that's more of a right-wing capacity.
Oh, the guy that filled up the hotel room with like 600 guns.
Yeah, and he shot, 100 some people all at once, like from a well-positioned location. The guy was a millionaire, yeah.
Thank you, Agent. And I try not to imagine.
Far left.
Seneca.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on a second. I was going to Corey, then you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Cool.
Yeah, I was going to say pro nailed it. We literally had a first lady that had an anti-bullying campaign she wanted to run, and then we had just vicious attacks on her nonstop. So she literally just stepped back away to avoid the confrontation, which is, let's be real, the mature thing to do, right? Let's just not incite it. She didn't want to be a part of it. Don't blame her. But we literally had a first lady like, this is my platform. Let's stop bullying. And to be honest, I would have loved to see what she'd have done, because you could see there were times where Trump clearly had pissed her off. She wasn't holding his hand. But I like that about her. I mean, you heard one of the first interviews she did with Larry King with her. She was putting him in his place. And she's the type of person who we could have had some movement there. And I do think that the anti-bullying stuff needs to be held a lot as a more serious violation in schools. Hold kids accountable. If their kids get expelled, make the parents foot the bill on where they're going to get to school and how they're going to get to school. Because we had you in a school and your kid wouldn't listen. He was a bully and you didn't do anything, I don't know if you remember, JB, the case where the kid was being a bully on the bus and the dad made him run to school. The next day, after that went by, changed his life around. And you and I both know what his dad did. His dad whooped his ass, right? And then made him run to school even though it was raining. But his dad made him be held accountable. But psychologists were then attacking the dad without knowing anything. That was on Good Morning America.
Oh, Corey, let me ask you a question. That's a great share, man. Do you feel that the government is too involved in raising our children?
Yes, and it bothered me when Biden said that there are children as the government. Yes, parents need to be accountable for their children. And I'm going to be honest, I think teachers get too much flack. Parents don't make their kids do their homework. I know a lot of teachers, and they get yelled at because the kid isn't getting their homework done. And the teachers can't say anything or they get reprimanded. So yeah, I think it's about time that parents start taking back some responsibility in raising their kids and holding their kids accountable. Because all of us on this stage above the age of, let's just say 40, know back in our day, if the school called because you effed up, you're getting an ass whooping. Go pick a switch and bring it in.
Yo, Corey, man, you're giving me flashbacks to what my uncle did to me.
Sorry, brother.
Yeah, when he used to tell me to go pick a switch, bro. Oh my God, he's telling you to pick a weapon of destruction. That's what he's telling you. It's so fucking crazy. Seneca, how you doing, man? Seneca, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm watching the best show of one of the best shows ever, Black Rabbit, guys, on Netflix. Oh my God. The makers are from the makers of Ozark.
Never saw Ozark, but I'll take a peek at Black Rabbit. So let me ask you, who's more dangerous in America, far left or the far right?
Far left by far. It's not even close. I'd rather be in the bosoms of a KKK director than to ever be, within 100 yards of a tranny leftist that likes to shit in their mouth. I feel so much more secure.
You know what's crazy? I believe that he believes everything he's saying.
No, I believe it too. That's what makes it hilarious. This man is comedy.
I do. I feel a lot safer in the bosoms of a KKK director in a sundown town than I do at the DMC. What is it called? A Democratic DCC, a DCC rally.
Seneca, Crystal, hold on. You're in the Matrix. I think Pro Lyrical wanted to push back a smidge. Pro?
It was mainly on you until I heard that comment. Anybody who hasn't seen Ozark, I just generally don't trust. I got to start with.
Wait. Have you seen Breaking Bad? No, Pro. Have you seen
What a good series. It's funny. I'm one of the last people in America to start watching Breaking Bad. I'm on season 1.
I'm going to tell you how it ends.
No,
I felt like I lived Breaking Bad. Say teaching high school in the urban city with us.
In the same space as when you finish all of Breaking Bad. I'll be curious to know if you think where you rate it compared to Ozark, because I've not. So maybe I'll go back.
Ozark was boring. It's only crackers watch that, except Seneca. Okay, Seneca, you want to land your plane?
Ozark is amazing. But you got to get into it, though.
It's up there with Sopranos.
It's a slow start. Yeah, it's a slow start. But yeah, the leftist is pretty much saying that you can't say shit. If we don't like you, you will not be able to make music.
Most people on the left feel about the right, and it would be wild.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, both sides, they have loudmouths, right? There's people that are gonna, get you riled up or whatever. But to me, it's like the danger now with the stuff that I see in daily news when I'm watching comedians get canceled left and right. It just flies in the face of what you're saying. It's like it's a movement on the right that's using government like a freaking bat. It's not just yelling out stuff like the stupid left can do when they go crazy at a college or something. They're making laws, right? They're banning books, and there's speech gags for teachers, bro, and political takeovers of schools. I mean, threats to yank these TV licenses are happening weekly, almost like that's a legal thing. And you get this retribution talk from the top. It's more than just what we're talking about, culture war stuff. That's actual muscle. That's actual mafioso kind of stuff. And the recent stuff, and people may not like to hear it, but it doesn't seem, it's thinly veiled. It's this Christian nation branding, Bible stuff that we see that, maybe I just see that on my news feeds, and but maybe you don't. When I see Trump Bibles for sale, and Christ is King rallies and judges quoting scripture, so if you're not with them, you're against God. That's a tough argument to win, right? That's how you bless the punishment kind of stuff, and you get this mob boss stuff leaning on media and doing all this, let's go reward all these friendly billionaires, right? And, promising to go after the enemies. And meanwhile, you get this body count from the political violence. It skews right, not left. So yeah, the campus, shout down stuff is whack, but state power to me is more of the chokehold. And it looks a lot like fascism. What we're looking at, it's not a fancy like word that it's when a strong man in a cult, right? And the cops and the laws, they're all lining up to smash dissent. You should be pretty fearful, whatever side you're on, if that gets weaponized and becomes normal when somebody else is in power. That's overreach and it's a threat, bro. And that's why I see the right side as worse, because they seem to be enjoying and smiling while doing.
Sorry, no. It's okay. You are. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So, Pro, I'll make a bet with you. If I win, you get me any Mets jersey I want. You win, I'll get you any Celtics jersey you want. That this deal that ABC's doing with ESPN is going down the drain now. I guarantee you.
Oh, I'm not taking that bet. I agree.
If Jimmy Kimmel gets on air tomorrow night, ABC's that deal's done. 100%.
He's going back on air.
Yeah, they didn't think about this many billions were going to get lost with.
How you doing, Free? Free range, are you there? Free? All right, guys, no popcorn styles. Respect the one mic. Oh, there's Free. How you doing, Free?
Hey, what's up, guy? I'm hanging in there, man. I'm just listening for now. I am going to respond definitely to what Political said, but I'm a little busy, so I'll just be listening in the background for a second. But appreciate it. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you as well. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style, one mic policy. Everybody gets a chance to speak. Everybody but Double Agent. We don't talk to Canadians in the show. No offense, BB. Nobody has anything to say? Adams, I know you got something to say.
Well, I mean, I said everything that I need about kids staying safe at schools. To put metal detectors that would be adequate for America's schools, it would cost about $980 million. So again, when people want to look at the scale and look at the mirror and look at reality, fat people are actually, holding us back from keeping kids safe in America.
Well, there's that take. All right, nobody got nothing to say? All right, guys.
Hey,
Corey?
JB, I wrote this down in the small community I used to live in, how cheap it would be to actually put security in the schools. And there were multiple schools in that small community. And when you look at vets and all the other people that could use a job like that, you could put them in a canine. And I'm going to tell you, a canine smells it before they walk in. A dog is coming. The dog isn't afraid of getting shot like a cop might be, like a security person might be. That dog is coming. And when that dog is coming, it's coming fast. And it's hard to shoot a moving object, right? And these dogs would be a simple solution. It would be an affordable solution. And we know for a fact that 2 shooters have already said they went to a different location because there was no security there. So just having security there would be a major thing to do. And it would sure put a lot of people in positions, you could give them a tax-free income too. There's a lot of things that you could do to give benefit to these people and not necessarily have to pay them as much. You give them a tax. It's just like a government job. And I think if you did stuff like that, you could make our schools so much safer. Look at when was the last time a courthouse got shot?
If you put metal detectors in the school, you can reduce gun violence in schools up to 80%, Corey. I just looked at the numbers.
Yeah, I agree. You know what, Corey? I've been saying for years, we have. For me, I look at America, unfortunately, through a tainted view in the sense of we have overpopulation in our prison systems. That's one thing that needs to be rectified. That never will because there's too much money involved. And how we treat our vets. And how we treat our America is vile, bro. And I've been saying for years, why don't we put some of these unemployed vets who could pass some kind of mental competency tests in these schools because they're already patriotic. They're going to protect these kids with their lives, right? And it would build their self-esteem. But why would we empower our own?
Yeah, JB, if you look at it, you could literally it could be pennies, per household, because a lot of households don't have schools. Say it's $10 per household. Got a deal, so it's covered. Whatever. There's so many ways to actually affordably do this that it just doesn't makes zero sense not to do it. And like I say, and a lot of these vets, if they had that canine unit, that's a great companion for them too. You're right. I know personally from a few situations where there was suicide talks with some vets that were dealing with PTSD. And 2 officers showed up at one of the places. Both of them couldn't get the help at the VA. One, it was the officer's husband. The other one was the officer themselves. both pulled me aside, gave me the number for somebody that could help these gentlemen. And it was the same person, but they can't get the help from the vet. Now you tell me why this person has helped so many vets. Why our VA isn't saying go to who you want, just get the help you need. That's got to change in America.
Absolutely. I could listen. You get zero pushback from me. All right, guys, I'm gonna close the room because I gotta get going. Kitover to all my friends, even my non-Jewish friends. Happy New Year. That's what I'm saying to everybody. Happy New Year to everybody. May this year be the best year, the sweetest year of your lives.
Great room, JB.
Thank you, Jay.
As
Thank you,
always,
guys.
good night.
Good night, guys. Later.
Great room, JB.
Farms, even not gonna drink milk. The milk farms, everything. Even a lot of these red states, they're going with Trump. They want to vote fucking right. Listen, I don't want to piss people off, and people hate when I'm in the space. Like, I can only tell, like, all right, so listen, you guys, a lot of you guys in here are white, so you want to know your experience.
We don't give a fuck about race.
We don't need illegal immigrants and immigrants when this country was based off of the backs of white and black and brown illegal and legal people here.
That's a damn lie. You're not finna disrespect us like that. Check this out, bro. We feel like that.
I never said black Americans. Hold on. I don't know if I can say something. It's the Times Square show. You guys are done with the VP, you really got to be fuck off, VP. I'm forward 25 seconds. Stay on fucking mute. You'll see you're trying to fucking respond.
Shut up, nigga. Now, can Alvin, you was asking.
Yeah, I'll flash the fuck out of you in real life. So watch your motherfucking mouth.
Hey, you won't do shit, pussy. What the hell? Where you at, bitch, nigga? Hey, yo, can I answer, man?
I'll send you the dress.
Hey, bro, it ain't that serious. We don't do shit. Hey, bro, watch your mouth talking to me like that, nigga. You don't fucking know me, nigga. Watch your fucking mouth.
VP, answer the. Go ahead and say what you were gonna say. And
we're gonna go to Shark here first. Give me the back chat, buddy.
Why you can't tell Haitian to stop?
It's spicy.
Hey, yo.
Okay, you guys. Everybody, calm down. Stop. This is a conversation.
Don't wave me, pussy. You can tell me where you at.
Hello. Okay, listen. I'm not kidding right now. Okay, because I will close this room up right now. You guys, calm down. We're just having a conversation. It is really not that crazy. It's just not that out of the line. So can we just continue on with the conversation? What were we talking about? Who's next?
He was talking to me, and I was trying to answer. Every time I talk, three people start talking.
Okay, so BP is next.
It was me.
BP. What's next? I'm looking at the lights. I'm looking at who came out first.
Yeah, so, and then you can add the Times Square Shark after that.
Well, thank you. So,
okay, then B.
Drastically because white Americans would not accept immigrants, so they pushed them into our black communities. Now our communities are literally erasing, not only because of white gentrification, but because of all those immigrants being pushed into them, so much so we don't recognize our neighborhoods that we were raised in anymore. You can't just keep trying to make us say this is okay and try to have a voice of reason, especially for illegals, to just come in and act as if they built some of this that couldn't have been done at a better wage. And I think y'all have to stop trying to manipulate our heartstrings and our voice of reason, because you're basically telling us to go against what our brain has been seeing, because we're from here and been here so long. And that's just not going to happen. I don't care how harsh it sounds, how mean it is. I'm not finna keep championing more immigrants coming in this country. It just doesn't make sense for actual Americans.
Okay, now check this out. Now, he was asking me the last 15 years they was being productive. The last 15 years.
Omari, go on mute.
The last 15 years, they undercut our wages. They work lower. Okay, the last 15 years, the company's been breaking the law, breaking the work law. And then I got this one place in Georgia. They had a big chicken farm, right? After ICE did a raid and got like 200 illegals, the black dude came through, and the news report asked him, say, hey, why you never work here? He said, the blacks in the neighborhood always put applications, but they never hire. So, Pop, what you were saying earlier, that, tell me this, they production, but black people will get out there and pick oranges, pay us the right pay. Black people will get in the fields and work. I mean, we hard workers. Yo, we work. What is you talking about? 400-something years we've been doing this. You've been doing it for 15? Come on, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody say on me.
Well, who's you? All I'm asking you, bring it to me. You need to bring it to the white farm, the white owners farms. That's what I'm talking about. You coming at me, I'm referring to, and I'm going off of what you're saying out your mouth. First off, in Georgia, if you have a lot of black people that's going for those jobs, they are going to choose people that is illegal because they could pay them low wages and get a profit on return. So
Yeah, I think BT, go on mute. Go ahead, D.
Okay, yeah, so the Times Square shark here.
Hold on. That's what
he was next.
Yeah, that's what I'm not done. That's what I'm saying to you. You need to bring that fire that you're bringing to me. Go bring it to the white people that own those farms that you need to go get the jobs from, and then join a union, get your worth, and get the illegals out of there. That's what you need to do. That's my point.
Go ahead, D. No. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, amazing. Appreciate it. So I hope to give an educated perspective here, or something that's basis of reality. The basis of reality is that the major cities like New York.
Threw him down.
Somebody did a nice marksmanship. The base of reality is, I don't know. The base of reality is, them people will miss
nobody down.
Okay, so you know what? Hold up for a minute. Hold up. You know what, you guys? Okay, I'm back. This is getting out of hand here.
Talking. I'm moving around my house.
This is getting out of hand.
Okay,
I'm back. Sir.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I just wanted to make
sure. I really.
Okay, sweetheart. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, sir. Go ahead. So you can. So go ahead and say what you were saying.
So I mean, the thing is that the major cities have lived off of an immigrant, I will say mostly illegal immigrant labor class right? And so if you're just going to all of a sudden upend the entire labor class that all the rich people live off of, it's annoying and it's ridiculous. And so, I mean, this is done in some kind of like A-team. It's Trump, it's Elon, listen, I'm a 6'1" alpha male in a suit as well, but I can be humanitarian. I can have it in a gradual way. I can have things that, listen, start with, sure, like the gang members, you got to go, man. The gang people got to go. And Aragua, I met somebody from Venezuela who knows what Trinidad Aragua really is, and he knows the president's funding it. Cool. So get rid of some stuff that has been lingering for a while that needs to, but people doing yard work, people doing food service and that type of thing, make some kind of humanitarian way that they can pay a fine over a period of years or something, not just deport them out of their country or throw their kids out, or it's just so disgusting and so unhumanitarian and not how I would have done governance, but I'm out of politics now.
So the issue with what you said is, and you said you're going to be educated more than everyone, but interestingly enough, you completely misunderstood it. Actual Americans own landscaping companies like myself. And we actually know millionaires who own landscaping companies. And I had to close my landscaping company down in 2021, actually, because I couldn't afford to pay my guys a livable wage in contrast to what the illegals were charging them. And it was faster. I ain't gonna lie, it was faster. But the point is, so when you say these things, it's like you're not making sense and you try to minimize it to just cutting grass. When landscaping is a very lucrative industry, y'all need to take it into account.
Let him finish, please.
And again, that was not my primary income. I opened to hire my cousins and my friends who weren't doing anything around the hood. And I had to literally let them go because I couldn't afford to pay $10 an hour. I couldn't.
But see, that's a failure of policy.
You guys,
that's a failure of
hello,
policy.
sir.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Specifically because of the prices that I had to charge tenants, regardless of quality of work.
Okay, so I really don't know how we got on immigration, and I'm thinking we should be done with immigration right now. I need to have Haitian play Donald Trump's speech or whatever it was, press conference. I don't know what it was. But he went off the rails and said crazy stuff. Oh, the lights are back on. And said some really crazy stuff. So I would appreciate if you would play that Haitian and get us back on track with the room. Welcome to the 420. And the title of the room is What the Fuck Donald Trump, RFK, and Stephen Miller Do. We need to get also on RFK, because RFK is also Junior, has also lost his mind. I should have put Junior in there, and said some really dumb stuff today. It's been dummies on crack today in the United States, and especially in the government. So if you have it, Haitian, can you drop it? And I'm going to the house.
Yeah, I'm going to play back right now, President Trump. Play back at the White House. Sometimes even fighting others. Go ahead. What's worthless to us?
Yeah, so just real quick. So illegals don't make demands on income. They take what they can get. All illegals in the discussion.
Because they're breaking the law.
Hold on. I'm just connecting the speaker. Give me a second.
I think it depends on what they're doing, because when I
breaking the law.
The move, they might be, but if I need them, shit, I'm gonna pay what they asking for.
So give black man grace like that too when we break the law.
Ooh. We different.
Oh, that was interesting. I kind of love that.
Yeah, it was, but he don't know what kind of grace. He don't know what kind of grace I have given. Black men. He don't know what kind of grace I have given.
No, I'm speaking in general.
Okay, because I thought you were talking to me, because I was.
Because everybody's so sympathetic towards those illegals, be the same way towards us. Because we've been screaming and hollering.
Well, no, you can't do that. No way. You can't do that. That's not part of the plan.
Who said that? Was that Alvin?
Yeah, that's not part of their plan, man.
Alvin, did you vote?
I voted for Donald Trump. I voted for Trump.
There you go.
Okay, then stop whining. You got to put the facts.
I ain't whining.
Wait,
This was before Trump. What are you talking about?
Hey, yo, Trump making a way for us. Trump making a way for the blacks. Trump is making a way for the blacks to resurrect the black woman.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm going to go
so we can get off.
Me and all my friends have went and got construction licenses. One of my homies is getting his general contractor's license. It's going to be a lot more black.
Mute the stage. Can you guys really hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
great.
There is a lot of black construction.
Thank you. So,
Period. BT. There is a lot.
what the hell? You guys are some you know what, mods? Drop your fucking self if you can't control yourself. Seriously. Haitian's been trying to.
We can't hear you.
Lisa's in the Matrix, but Haitian, go ahead and play the clip.
Jesus.
Haitian, can you play the clip?
And you know where we are over there. Everybody, we're getting some Trump playback right now, President Trump playback at the White House.
Haitian, we can't hear.
We're not talking.
Gotcha. The members of the Congressional Black Caucus to the White House.
That's the wrong one.
We're gonna have a lot of meetings over.
When you drop, bro.
I very much appreciate
No, you want to hear the RFK tape. We got that after. That's the wrong one.
Nah, she said this one and then the RFK.
Oh, okay. My bad.
And send me the RFK one then.
Okay, I'll fast forward.
Beautiful thing, baby.
Focus on improving.
All right, boys and girls, are we ready?
Let's go.
Conditions for African American citizens. This means more to me than anybody would understand or know. Every American child has a right to grow up in a safe community, to attend great schools, to graduate with access to high-paying jobs. America has spent trillions and trillions of dollars overseas. I guess I heard just recently in the Middle East we've spent, as of about 2 months ago, $6 trillion. $6 trillion. And you know where we are over there. While neglecting the fate of American children in cities like Baltimore, Chicago, and Detroit, African American citizens have given so much to this country. They fought in every war since the Revolution, and they fought hard. They've lifted up the conscience of our nation in the march toward civil rights, enriched the soul of America and their faith and courage, and they've advanced our country in the fields of science, arts, and medicine. Elijah Cummings, who was here about 2 weeks ago, who I happen to think is a terrific man. I don't know if you'll say that about me, but I will tell you, I really liked him a lot. And we were talking about drugs and prescription drugs. And you go to Europe, you go to Canada, you go to other countries, and you buy them for what you pay in this country. And that's been a very big subject for him. And it's a subject for me that is very important, that we're going to either do it in healthcare, which I think we're going to do it in healthcare, or we're going to do it separately, but we're going to bid out drug prices, and we're going to try and have the lowest prices anywhere in the world from really the highest. And that's not only the drugs, it's prescription drugs, but you go out to stores and you go even in any community, rich or poor community, and you look at the kind of drug prices that we're paying, and it's really unfair what's happened in our country. So we're going to be instituting a very, very strong bidding process. We'll probably need some legislation, but we're going to do it regardless. We have to do it. And we're going to get drugs way down, way down. Some people think it's as important as the healthcare measures being ripped off when they need drugs. They need prescription drugs. And we're going to take care of that situation. So again, I very much appreciate you being here. It's a tremendous honor for me, and we're going to work on different things. We're going to see if we can get a lot accomplished. And with that, let's get going. And thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
God bless America.
He just cooked. Like, what can y'all, like?
God bless America.
No other president.
God bless Donald Trump.
What did he cook?
God bless Donald Trump.
Fried chicken, collard greens, macaroni.
Hey, yo, no, what he did? He dealt with the issues. He dealt with the issues at hand when he was talking to them brothers. Whatever they dealt with, he said he's gonna get it done. That's all. If we got all them sellout blacks up under him, up there want to look out for illegal immigrants and want to fight for illegal and want to give all our money to illegal immigrants, when Trump trying to say, yo, I'm opening the market. Oh man, this is your time, bro. He asked Jim Brown in his first Trump. I'm about to land. Yo, just like Trump did his first term. Jim Brown, he said, Jim, what you want, Jim? Anything you want.
Yeah, I want to say something here to start. So
okay, one more person come off mic when it's not their turn, and unfortunately, I'm gonna have to change the rules for tonight. When you try to give people grace, they don't respect you.
Yo, I'm out, man. Y'all Trump haters.
You'll have nobody's a Trump hater, sir. You'll be the first one going.
Why does this guy can't look at me and ask you like that?
Yeah, he needs to go because just crazy.
Why don't you go back to your homeland and fix up your home?
Everybody be quiet. Lisa's speaking.
You know what, Mike, and all you guys, you're being very, very disrespectful.
That was very disrespectful.
You got grace on this stage, you get grace on this stage, but you take kindness for weakness. Then when I turn into the person that you want me to be, it's going to be a problem, right? When I turn into the black woman, they're going to go one at a time, because what Trump said was crazy. And if you think that black people are trying to get money for immigrants taken care of medically, we just can't let them roam around here sick, making everybody else sick. He's sending the ones back that he wants to send back. So what's your gripe now? I don't understand what the gripe is right now. What's the gripe?
Yeah, so I just like to know the summary of the clip. Like, what is the main point that he was making with that?
I don't know what the point is, but they done got a lot of glee out of somebody talking gibberish. So can somebody
I didn't get a point. I mean, I think it's
can somebody else concisely tell us what was the point and what he actually said he's going to do? That's it.
That we built the country.
I ain't brought a shit. I asked him to play the.
And you're mad that we like the clip?
Oh, the motherfucker! Nobody said brackets on me that I haven't tried on and asked you to try on. Don't do that. I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. You the one excited. I don't give a fuck about that nigga because
the thing is that the whole point is there's not a point.
I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. You guys are the one where your pockets are thin. My pockets are not thin. I don't need to be worried about Donald Trump. Whatever he do, he do. What I am worried about is the community, and I'm worried about my community. So if it affects my community, I'm concerned. Other than that, I don't have
about black people and what he wants to get done. And I know he tried. I mean, I definitely know he met with several people.
Okay, this is a response from Jarl Balga, who in the chat in the previous room said, FYI, everybody who used to like you on this app now also hates you and thinks you're a loser. And that's coming from Jarl. First off, I just gotta let you know, I don't care what one single person's opinion of me is on this piece of shit app. It's a great technology. It's a great software.
You said he said something crazy.
The humans here, the people here, the Democrat, liberal, pussy, faggot scum that exists on this app, the atheist, loser Democrats, the Canadian Democrat losers, all of them, they can all go fuck themselves. All of them. I will record them, humiliate them, I will dox them. I will fight them. There's no reason to be here to even have conversations. Publishing them on the internet so everyone around them can learn just how stupid they are and how they waste their time all day long. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't a good place to spend time, but it's a little bit like people going to the casino for free and not having to put any quarters in their machines.
Okay, so
I need these people producing, creating, and that's what I'm doing. I'm using them. You might call me a parasite and them the host, but what I am is a parasite on a parasite. What does that make me?
If you don't know what that is, ask me.
All right, okay. Hope you're having a good evening, Rondo. The number one long-term fan. I can't believe you're here. You listen to Rondo.
So, Haitian, do you have that clip ready to go?
I just got back.
Hey Vincent, nice boat. Reminds me of my boat. I'm about to abandon ship. You care less about it anymore. Bye, boat. Never liked sailing you to begin with. You're a pain in the ass. You fly all the time. Sick of pumping you. Sick of paying the slip fees. Never should have bought you to begin with. You suck. Should have just gone to the beach, done some yoga, had some dinner, and got laid. Fuck that stupid floating bed in a boat.
Very old
What
clip
a waste of money.
because Elijah Cummings was mentioned and he's been dead since 2017.
Elijah
And Donald Trump was
Cummings.
speaking favorably about black people. And he hasn't spoken favorably about black people in a very, very long time. I'm crying.
This is deplorable.
Oh my God! And people are saying that old ass clip. Very, very old, and thank you, Rosalind. We should not.
Just because it's old, it doesn't mean that it's not relevant.
To that clip.
But we're keying. I mean.
Has he done it? Okay, good. I'm glad you came
It's been 9 years.
I'm glad you came off
What
mic.
does that even
So you're celebrating the clip. I'm happy. I'm thrilled that he said something that he was going to do. Has he done any of it?
Hell no.
Absolutely not. Okay. So you like to clap your ass and tap dance. Has he done anything on that clip to support you black?
But why do you do the insults constantly after
I'm just, no,
we're having a conversation?
I told you. I said since you continue to tap dance. Tap dancing is a great thing. We got a lot of
When have I tap danced?
We got a lot of famous tap dancers.
Every time you open your mouth, you dancing.
Just because we have a different because I'm a conservative.
Excuse me, a voice that hardly ever speaks. Is he willing?
Gregory Hines.
Let's go to Don for a second. Hey, let's go to Don.
I want to say something here as a shark, and I want to say, I mean, Trump has
hilarious.
How do you like my hair?
he's done nothing for black people he doesn't care about.
Okay, I want to say one sentence, right?
And I like to help
Can
him.
we get back?
Listen.
Can we
Hey,
get back on
I want to say one
Yeah,
sentence.
of course.
Okay.
And that sentence
Gregory
is.
Hines died.
So much
All right,
reason and hate is
Jesus Christ.
Who is this
Okay.
dude?
Okay, so what I want to say is that Donald Trump made this claim of being the best president for black population since Abraham Lincoln, and that is entirely false.
I mean, inspiring white nationalism, of course, would make you the best president since Abraham Lincoln. Or not.
Okay, can we hear some of the speakers?
From me saying that.
Nice to see you, Alef. Nice to see you. Thank you for
Lisa,
joining us.
is it possible to play a clip of the? I put it in the 420 chat. It's an hour long, but how much you want to play?
Is that the
We
one
listened
from
to it
this
live.
morning?
Yeah. I put the
Okay.
MSNB 4 minute in there too for you. That's what before Malek yelled at me. That's what I was just trying to say that.
Okay, so let me see if I can find it. It's shorter clip of it. All right, you guys.
You look at reality.
You got another one?
America is Canada's little thing, right?
Oh, that's the one I was looking for. Go ahead. It's the one about art. Okay.
Canada is. We're uninterested in Canada.
This is the right one, Mark?
Yeah, that's two.
So the thing is that.
Listen, the thing is, you loser Canadians got to come to America to become successful because in your country, you guys got nothing but barren tundra wasteland of snow and low IQ hockey players. That's you, Jeremy. The fucking loser in a hoodie. The shadow man. The dumb piece of shit Democrat cuck liberal faggot. That's you, Jeremy. Yeah, that's you.
Perfect. Let's double click on that.
I saw you drew blood on that one, John.
I'm sure you figured it out. So John, let's double click.
The medic.
Let's double.
Don't interrupt. Whatever Jews deserve to live in our home.
You're a Hamas defender, bro.
He's a terrorist from
Canadian, but I appreciate I'm talking to Americans, but I'm a Canadian, Randy and Al and John. So
I'm proud of that.
That's
go
okay.
ahead.
I told you you're confused. I called you a Hamas supporter, not a Canadian.
That means you're a terrorist promoter, Jeremy.
Country. You're confused.
By the way, Jeremy, I've reported you to the Department of Homeland Security. Never cross our border again. You're not welcome in America. If you do attempt to cross the border, you will be placed under arrest and probably imprisoned for up to 10 years. I would recommend you never step foot on American soil ever, ever again.
I can respond, Americans, because it's only by all means. When I was trying to respond to you, John, I was saying that, okay, so the vast empty tundra, right? Do you mean all of our softwood lumber that you guys need to build your houses? Do you mean all of our uranium that you need to run your nuclear power plants? Do you need, but go ahead, you fucking Nazi. Go ahead, Nazi.
Doesn't even have the sense to have a viable economy. Great big empty country, and you can't even figure out how to have a viable economy. They're gonna deal with them. We're sick of them.
They'll ruin your country too.
Frank, talk, guys, because I think you guys said some stuff you wanted to get out front, but let me know.
Listen, no one has to ruin Canada. They already have citizens like Jeremy. It's totally fucked already. Don't you get it, Randy? They're already lost.
It's getting worse. Let's put it that way. When they get 2 million people from Gaza, it'll probably be.
I gotta say, I'm starting to think that Trump's idea of taking Canada wasn't such a terrible idea. It sounded crazy, and the more you hear from these Canadians, the more you realize it wasn't so.
Well, a lot of Canadians want.
Who could blame them?
You know why? Because they're nothing but a parasite on our back, drinking our blood, sucking up our resources. We have Congress people that actually make appropriations for Canada.
Obviously, a Zionist doesn't matter joking about killing millions of Canadians.
You're like a member of the KKK talking about Jews. You don't know what a Zionist is. You have no fucking idea.
Nobody talked about killing Zionists. You're an imagination.
Is this just because of your education system that you don't know how to talk? No, but genuine question. Hold on. Wait. Normal.
Can I guys. All right. $100. You don't know what a Nazi is. Even your Canadian fake money.
You guys know how to talk.
Wait.
Do you know how not to be a green bean fascist, Jeremy?
Just talking over.
No, but you asked me how to talk, and we're talking.
What is this called?
Zionist. What's the Zionist, Jeremy? You half-wit, you uneducated.
Well, Norma, you're not subscribed to all the Free Palestine channels on Instagram. You're not being very polite to the Palestinian terrorists who are trying to kill you and all your cousins and uncles and family members.
Start by looking it up, Jeremy, so you stop embarrassing yourself in your own room. You sad, sad little man.
So I'm trying to answer, but again, Eleanor asks me questions and interrupt me when I try and answer.
You smoke too much weed,
all right,
Jeremy.
Let me know, brother. Let me know.
Anytime you can figure out how to use the word, use every day without knowing what it means. Very pathetic.
It's called jealousy. It's called jealousy.
It's called racism. He's a racist.
Listen, it's Jeremy's superior intelligence. It's his IQ. You gentlemen can't contend with his superior intelligence. He obviously knows the truth, and he obviously knows everything. And it's not opinion, it's fact for Jeremy. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
Who doesn't have a problem with your fucking baby cocksucking Jew?
The strongest superpower in American history is called the United States of America. That's who, you moron. You failure. You illiterate dropout failure.
Oh, I forgot we're in Talking Apes, where the people with Down syndrome gather to make themselves feel good about themselves, that they're not totally stupid and pathetic.
The crowd is like,
you don't follow the law, you're the no, forget that. It says if you don't follow. Nobody said to follow a law. I got you. You gotcha. Hey, relax already. Chilling, bro. Fucking swollen. Hey, Allah says if you don't believe in Allah, you're the real loser. Hey, Allah says if you don't believe in Allah, you're the real loser. Allah or
Right.
we happen to be the greatest superpower.
There's too many trials that already prove. You know what? Omari put in the chat earlier today, thinking he discovered gold, and didn't even fucking read the results.
Which one? The NIH? The NIH study?
Yeah.
You're like our little tiny sister. And you know it too. Huh? What? Yeah. Don't you realize that same racist logic gets directed at you all the time? You're literally buying into white supremacy by hating Jews, and you don't even know it. This is why you're such a failure, because you can't think. How come you can't think? Maybe you should stop smoking the weed, Jeremy. And open your dictionary.
Rondell, what's up, Tom? El Norma, when I speak, you interrupt me, and you've done it 10 times, like right now. And so I'm not going to speak to you because all you do is interrupt. So I'm not a fucking idiot. I don't run into walls and then be like, oh, that hurt, and then run into walls again. So I'm not going to speak to you. You're a fucking idiot. What's up, John? What's up, Rondell? What's up, Kaiser?
The victim bullshit. It falls on deaf ears.
Come up here, Kitty, because the stuff you're saying, Kitty, is insanity. It's insanity. So if you're a proud American, Kitty, then come up here and speak it.
Zionism, Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy, I just want to know if some people came across the border and killed you and all your friends at a concert, would your penis actually fall off of your body and your vagina grow in? When did your uterus start making its way up your legs, Jeremy? Why don't you believe in security? Why don't you believe in safety and the law and justice? When did your pussy?
What's up, Jeremy? I can't hear these fucking genocidal cocks. Kitty, listen, and I'm not jumping on you, Kitty. I hear where you're coming from, and a lot of Americans feel the same way. They look at Canada and say, "Pull your weight. We're spending all this money on our military to protect you guys. You guys aren't spending shit. We're literally like your baby daddy or whatever you guys call that shit." I get that you think that, right? But America has never gone to war for Canada. American soldiers have never died for someone attacking Canada and going to war. That's not true when you flip that over, right? No one wants to kill Canadians. Everybody wants to kill Americans, Kitty. Like, you get that, right?
Bro, you're Canadian. Why the fuck would anybody want to kill a Canadian for? You guys are like Bunny Rabbit.
Agreeing with me? Or shitty? Most Republicans, those fucking guys who we just left, what are you fucking talking about, guys? I get the sentiment. Other than Americans, you're right. Tampa, how many times have you teared up because of shit that you've seen going down again?
As many times as you did.
I genuinely hope that's true.
That Yes.
You don't give a fuck either. You think because you're loud and about it, you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about nobody in Gaza. I get it that you're loud about it and you make it seem, but you don't give a fuck.
To what extent, though? Tell me to what extent you think I don't give a shit. And listen, I agree. Listen, I'm not fucking sending 20% of my net wealth over to fucking Gaza. No, but tell me the extent to which you think I'm full of shit. Like when I say that I fucking teared up many times watching videos of those fucking kids covered in blood carrying their fucking 3-year-old sister or brother. Like, do you think that's just like
to that extent, right? To the extent of the fear porn, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you see videos and then you probably like getting your feelings. But outside of the videos, you're like just like every American. You don't give a fuck, outside of the news cycle. Until you see the fucking feed the children ad, and that's when you want to care and shit. But you don't really, you care because it's a talking point, right? It's something that you could beat up on them on. But at the end of the day, you don't fuck. Because they all suck the same dick, too, right? Like, that they're all the same. But you'd rather choose a side and ride with it.
Okay, so let me try and unpack that, right? And again, I'll build bridges, guys. Like, I'm not leaving my family there and work in a hospital. Not that I could, because I'm not medical. But I've given money, to causes over there.
That's I haven't. Because damn well the money don't go over there. So if you're giving money, that's something to satisfy yourself, right? To tell yourself, okay, I did something. Because damn well whatever you send over there means anything, right? So whatever you got to tell yourself to justify that you care, but it's bullshit, right? Because I could tell you right now, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about either side. I don't care. So when I see people be like overly animated about this, I'm like, come on, bro. How much do you really care? Well, you're Canadian, so.
Again, I'll build bridges, man. Yeah, listen, DRC doesn't fucking come up very often. Not many people know that there are fucking African women who are being forced to eat human flesh to fucking live in the DRC today, right? Or the nations that surround the DRC and the instability of that, the politics in Africa. Nobody gives a fuck about that. 27 million people, right? And Kaiser, I'll agree with you, man. I should know more about what's going on in the DRC. I should know more about the impact of the U.S. government pulling so many fucking Congolese, right, guys? I should probably speak to that more.
You need America to be daddy. You need America to say that everyone.
No, dude. That's not you. You're not hearing me. I don't think America has should have to be the fucking daddy and fucking volunteer of the world. You're not hearing me, guys. I'm saying. There's 27 million fucking black Africans who fucking died, man. And I'm up here talking about the fucking 70,000 Gazan men, women, and children, innocent fuckers who have died. And you got black up here talking about Captain Kirk for 13 fucking days, guys. And I got you, a Christian, saying, I don't give a fuck about those 70,000 little fucking kids. And it takes fucking agnostic, white fucking stinky leg cracker Canadian to come up on the stage tell you guys about the fucking 27 million dead Congolese, about the fucking cannibalism? The fuck? My bad. What's up, Kat?
How are you guys doing?
What's up, man?
I'm getting used to having so many conversations at a time now. Usually I'm extremely introverted and just reading through tons of papers, and so I'm breaking it all in, but I wanted to come in from a different angle. I think there's always going to be suffering in the world that just is beyond what we can traumatically endure, I guess is the word. But at the same time, I think we should still be focusing on being community oriented and doing what we can, not trying to boast about, stuff's happening here. And, instead of talking about how much we care about what's happening, we should do what we can and have our grievances, basically. But doing what we can, and acknowledging that there's just suffering that is extremely traumatic beyond like what we would imagine enduring. But yeah, that's what I want to add to the conversation.
What should be prioritized? Like when we say our community, right? Like, is that part of the problem, right? Like when people say, I don't care about those people, but when you hear Andrew, just like cry his little heart out over Charlie Kirk, because Andrew identifies with Charlie Kirk, but doesn't care about the other people. Like, what's your community? Is it everyone on earth? Or like, would Jesus say that your community is all humans? Or would Jesus be like, no, America first?
One analogy that I've been wanting to roll around a bit more is we need to start eating more like wild baboons, but not acting like them. We need to really get our shit together, like as a race, as a species, like a whole species, and harness dominion over the earth. What do you think, Black? How do you make sense of all this? Oh, there you are. Did you disconnect or something?
My phone died.
Yeah, so I think we should do what we can in terms of like focus on what we could do to not just like fend for ourselves individually, but even if we could work with each other.
It like being recorded, aren't you?
Other places that I've now found. Well, I'm just trying to Harvard. All these other scientific institutions, what is your confidence level for their not being able to reproduce this?
Well, look at the Harvard study, because what it did is took 46 other studies, and it said of those 46, 27 show a increased likelihood of there being neurological development problems depending on when Tylenol is introduced. And that's why Patty would play that the doctor, because he taught. I cannot talk to
spread misinformation, so you might.
Hey, friend, go on mute. I'm about to play the other clip. Go on mute. Thank you.
Can I get in the queue too, please? Because I have a comment.
Go ahead, I'll play after you. Go ahead.
No, I just, so I'm neurodivergent. My son is neurodivergent. I think that people want something, a silver bullet offering to give them this false sense of security, to make them think that somehow having a neurodivergent child is that's something that they can protect against, right? A lot of this stuff is genetic, but beyond that, our ecosystem is totally point the finger at Tylenol and not Monsanto and all of the chemicals that they spray on our food and our particular food supply chain, or the lead in the fucking water, or all of these other environmental not intoxicants, the word is escaping me, but
pollutants.
Yeah, environmental pollutants that are we're being exposed to every day. Pregnant women, people are talking about why are so many young people getting colon cancer? It could be a million things. But I just find it very interesting that they're,
may grab the bottle of Tylenol and want to go and codify this or to put some type of federal legislation behind this, but no one is talking about regulating Monsanto. No one is talking about redoing the water pipes to get rid of all of the rest of the lead pipe. Like, there's still not clean water in Mississippi. Right.
If they actually mentioned during that time, also, so they're recommending that in Kansas, that the most effective short duration medical situation.
That was already in place. You know, if you've ever been pregnant, if you during your pregnancy left, they would tell you that you are not supposed to overuse Tylenol. Okay.
Yeah, the what I was responding to was saying that our state conclusion said that as well.
Okay, so let me just play with. Okay, go ahead, sir, because I'm gonna play what Trump said. And he just is a biggest knucklehead. He's a big knucklehead. And then another thing, I got it already, Keita. And then the funny part is, first of all, RFK was doing fine taking the guy out of Cheerios and Puffs or whatever you guys eat, Lucky Charms. He was doing good doing that. Now he in conferences and these press conferences. Go sit down. Concentrate on the dye. You're doing good. You had me in your corner when you were trying to take dye out of Fruit Loops. Now you tripping. So we gotta play with the other knucklehead said, and that's President Donald Trump. So we done for the night with what's his name? Stephen Miller, so I can take him off of the marquee. We're done with his retarded ass, and we can move on to. I'm sure, because he's not done. We're not done with CK because pretty soon we're gonna all have our, you know, those pledges or whatever they used to wear when you go to
those bagpipes.
No, they gonna make y'all wear some shit. They gonna have stuff in the Caribbean.
They gonna have patches on our arm, like this.
Something. we gotta light candles and shit. It's gonna be the CK Bible. It's gonna be all kind of dumb stuff going on with this.
If they get a purse to match with the bag.
Oh, I bet the
I'm wearing
jacket
and a little hat, a little, beret.
This shit funny.
And the Trump credit card is out too, y'all.
USA beret.
There is no Trump credit card.
Girl.
I've seen that, Deborah. I've seen that. It's on his website.
So what kind of credit do you have to get the credit card? What's your credit
You need $100,000.
Yes.
What?
You need $1 million.
It's a buy-in.
That's ridiculous.
You could get a silver coating with the $2 million.
Yeah, nobody's gonna accept that shit. So what is it backed by? So anyway, let me play Knucklehead. We can
The government that's about to shut down.
Oh, they still trying to shut the government down?
Lisa, well, you do have to privately, and because I know you work for a hospital. Will you ask one of your OBGYNs privately?
We did today.
You did? And what did they say?
I was listening to you guys babble. I had one of the GYNs who came in, and I wish I could have recorded what he said, but I didn't want to go to that length. But go ahead. What are you going to say, Trent? Where do you want me to go? Don't have me looking stupid, because I'm not going to ask those stupid questions tomorrow to no providers who've been doing this for 20 years. So what would you like me to ask them?
Just ask them about Tylenol. I've already been told.
We did. We had the conversation. They said, so what's next? They said we already have guidelines by which pregnant women are taking Tylenol and why. And he goes, well, what are they replacing it with? Did they tell you guys what they want to replace it with?
Folic acid.
And
folic acid.
Time, and folic acid.
But not just Lisa, get this, Lisa, not just any folic acid. They're recommending a very specific prescription drug, so you can't get it over the counter. So they're telling pregnant women, go to your doctor and ask for this specific prescription drug, which is basically folic acid.
Oh, somebody's trying to get paid.
I'm sorry. May I ask a question?
There's something else behind this that we don't know, and no doctor is going to listen to RFK. If your doctor is listening to RFK, I suggest strongly that you find another provider.
Also, let me say this, and I know Your Honor wants to speak, so I'll give it to Your Honor after. But the other thing is, this whole correlation doesn't equal causation thing that we've all been saying. That's really important because you have to think about the context in which the Tylenol is being taken. So nobody's taking Tylenol just for fun, right? As a pregnant person, it's particularly taken in the context of a fever. So a lot of these studies have also said they don't necessarily know because let me read, because I actually read this fucking study, hypothesized where during vulnerable brain maturation windows, there are stressors like maternal fever, infection, oxidative stress, right? All these things associated with why people take the Tylenol. So it might be that's also causing, developmental delays or having neurological effects. It's not just the treatment, but the thing that you're actually trying to treat. So with that,
I've been traveling all day. Why are you all talking about our least powerful headache medicine? What the hell is going on?
President,
That's you why. Asking us? You need to call Donald Trump. You need to text him and find out.
I don't know what happened. I'm asking.
We're talking about it because they don't want to talk about the Epstein files, so they have us talking about it.
He wants to know what happened. Literally,
literally doesn't know what we're talking about.
I feel like I came into a room and you guys were all talking about like what were those slinkies or something? I'm like, why the hell are we talking about?
So
what
Trump,
is happening?
So Trump and
I'm getting ready
RFK
to play
Jr.
a clip in a second.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I'm sorry, Lisa.
Go ahead, go ahead and tell him, and then I'll play the Donald Trump portion of it.
So RFK and Trump and some hand-picked doctors and a couple of sad moms had a big press conference today touting the so-called link between taking Tylenol and autism.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so the doctors were a little more, they were like, don't do it. Which is crazy because, let me just say this, which is crazy because if you think about, there are so many negative side effects that can come because this is like the level of the ableism. So if you don't treat the fever, if you don't get the vaccine, blah, 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 we know all the horrible things that can happen. It can lead to miscarriages, it can do this, it can do that. But what they're saying is all of those horrible health impacts up to and including death, that would be better than your kid having autism. That's the depth of the ableism.
I got plenty of people with autism in my life. I just want to say this. There was a reason why episodes of Punk'd only lasted 30 minutes. This is brutal. Someone's going to tell me this was all a joke, right?
I know.
We punked you, Tylenol, haha, was not a funny one? What the fuck is going on?
Well, what's funny is
thank you for telling me what's happening. I appreciate it.
I'll play it for you, Your Honor. And then, you guys, we got to talk tonight about Jimmy Kimmel coming back and how he's refusing to apologize. Kudos for him. And we got to find out what really happened behind him coming back. And then Turning Point is, now that they know that Jimmy Kimmel is coming back, Turning Point USA is urging ABC affiliates not to carry him live when he not to carry Jimmy Kimmel live when he returns to air. Well, there was a reason why they brought this motherfucker back, and we're going to figure it out. We're going to find out why. Okay, so we're going to talk about that, but let's finish up with the crazies.
I'm sorry, but we missed one critical thing, though, and that was Trump actually promoted another drug during it.
Oh, that's the one I want to write down.
The folic acid thing.
Okay, so the folic acid, vitamin
Is
D.
this a new brand to the market of folic acid, or are they just saying any folic acid?
No, they have a specific brand. They want people to request.
Yeah, somebody's getting paid.
Yeah. And also, sorry, I'll be super brief. Sister Tolja brought up a really good point in the other room, which is that if they now burn the name Tylenol, right, and acetaminophen, and people just feel super uncomfortable with that and whatever, what the companies can do is they can change the drug in an insignificant way, like it'll still be the same thing and work the same way, but the change will be significant enough that they can get a new patent. If they get a have the new monopoly because you can only have a patent on a drug for so long until it goes to generic and then people can buy it more cheaply. So they get the new patent, they have the monopoly on the thing, they say, hey, this is the hot, new, safe drug, take this. They make all their money double again. So now they get it's like the Tylenol profits of day one all over again. That's
Yeah, this sounds like somebody got some stock in something, and you could get folic acid over the counter, but I don't know what dosage they're trying to lift this up to, or if it's like a dosage that is abnormal. You know what you got. You take 3. The vitamin is wild. They get ready to pay you ready to
That new drug, Dr. Oz is connected to Dr. Oz. That's what I'm about to say. Y'all watch.
For real. Y'all lay that night.
Late at night when those infomercials used to come on and shit like that, and they have paid products, like sponsored products that celebrities get on, and they tell you, I just literally.
Like the salt, like the woman overdose. Salt.
Yeah, Dr. Oz has been like one of the paid spokespersons for a number of companies that he is trying to get approvals for and get RFK and all of these other motherfuckers to say is okay. And again, let's not forget, these were the same people who were saying that you should take a horse tranquilizer for COVID. Mehmet Oz was one of these motherfuckers, if I'm not mistaken, talking about ivermectin.
Yeah, he was the ivermectin dude, for sure.
So, I mean, not only is the profiteering crazy as fuck, but we had the first death of a child from measles in March of 2025. That's the first death since 2015. And before that, there hadn't been a death from measles since the 90s. And for vaccinations for kids to come to school, which they alluded to today, that they're going to be talking about vaccines because it's vaccines and Tylenol. This shit is nuts.
But get ready, you guys. We're going into the cold and flu season, and I'm gonna just say this before I
Get your vaccine boosters, everybody.
They had the last place that I was working. I was wondering why they requested so many people that day, but they had 7 nurses who tested positive for COVID. So I'm gonna let you know on the East Coast in New York. So let's just get this party started. So 7 people already in this one facility. I guess one person came in and infected the whole goddamn facility. They're already starting to see COVID pop up again. And just go
COVID's back, everybody.
On the East Coast.
COVID is back. Alert, alert, red alert, red alert. COVID is back. Get your boosters. Get your vaccines.
And then there was another story I was going to do before we checked out of here. But let's do this one. Y'all listen to this. We'll chop it up and then we'll move to Jimmy Kimmel because I want to know how he got back on the air. And I know you guys already know. So let me press play for Trump, though.
A questionable warning and frankly directive from President Trump just spoke.
Okay, they called it a directive, not a warning, but a directive.
Oh, as well as his top health officials from the White House. The president saying, quote, Tylenol is not good and don't take it. For a little bit more of what we are hearing on these announcements. Let's listen.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of we say that. Cedar reaction. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated.
I'm
so proud you can say Tylenol. Increase.
He never got it.
So taking Tylenol is not good.
The president there just moments
ago.
Administrator Dr. Leonard Oz and others, all claiming as well there is a link that they say they have found between autism in children and the pain reliever acetaminophen, of course known as Tylenol by its brand name, when used during pregnancy. Now, let's reset here with the facts of what we do know and the science. Acetaminophen is currently considered the safest pain relief option for pregnant women. Administration officials now are advising women, however, not to use it early in pregnancy unless they have a high fever. The health secretary is saying that at this point there are no other options, so the doctors should still use their best judgment, but then went on to warn that they believed as well that this is associated with potential liver toxicity, even claiming it could prolong illnesses in children. The administration, as part of this announcement today, is also saying that folic acid, that's a supplemental, so they know it is.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna go back to that. Linic, I gotta look that up. Linic, Linick, linic acid. All right, that's
a supplemental, so you may know it as a lutein, and it is a way to decrease the symptoms of autism. Secretary Kennedy has, of course, previously promoted debunked theories which link vaccines to autism, and he was beginning, in his words, multiple areas of causation when it comes to vaccines. He claims that 40 to 60% of mothers who have children with autism believe that there is some link to a vaccination. The secretary also claimed that these women have been gaslit, he says, by the science, which has found.
Okay, so which is it? Is it the how do you say that, guys? Acetaminophen. I know how to say it.
He went on to
I was playing with Trump. Okay?
He said mercury and aluminum in the vaccine too.
Yeah, so which is it? Everything causes autism? Well, the water?
80% of people don't know they got autism, they got autism.
Everything causes autism except what Dr. Oz is selling.
Everything causes autism.
There's not a vaccine in the country. And I want to say this earlier, like y'all, I'm not sure if y'all are aware that there is not a single vaccine in the country that has mercury in it.
For real, because mercury is toxic.
And that's thanks to Donald Trump.
While he was on stage talking about, you know, these vaccines, they got mercury in them, and we got to get them off. We got to get them. They're just pumping everything into these beautiful children like they horses.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but this is crazy.
Can you name everything that's in the vaccine right now?
Not okay. These dumbass motherfuckers.
You need to pull everything that's in the fucking vaccine. I know mercury ain't, and you got the fucking president of the country talking about vaccines with mercury in them are being pumped into children and it's hurting children, and ain't a single motherfucking vaccine in this bitch got mercury in it.
Can I just say something about
Joe Biden can't spell mercury.
Yes,
One at a time, Your Honor's trying to.
That's not okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Joe Biden kids.
I want to tell the people on the right something about science. The crazy thing about science is that it would still be true. But if you use science, like you don't get to pretend stuff because then other people can check you. Like the idea that RFK, man of the brain, has magically discovered that Tylenol was secretly hurting everyone, and there was no scientist out there except for these quacks who could come up with the fact that Tylenol was dangerous in this way, doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, do you know how valuable it would be to a researcher to discover that Tylenol was really bad for you and to be able to replicate that in a study? Like, this is why science works. It's because you can test and retest and make sure that something is true. And that's going to be my mediation. Dude, your mic is, I don't know what's wrong with your mic. Your mic tripping today, huh? And you're also talking over people, which is kind of shit. So anyway, I'm gonna land with this. I'm gonna land with this, which is just like look up science, and this is my remedial advice
know that you could die from water intoxication as well? You can drink too much water and it can kill you, right? Did you know that?
They should take that away from America.
This motherfucker got hydrophobia.
Hello, sir?
Hello?
He's not on the stage
Hello?
anymore. I think he to go fix his mic. Brooklyn, welcome to the stage. Did you want to jump in? Son, I see you're
Justice
on.
was next.
He's not on stage anymore. I don't know what
That's the evening get his mic together. He's not here. I just wanted to, reiterate for everybody that's experiencing it, same as me. Like, this is our first dictatorship, y'all. So every day is like we're growing, we're learning more. Okay. So I know this is hard. This is our first dictatorship. We'll be okay. Tomorrow it'll be something else, okay? But today it's Tylenol and mercury that can cure autism with folic acid from a specific company. Welcome to our dictatorship.
All right, guys. So anybody want to jump in? Just the breaking news for the day. We already talked about Tylenol. We're talking about that right now. France recognizes Palestine and calls for UN courts in Gaza. Let's see. Hold on, guys.
Oh, they also said they can open the embassy in France.
Oh, okay.
Palestinians and Israel.
Oh, wow.
like they're gonna welcome refugees, you're saying, or?
Hey, man, they talk.
Okay, so that is news. All right, so let's see. We're gonna talk about Jimmy Kimmel returning after his suspension. Trump signs order designating Antifa. That's another thing I wanted to play because y'all will believe what he's talking about. This man is absolutely insane. Trump signs order designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. Democrats want Trump's border czar. What's the guy's name? The big fat guy. Yeah, they want him investigated over bribery.
I was just getting ready to say that.
And we're gonna see if we can touch that tonight. The UK and Poland vow to confront any Russian aircraft violating NATO airspace. So that should be interesting. Let's see. So far, I think that's anybody else have some breaking news before we finish this up and go to Kimmel?
No, I just want to know if you like my hair.
I saw your hair. It's very nice. You're attractive. It looks good in there.
What will likely happen, because there's protections in both California and Texas for the suits that were federal. Those suits were dismissed federal judge code. And what this will likely do.
What did he say?
He ain't say nothing. Shit.
No, I couldn't hear him. He was breaking up.
You're breaking up.
The class action suit that was dismissed, the 361 families will be able to refile because both Texas and California have protections against federal lawsuits. It's a statute. And so they can re-bring this back up. And now that they have a claim, and because it's coming from the HSS, and InView will have to go through discovery and open up their files. And in those files, very similar to what happened with the ovarian case when they had to settle for $700 million, that they've known had been killing women of ovarian cancer since 1978 because they knew about the asbestos. When they have to go back through discovery, that you will likely find from the animal trials that it's going to show that there is animal laws.
Do we have to go through his predictions of what's going to happen before it happens?
I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
So Trump is going to expose the corruption.
Okay, thank you. We
spreading misinformation. Go ahead.
You got to be the first to predict some shit. We still waiting on the aliens, clown.
Motherfucking
Do you know
aliens!
anything about Donald Trump?
Motherfucking aliens!
No, but I know that. That's not not get on the job thing.
Just drops
I don't even understand
That's what he does.
into the room. I don't understand why you come into a room just to say what you need to say and then say goodbye. That's the weirdest thing.
It's so rude.
Stop
It's
that.
how he centers himself when he does that.
It's so insulting because he's basically saying none of the rest of you have anything to say worth me hearing. But I have something to say.
Right. You're so right, Malin. None of you guys, nothing else that you guys have to say is worth me listening to, but I want you to hear what I gotta say and then peace out. It's like, right.
So Lisa, if I should have missed
He literally only does that in our room because every other room he sits there and conversates with the people, so.
We don't have.
Come on, Lisa, you be wanting to hear that shit.
Yeah, you didn't hear my ever said.
Keep it real, Deborah. Keep it real.
You be wanting to hear that bullshit.
Hear that shit. Bring them on up. Bring them on.
Well, in Trent's defense, he is a hopeless drunk, so there's that.
Right, and the reason we have to. Is Corey there?
Yes.
Corey, what the fuck was that? How you was went from fucking talking about Charlie Kirk to you niggas ain't Indian. What the hell is going on?
Well, Brooklyn, what are you talking about? We get ready to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. What happened?
Let's talk about Jimmy Kimmel.
Talk about Jimmy Kimmel, but that was a funny.
I can give it to you in 3 minutes. I was in a squabble about 2 Sambo-ass, step-infected niggas defending whether Charlie Kirk was racist, white supremacist, etc. And then a known alcoholic on the app called out
Crackhead, not alcoholic, crackhead.
Okay. Whatever the case, so encouraged. That's all. Jimmy Kimmel, please.
Shout out to Jimmy Kimmel is back.
So you guys, can someone tell us before I dig out a clip, what happened? How did Jimmy Kimmel?
Because apparently they had what he said was insensitive at the time, but it wasn't against policy, so they brought it back.
They also were losing about $3 billion a day.
No, it was like $8 billion.
It was like $8 billion.
Yeah, their stock price and the loss of subscriptions.
Oh, hell. So
and people was canceling.
With none of y'all black.
People was canceling their Disney vacation. Disney cruises was canceled and trips to the theme park.
Okay.
I will say this: the smartest thing Jimmy Kimmel did is, as soon as it was announced, he didn't make a single public statement. That was so smart.
Right, and he said he's not going to apologize about the Charlie Kirk statement.
He will have the highest ratings ever tomorrow. He sure is, because I'm going to watch it. I can't wait. I'm watching that tomorrow.
It's supposed to come back when? Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
I think Stephen Colbert needs to meet with Jimmy Kimmel and see if he can get some advice.
Yeah, but also people talking online about, I don't know if you guys said it already, having that money that they were losing to go to fucking PBS, to support PBS, and continue to boycott the shit.
Chili.
Wow.
So that would be nice.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw your note in the chat. Are you looking to chime in about Jimmy Kimmel or something else?
Yeah, he's looking for a Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah, man, I don't like Jimmy. I think Jimmy is a parasite. I think he's just a horrible human being. You know,
He's the wrong person.
Next, right after Hank got here. All I gotta say is that Jimmy Kimmel is a piece of shit. He's not a good person. I wish he could just get Arsenio Hall back. Someone who actually had some charisma. You know what I mean? I mean, at the end of the day, all of these lefty white guys that want to come up on talk shows are just stupid. They're bland and they have no personality whatsoever. Like a wet carrot, you know what I mean? It's just not.
I think on our side, because he likes Arsenio, and Arsenio Hall is black. So go ahead, Ray.
Make America great again. Making America great again is
Johnson. When Daddy Johnson had that damn talk show, I'm telling you, it was the best thing ever. You know, he come out barely talk.
You said it was Magic Johnson show?
Yes. God damn it, let's go watch She-Hulk. Thanks, sir.
That accent was terrible.
Hey, we gotta be real, brother. We gotta be real. Hey, I want you to think about this, right? I see what you did there. You, by alluding to Arsenio, we know I can't be racist. I got you. But America was never black. We've always been a minority. So when you say make America great again, it looks to making America black again. There's no way that can be synonymous with the truth, my friend.
What he did was make America more like Atlanta.
What I mean is we need more black Americans in the Republican Party is what I meant by that statement. There's already black. We need more. We need a lot more.
They need a whole lot of Argenians.
If we're gonna ever fix this nation, we need more because black America is the glue and the concrete that built.
So you're saying you want slaves?
You want some BBC?
What?
If you're just gonna say hold for 1 second, let's not make an action. I want to have a dialogue. So, hey, I'm ready. Hey, I want you to think about this, right? Most of the racist extremist groups are on the far right, according to the FBI and the DOJ. The most violent groups on the far right. The most violent groups are racist groups. They're also responsible for the most murder, not just political violence, but actually murders. They got bodies. They're killing people, right? That's according to the FBI and the DOJ. So, with that being said, most of the time, we see African American line the right side. They are a step fetching coon, right? And they figure that they can get some of that good cold white ice because ours isn't as cool, right? With that being said, you're gonna have a hard time getting any self-respecting minority to align with something that's against their interests and against their culture and against their kind. It just doesn't make any sense. It's my first time in this room, so I do apologize if I'm not familiar with the power. So when you're talking to me and asking me questions, I have my mic open, right? And
You should be on mute. Just because it's nothing personal. Because sometimes there's background noise.
I did
finish my thought, Hank, since you asked, and a lot of folks that
You cut him off, don't move. Listen. Yeah, and here's where it's gonna go. The man said this is the first time in the room. You guys have to stop making people who's first time in the room feel uncomfortable. And that's what you're doing.
Well, I'm not uncomfortable because I'm a real black American, so I'm not.
No, I didn't say that. I said first time in the room.
No, this is my first time, sir. This is my first time.
Exactly, I thought that's what you said.
That's what he said,
but that's not true.
That's not true. It's not true.
He's a troll. What the fuck?
Why am I a troll? He's 100% a troll. He's been here before. Okay. I have not been on Clubhouse. I have not been on Clubhouse for a long time, right?
Go ahead and finish what you want to say, and then we'll turn. Go ahead.
And he might be a troll. This man has 0 friends. So I don't know who he is. I just know he's on this page tonight.
Am I being disrespectful?
Like we do everybody else.
Thank you, ma'am. I do appreciate you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I do appreciate it. So I'm not a troll, okay? I love my country. The far left is horrible, just like those far righties you were talking about, all these little racist, little hicks. You know why these hicks vote Republican? These little racist guys like to screw their cousins because they can't afford big government, man. They're broke. They're poor as shit. So they can't afford big government spending.
But they can afford cutting Medicare.
What? Cutting Medicare? How can we, where was Medicare cut, man? It was a big coffee truck now, wasn't we?
They didn't cut Medicare, they cut Medicaid.
I was just answering the question. I'm sorry, I'm not here to monopolize the stage. I will go on mute, no problem.
Y'all interrupted his answer. I really want to hear his answer to the question.
Okay, could you repeat the question again? You said about the
summarize it in one sentence. I said, why would the minority of the Democratic Party align themselves with the far right when they are with the right in
shit.
and don't like her?
Okay, well, that's not true. But I'm going to tell you that, we got to look at what the Democrat Party is these days, right? Just look at it as something. It is the whole format of civil rights, Black America fighting for equality, and they're selling this image and American dream to every illegal who hops over the border. Okay? It is what it is, all right? They have gone so crazy that they don't care about their own anymore. If every Black voter went and voted Republican in the next election, the next presidential election, they will run that party's politics within the next 5 years. They have enough populace and enough vote to do it, especially in swing states. Okay, so when you look about equity, Black America is this. They are the ones who really gave the Democrats an identity, but first was Dixie crap. What I'm saying is they betrayed Black America. That's what I feel. That's how I ask you a question. Go ahead.
And Brooklyn, you can tell me who this anonymous person is. I don't like it when people who have phony identities, but since we're here.
Phony identity, okay.
Can you tell me, and you have a pink ticket, so, it's like...
What's pink ticket mean? Did I win a prize?
Yes. While he's rolling, let's go and ask you a trip to the Google in a second.
I apologize.
Lord. Got it. You're a politician.
Jesus Christ is my Savior.
Yes, I am. Great. So, Hank, just proposition that Black folk in mass should just vote for Republicans one time, just to show. Can you name one policy position that Republicans have that would be attractive enough to get such a result?
Lower tax initiatives, lower cost of living in their communities. Also, if the Republican Party sees such a move, they're going to do a lot of fiscal spending to spend in their communities and give government grants and a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? To keep keep the money going. Policies that, especially with these tariff policies, you'll see a lot more manufacturing going on in their communities. I've been through a lot. How amazing, everybody on the West Coast, you look at the Latinos and you say, yeah, they got great craftsmanship. But I'm telling you, man, from the truck stops to the construction workers.
No, Taurus.
I wish I was a Taurus B.I.G. and witness network, but I don't know. That's all I should say too.
Yeah, bitch, don't talk to me for fucking.
Okay, I'm not a let's keep this conversation moving.
Gemini, you started this. Can you just get this typed up?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to do right now. So
Taking too long.
We can wrap this up right now. I think the conversation is discontinuous. So I'm going to discontinue. It's pretty equal on both sides. But when I look at the stats and facts, in 2022, and let's go from 2023 and 2024, the last 2 years, there were 61 political murders. All of them came from the right. You know how many came from the left? 0. It's not even like this is a nice sort of balance. So when you try to say, well, both sides got bad actors, no, they don't. We really don't. If you look at
Gemini, would you say there's a difference between far right and right?
No. You guys are bird and feather.
Well, I distinguish the
So, them having to stand up for their rights, they were structuring.
Yes, because if you yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How?
Because their voice and message, look at protesting, right? You see these walkers outside Los Angeles and all these different cities acting like freaking Neanderthals. Look at how what did they do during the civil rights? Even Malcolm X, even Dr. King, they protest in peace. They didn't destroy their community.
Okay. All right. So, let's move on. Can we move on?
Yes, and I would like to say something. Because don't mute us. Hey, mute the fuck up right now. Put your mic on mute. Thank you.
Come on. I enjoy this night. Please keep this guy safe.
We're enjoying it, but I just know what's going on in the news or what's going on. Let's talk about the Brooklyn.
Why y'all not?
Jesus.
And I wonder who this somebody was. But it's all good, whoever moved me. I'm going to be moved again. Because I just want you to know how dumb y'all do be sounding when y'all be talking to these dumbass people that don't be really wanting to have no real serious thoughts. Right? We got bigger fish to fry. Could we do better?
I agree, Brooklyn, but the man said something when he was talking that there was a reason why I asked the question from what he heard. From what I heard him say, it sounded like there was nobody in the Democratic Party but the black people.
Oh, but he wanted.
And I did ask a couple questions, but I didn't waste a lot of time.
But you didn't waste any time, Deborah. But for somebody to want black people to vote for the party that is literally purpose. And you put an action on the purpose. And we're literally dealing with a president and he admittedly said that black people in the 60s and 70s were headlining, the Democratic Party and getting us rights and all of these things. But we're right now in 2025, all of those rights that our black predecessors fought for are being written out. So make it make sense as to why we would fucking vote for the party. That shit don't make no sense.
All you have to just tell all you have to do is just say that, okay?
You don't say shit.
So please start Amari. She's coming.
Okay,
No one said anything about fucking our CEO on comment. I don't get that. Okay.
Hey, Carson, you're employed again.
I'm a troll. I have a fake accent. I'm not here, I'm just here to troll them.
Alpha Market.
So, I'm sure our CEO on comment. Don't say anything about that.
What about it?
Okay. But people would be like, oh, CEO on comment. Okay.
Everything.
We used it because it was
Everything don't have to be counted.
right. That's what I'm talking about. By highlighting that right now, we take a step backwards in the conversation.
We caught it. What is the next topic?
No need to keep this name alive.
Lisa, what's next?
Okay, so we have this. We were trying to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. Please don't.
Lisa, it's not
we got a lot of stuff to talk about. I don't know why I said Kimmel. I don't know. We're tired. I've been working for 13 hours. Say what now? Okay, great. Okay, so you know who's getting a lot of flack though, and we're gonna listen to her. But Kamala Harris is getting a lot of flack on her book. She should have. Maybe she shouldn't have wrote that book because her book, 107 Days. She done talked about Buttigieg and Buttigieg and clap back. She talked about what's his name, Shapiro. Shapiro and clap back. She's not. What do you mean, fuck all them? No, I told this Billy Broad to get Shapiro. Y'all the ones who's booty clapping for Timmy, and look what happened.
That's inaccurate, but
Yeah, no. This room had a lot of booty clappers, and you know it. It went on, and you guys nearly hung me out to dry. I told you what happened.
It ain't our fault. I was one that said from a military perspective when he deals with fucking bitch moves. So I'm telling you. So how was the guy fair this motherfucker? I just didn't want to fight with.
Listen. You guys remember how this room went, so don't pretend like I'm telling a lie.
I wasn't wrong with it.
It wouldn't have made a difference, so yeah, I think
We don't know. We do not know that.
We don't, and we'll never know. So at this point, it's the way.
I don't think anybody thinks and Tim Walz was the favorite. It was who the campaign ended up picking. And what we did say was, this is her motherfucking running mate, and all these pipe dreams about somebody else just didn't happen. Right? And now, just wants to be president. He's going to run in 2028. Shapiro's going to run in 2028. So they're out here doing the shit that they're supposed to do as candidates who are going to run against her. Now, whether or not we let people continue to drag this woman after we let all of them drag us into the hell that we exist in now, shout out to our first dictatorship. Stuff up. That's for sure. And she needs to make, and it is fine, goddamn.
I'm gonna put this shit. I'm gonna support her. As a
for the same reason, somebody said why we got about a book. For the same reason people boycotted Target. For the same reason people decided to cancel Hulu and Disney motherfucking subscriptions. Unless we don't care that they are trying to drag this black woman for writing her story about the shit that we was all saying in the first place.
Corey,
I said the same thing. We were saying the same shit anyway.
Hold up. What they're saying right now, right, is basically that it pushes a very reckless narrative that there's a lot of blame shit that is basically anti-democratic because it's showing a lack of structure and putting blame back on Biden about him not actually pushing her out and really taking a step back and taking accountability for his current health and mental set.
Everything that the people were saying.
Right. And doing the same thing that every fucking politician has done after they have ran for president.
Okay, let Kevin out of
it.
Let me land, bro. If she still has political aspirations, I don't think she's smart. I don't want to fucking look. What are you talking about?
She doesn't. She's not running for anything else. She's already said that.
They didn't really clap back like Pete Buttigieg. So what she said was that Pete Buttigieg was her first choice for a running mate, but ultimately she deemed the parent too risky because of the identities involved, right? Like she's a black woman, married a Jewish man, and then he's a gay man, so it's just a lot. So what
wasn't ready for a woman in the candidate.
Please, may I? So what Buttigieg said was that he was surprised by her suggestion that his identity would pose political risk, which to me is a very naive thing to say. And he pushed back in public remarks. He argued that voters care more about what a candidate does, quote, what they think you're going to do for their lives, rather than identity issues. Now, frankly, I don't think that's a huge pushback against her or her book. And I also don't find that to be true. I think that's a bit naive of him to say. I think a lot of people do care and are a little bit.
Delusional and things that 1 second.
Nobody's saying it right to me. He's saying basically, Americans don't care. They're going to vote for you, race what you do, not when you walk.
He's full of shit.
Delusional. And of course, he has to. Here's the thing. He has to say that, right? That clearly because of his own political aspirations, just speaking from their own political perspectives.
Well, that's all Trump been waiting on. Finding out about the boyfriends and all of them other groups on the right, we probably will get a gay president before we get a woman.
A gay president.
I do, because I got
Well, the way they
Fucking, we already have one. His name's Obama.
for her to be straight and her vice president to be straight, all they talked about was trans. Now, what was she gonna do with a gay guy? They were straight and they ran her down. And you know what? It would have been Donald Trump would have had a field day. But I give her a whole lot of credit for even considering him, right? But it's her story to tell. So why can't she just tell her story? She knows what she's doing. She's smart enough to know that what she's receiving right now, she was gonna get. She knows America. She just lived it. And I think it's fair that she can tell her story. Now, I mean, whether somebody buys her book or not is a personal choice. I don't think it should be necessary. It ain't no automatic choice. We should buy her book.
I mean, she did say he was her first choice, which I think is a great thing to say about somebody.
One thing we do need to acknowledge is the did when it first debuted on Amazon, it hit #1. Then it dropped, but it did hit #1. And right now, it's still currently #2 on the bestsellers list. So it's not like she's not selling books.
And they're not gonna let us stay there long when they realize it's doing that well. Because they don't want her. They don't want to see her do well.
#2 on the bestsellers list is a big deal. That's a big deal.
It is, and when they realize it's that, it's gonna go down. That's how they feel about her.
I don't know. Sometimes that controversy backfires. People get more interested in trying to find out what the backlash is about the opening it up Facebook.
Now, the other thing, the Josh Shapiro thing. So she said that Shapiro was considered one of the finalists for vice president, which we know. And in the book, she expressed concerns that Shapiro might have trouble settling into the quote-unquote #2 role, and that it might strain their partnership, like his ambition. And she also recounts a meeting in which Shapiro asked an aide about artwork done for the VP residence or something like that, like before he was even chosen. So Shapiro's office pushed back on some of the characterizations. A spokesperson called the claims quote-unquote simply ridiculous, and Shapiro himself had said, he said he didn't read the book, but he said, quote, I was working my tail off to deny Donald Trump a second term. Now, so again, it's not that extreme of like some big feud or whatever, but my reaction to that, pushed back strongly against that. To me, call it simply ridiculous, and I have read the book, blah, blah. He's kind of proving it to be true, you know? He's kind of pushing back so strongly in a way that shows, like, you know, how strong he stands, so.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I saw him respond on the Sunday show with the girl on the Channel 5. And I didn't get that. It was that much pushback. I was watching him. He had a soft tone, a soft face about it. He wasn't defensive. I didn't get any of that. Now, Kristen Welker, it was her. She asked him 2 or 3 times, and he didn't go there. So she tried to push him to something, and he didn't do it. Okay, well, yeah.
I think I disagree, and I don't think he had bad intentions. I don't think he was out to like outshine her on purpose. I just think it was his personality. We actually used to talk about that in this room at rooms like it, like when the election was still going on, when we were figuring out who she gonna pick and this and that. People literally said, well, he sounds like Obama, right? He's gonna outshine her, this and that. I don't think that
read the book, part of in the book she talks about in her time as VP how she felt, kind of sidelined or undermined by the Biden administration in her role as VP or whatever. And so off of 4 years of that, you can imagine you don't necessarily want to pick a running mate that you're going to have to tussle with. You want a partner. You don't want someone who's going to be competing with you when you just have been dealing with that.
Absolutely. You want somebody you can trust that's not going behind your back trying to undercut you.
Well, this is kind of like the conversation we were having earlier today. I don't know if people in the room.
Let's not revisit that conversation.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Y'all know the old saying, hindsight is 20/20. The Monday morning quarterback.
Did y'all talk about all of those dog whistles at that press at that funeral? Yeah. No, not at the funeral today. At the press secretary. The press secretary, when she was literally got on there today, the press secretary, and doubled down on everything that they was talking about at the funeral yesterday and basically blamed the Democrats.
Oh, you're talking about the White House press briefing?
Yes, the White House press briefing. Did y'all speak about that?
No.
Listen, whatever it is they doing a fucking good job. This is all out assault from every angle. We ain't seen none of this shit. But this shit is crazy.
We fight back with our indigeneity because we're all indigenous. We're not black. Okay? Everybody in here is indigenous.
Don't start with the Indians, man. The Indians ain't gonna do it.
Excuse me. Did you know that we were here before Columbus?
They came before Columbus. That's
And just like Tylenol causes autism, we are not black.
Clubhouse causes niggyism.
Okay, so we didn't do this. I know that your parents took you to protests and us being a similar. We were literally able to be there to walk, and then you talked about the civil rights movement and its legacy being part of your yes. I feel like a lot of the defenses that we tried to build up in advance of this type of a sort of authoritarian takeover were about warning people about how serious the threat was, warning people about what this could be and what we were in danger of. Now that we're up against it, though, I'm not sure that we have great skills to actually not warn about it. And if the problem is the system collapsing and the guardrails, as you say, collapsing, and people want power, want to be free, it's not acting in any sort of together because there is safety in numbers, as to say, oh, yes. I wonder if the American people who are repulsed by what Trump is doing and who are in public opinion polling very much against what he's doing, as you know, the book, are going to be turning their ire and their protest and their organization against these institutions that are failing, as much as they are against Donald Trump himself and the administration, if that's the way sort of resistance is heading. So going back to how you open the show, I mean, you talk about the power being with the people and the people making that clear with their checkbooks as it relates to the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel. We saw empowered people over the last few days. Where we are now in terms of thinking about what the fight is requires us, yes, to understand that we've got this administration and this president in front of us using the power that the people vested him with. But we also need to understand that this is bigger than Donald Trump. You know, part of what I write about, this stuff is decades in the making, Rachel.
that the implementation of a plan that's about trying to get rid of the Department of Education, deregulate industries, weaken the rule of law by over a period of time, creating a system and through gerrymandering states so that we would now have the Supreme Court that we have. Stuff didn't happen overnight, and it did not happen just because of an election in 2024 or even 2016. So when we talk about where the fight must go, there is the aspect of it that is about the immediate moment, such as. Well, let me ask you on that gerrymandering front. The White House has been very aggressive, pushing Republican-led states to gerrymander their maps to effectively give Republicans a major edge heading into the midterms next year. That has led to related Democrat response in that California measure. I absolutely support it. You mentioned Gavin earlier. By the way, Gavin has a great sense of humor. So, you know, he's going to be fine. But warn him about how to get things confused. I've known Gavin forever. He literally has a great sense of humor. But let me say about what he is doing with redistricting. It is absolutely right way to go. Part of what we've got to, I think, challenge ourselves to accept is that we tend to play by the rules. But I think this is the moment where you got to fight fire with fire. And so what Gavin is doing, what the California legislature is doing, what those who are supporting it are doing to say, you know what, you want to play? Then let's get in the field, let's get in the arena, and let's do this. And I support that. I think it's her first interview since, am I wrong? Since the presidential 3 early morning signs up here. And that's her full take on everything. So her next thing on it, I think Kamala's going to be more president.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. And I think whatever she wants to say, she's already. She got fucked over. So, and you know, for them to not get that bag, fuck them. But the Democrats, they give a shit. You want to have Pelosi still there. You want to have a lot of these fucking people who just still not just still in the party. Give the past fucking torch a long time ago.
Yes, why Corey, I know you want to. Why does everything always go to the Democrats are the worst thing on the planet? Fuck the Democrats for the Democrats. I might actually feel like that, but I think the way that we verbalize no, well that's fine for you. But I'm just saying, like everything always goes back to that fuck the left. The left shot Charlie Kirk. No, they didn't. The Democrats. What? Why does that happen?
All these people combos is not.
Well, how come the other side?
So you think people staying in office like 90 fucking years old?
No.
Instead of mentoring younger people to come up and pass the fuck down.
But I'm just saying, I never hear this same sentiment directed the other ways. But
I don't give a fuck what Republicans do. It's not independent, I just walk to the left.
You're independent, but you judge one side.
But that's what makes our,
Would you like to get a small fucking tip guy? You 12 fucking years old?
I'm not cursing at you. I'm just.
Nah, but all y'all niggas talk is flip, man.
Okay.
In real life, didn't have that shit.
Yeah.
Why you coming that wrong way, Nation? I think it was something for you. Sorry, I need to fucking chill, okay? I don't know what the hell going on. The fuck? You know what, Lisa? It sounds like to me that Kamala is at peace. And that's the main thing that I care about.
Lisa called her dizzy. I don't think she's a supporter.
Now, well, I'm just saying, listen, you guys. Because the decisions that were made, and, you know, she made a lot of decisions listening to other people and going against her gut. She said it herself. So I want people, if I have a decision, if I want to run for the JEG, fuck y'all, run for the JEG. If I want to do this, I want to do that. I mean, look at fucking
Because it's not.
Hold on. So when you say Trump, Lisa, those faggots support Trump. White insecure fucking men. He's a sign of white power too.
I understand that. So and Democrats are not going to support people the way the MAGA support. That's why our party is so different. You got all kinds of different voices, and that's the problem even in this room. You got all kinds of different voices, and you have to understand that. I might not agree with Corey. Corey might not agree with Haitian.
Maybe you should learn again.
Brooklyn doesn't agree with Alexander, and that's the way the Democratic Party is. But at some point in time, you have to say, okay, look, whatever's on the table, we all got to come together and lock arms.
That's right.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I hear that, and none of that happened in the very short period of time that she has. I mean, sometimes I hear these conversations, and they are the most graceless statements that one could considerably make, considering what she had to do in the amount of time that she has had to do it. Not a single person has mounted a modern presidential campaign in such a truncated time period. Not a single person has raised the amount of money that she has lifted up the national infrastructure, and she did not have the ability to do that by herself, just making whatever decision she wanted to make because she was at the top of the table.
No, but nobody's doing whatever. But it's just sometimes you got to take a stand. You know, Corey, we know all that.
Let me finish.
7 days. What the fuck?
Go ahead, Lisa.
No, you go ahead and finish, because I know nobody can tell me to shut up.
It's me and you. Come on. Somebody said let me finish, but Lisa, go ahead.
No, babe. You go ahead.
No, because I'm not going to go until you go.
No, Corey, you don't have to go, girl. Go, because I'm going to get
Go, girl.
I was about to say, go.
Hello,
right.
Go,
Corey.
Go, Lisa.
No, I like where you were going, but when somebody just says something like that, I gotta.
No, I like where you're going. Okay, you need a moment. I got you.
Yeah, I need a moment.
Okay, thank you. I understand that. I can get it. What I'm saying is, like, the heat that we have for her, and Anita Dunn's name, and on top of every one of our motherfucking lips, about how they handicapped this woman's campaign, about the Biden loyalists that sabotaged in the background, that did the backbiting and the bullshit sniping in the background to make her campaign a living hell, all while having to fight the American ideology that exists by and large, whether we agree with it or not. And then this ridiculous ass statement from Pete Buttigieg talking about, and everybody's making this turn. Everybody is. Gavin Newsom is making this turn, and he don't want to talk about trans rights and queer people anymore, and he don't want to talk about the nature of the country. I just want to make fun of Trump. But talking about the shit that affects black folks' lives in the way that we talk about them or other marginalized folks' lives, that's politically inconvenient. We can't do that. And so Pete Buttigieg proves today what black gays have known time and time again, that these white motherfucking gays cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted to be good allies. They cannot be trusted to be honest. Because he knows in his motherfucking heart that this country would have went up in flames before they elected that nigger woman and that faggot vice president.
Lord, I disagree.
Go ahead and disagree.
You know, it's very interesting that, you know, let's get your own versus, I mean, you're going to hit your wagons to the beginning. That's the game. You're going to do it again because you're not going to stand on your own 2 feet. You're going to connect yourself to those same people that you claim you have so much vitriol for. You guys are never really going to hold these Democrats everybody's, look, she has a commodity. They said it was over the other day. They said it's over. And that's pretty much the end of it. And all of this is just a bunch of nothing. Right.
Yeah, but this is the problem that Tory is talking about. So you got enough people like Mike P. It's enough people like Mike P.
Yes, indeed.
That have something to say. He don't have to do it.
I respond.
Again, and this is the reason why I take the stance and I take, because these Democrats just never, ever look themselves in the mirror and just admit that they're just screw ups.
30 seconds.
Top to bottom, they're all screw ups. They all are screwing with American people. They don't hold themselves accountable. Time and time again, their hand is in the cookie jar. But then they want to blame other ones 30 seconds. That fast. And so that's pretty much what it is.
Okay. So I caution anyone and everyone to tread very carefully when you are taking a motherfucking political analysis from Stephen A. Smith. Okay? We in dangerous territory when that's what we get it from. Stephen A. Smith. Sir, I didn't interrupt you. I would appreciate you. I would appreciate you not interrupting. So that's the first thing. And then all of these.
Well done.
Okay, I don't know what's happening. Okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
And then all of these platitudes. He didn't say anything. They put their hands in the cookie jar and they're not gonna do nothing and hitching your wagon. Like, was this a contest of how many how many can these things? They don't have any. You don't have any. I'm gonna talk to you directly since you talk. You don't have any type of substantive critique about enough time. Like, that's the most asinine thing that anybody with a brain could say about running a presidential campaign in less than 100 days. This administration has fucked up the world in less than that time.
And are you holding them accountable?
Nothing about what this administration has done to put us at the brink of a crashing economy, a crashing fucking care system, a healthcare crisis brewing, an education crisis brewing, and all of these motherfucking lies that this man told running for president. But you talking cash money shit about the only chance we had was motherfuckers like you pissed on.
No, she dropped it. No, don't wait back. Are you serious? You can't. She scrutinized that you didn't incite that.
Listen.
Dropped on deaf ears. Don't blame the American people because y'all had all that infighting going on behind the scenes. Don't blame the American people because of the simple fact that this woman, he got the ball. It's in your hands. Do something. Be somebody. Go out there and don't just go up there when they ask you real questions and you're still out there. Oh, he's fine, he's great, and you're not going on Joe Rogan and whatever. But he was begging Joe Rogan that show. He was begging her, and she didn't want to do it because it had to be scripted, it had to be controlled. And so you gave in to the fact that this guy Trump was talking about, hey, I'll go anywhere, I'll meet anybody, and no one even really allowed people because a lot of people I don't even think
he didn't even do 60 minutes.
So at the end of the day, he did more than she did. You lost. It's not about none of these other nonsense that y'all want to do. You guys going to look yourselves in the mirror and say, we lost because we screwed up.
I know you guys going to look yourselves in the mirror and say, we have decided to burn this motherfucking country down and everybody in it. So that we can get our stupid ass.
Yeah, Mike.
When are you going to look yourself in the mirror? When are totem ass white Southerners going to look themselves in the mirror and say we've been getting dicked over by Republicans who only care about their donors
climate change taking FEMA away.
And they're all dumb because they didn't vote for you because somehow you wasn't able to finish.
No, it has nothing to do with your leader. I'm just saying your candidate was literally against education.
So because of the fact
That was the point that I made. Are you anti-education? I'm not. Are you anti-intellectual, bitch?
for the simple fact that they weren't.
Why are you anti? Why can't people
For the simple fact that
why don't you want you right?
I get it, but that's
Why don't you want people to know things?
This is the Democratic way because they didn't vote for you. Now
I didn't say that at all. Oh, you were done before that. You were done before that. You were done before that. This is dumb. This is another part.
This is the Democratic.
If the moderator view it doesn't mean
Okay, so you guys, because there's 2 or 3 people. Can we just hear one perspective at a time so I can get a good understanding? Because I'm not hearing you guys.
Every time I speak this, somebody.
Okay, so you have the land, baby cakes. It's like 15 seconds. Can you wrap it up in that one time?
Hold on, just wanted to say that again. I'm not against anybody, but at some point you gotta think of something. This rhetoric, this whole idea that everybody's dumb because they didn't vote for you because somehow your candidate wasn't able to convince them to get out there when they had the chance, still even with 107 days, that hey, I'm the man or woman for the job, and so now everybody's dumb and everybody's an idiot and all this type of stuff. It is the reason why you lost.
Okay, but we lost and y'all won. Okay, you won, but look what you got. And look what you got. And you won because he lied to you, dummy. He lied to you. You were lied to. And you won. You won. But you didn't. What did you win? What is the big prize? Ask some of them people. Ask some people that voted for him already.
They should
that voted for him.
right. Dr.
Okay, but I was still talking.
I know, Deborah. Somebody put it.
What was that about? I'm sure it was Haitian. Dude, don't come here, please. Deborah, finish. Deborah, now be quiet. You real like where you at?
Okay, wait. Did Deborah get to land?
No, I don't think she did, so we need to go back to her.
Deborah Love, are you there? Okay, so I know Ron, if Deborah's not there, I know Ron was trying to get in, so let's give Ron a chance.
I have Dr. Pigley since he haven't been on the stage today after Deborah.
Okay.
I don't have anything to say.
I'm sorry, I walked away from the phone, but I'm done.
No, Deborah, I told Dr.
Done from what? You didn't say anything, you dumb bitch.
Okay, so I mean, I was just saying, I don't even know what I'm saying.
Exactly, you weren't saying shit.
But what do we have for the win? The country is fucked up, and everything that's going on is bad. But y'all won on a bunch of lies. So that's what makes you dumb. You don't even. I mean, you did have a choice, and great, you voted for. It's fucked up, and y'all are proud of it. So that's great. That's where we are. That's great.
Go ahead, Ron. I want the Dr. Pigley is going after Deborah, and then you can go, Ron. Go ahead, Dr.
I just wanted to know, Ron, I'm not asking you, so you can take that request away, Ron, because you didn't hear fully grown as a black man saying Mike makes right. That if a lot of people like it, it must be good. As if there's not like a bunch of things that are really popular in life that suck, whether it's music, whether it's art. If it's a whole bunch of people going out to see it, you and I both know, especially if you're a hip hop fan, that that's usually some whack shit. So you're in here celebrating basically like the Beastie Boys of Rocket. Like that's what you're doing. You get to like go on the internet, call all sorts of black people that remind you of your family and community that they're dumb and you're just letting people know as if we all don't know this. It's psychological. You're shit of your own insecurities, man. Listen, it's true what they're saying about MAGA. Like, it's a white supremacist, racist ass political movement filled with coons and subs. But before it's any of that, it's the civil rights movement for dumb people. And you're one of those dumb people. You're in here with Matt Cole, who's a white supremacist that uses like black women's lingo in the comment sections in all black clubhouse rooms, telling people they're big mad, but then he feels like superior to other groups of people. Y'all are pathetic. And you might win, bro. Like, I pay attention to fascist movements, man. I might be in a camp getting executed in the same way many like black, brown, non-Christian, non-Aryan Italians were in the 1940s, right? 1930s. But Ron, you still gonna be fucking dumb, bro. I might be fucking in a chamber, dead. Are you direct by this guy?
The whole time I was like, I know he's not talking about me.
I thought it was you. Oh, it's that one. Like, you dumb motherfucker got me yelling at Ron because you say all this dumb shit. I'm not looking at my phone, nigga. I just want you to know, like, if I really get executed by you and your cohort of retards, I swear to God, my last word is gonna be, you dumb motherfucker, and your ancestors should have fucking jumped in the ocean rather than come here and make a line of Negroes that turned out to be you. It's a waste of freedom. Stupid shit. And that's just what it is, bro. We not gonna like, I don't know why all these old black people go on this stage trying to convince you. Maybe it's because you remind them of their like nieces, daughters, and nephews, but you're a fully grown retard, black retard. And that's Democrats and Dems and leftists and people who just don't like fascism. That's years in a row, every day with the same argument. You don't do that shit. Y'all all sound stupid. I'm not on offense, but y'all all sound dumb. Continually talking to people like this. Corey is a smart nigga. And I've heard the same fucking speech that I agree with about 500 times on that. They might just be winning, nigga. We might be too stupid for this country. Like, they might be adequately stupid. This is what it is, man. We gotta get your gun.
I don't have a lot to say. I just want to reiterate that the conversation was about anti-intellectualism and the right. I don't know if he is or not. Okay, whatever. Okay, I apologize to Kai for that. But I'm just saying, like, it's like school is not cool. When you look at HBCU statistics.
Because I had your president and the transfers what Barack Obama, Tucker confronted Obama to meth and his whole blowjobs from the
I think that's a problem. And why don't we take school seriously? That's literally all I was saying. And somebody went to, well, you voted for this bitch in 2024. We weren't even talking about that. I was talking about
You gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop. He was never gonna figure that out. They don't like learn about people. Why I gotta learn? Most of the racism in America is stupid. People just not want to learn shit. They don't want to learn. Niggas don't want to know what transgenderism is. Why I gotta look shit up? I gotta read it. I don't want to know that shit. I hate them niggas who make me have to read. They don't even really hate transgenderism. They hate having to read about it.
That's all I learned about it.
You called them stupid.
We have to call for what it is at the end of the day. We have to call for what it is at the end of the day. And again, it doesn't mean anything because the fact of the matter is that you lost. And that you weren't able to put out the proper candidate that were able to get out there and galvanize people. It's like the messaging, and so the messaging and all of the stuff that you're trying to put out there because you're angry, because of my life, man, vote for you, all of this.
We didn't put out the F-35. We didn't put out the F-35. And that $50,000 bag of cash. gonna get up. But you voted for a sex offender.
When you don't agree with them, then they want to silence you. But then,
did you vote for a sex offender?
It's just.
Is it true or not? Did you vote for a sex offender?
It's just contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. Contradiction. And that's why you're going to lose again.
It's loud too, but. You voted for a sex offender.
Let's talk turkey. I asked them what you
You guys know that just like 400 people talking at one time, though, right?
Because they're mad because I'm telling the truth. You're mad because I'm telling the truth.
Okay.
I think that's what it is.
You voted for a sex offender. That's why you voted.
Yes, no, but
Yeah, well, that's a dumb thing too, because women are dumb. This bitch too. Like that.
This is the rhetoric that makes you lose.
I'm not talking about I hate you.
How can you say you don't embrace racism? That's the entire movement.
See the racism? You valid. No.
But racism is he a sex offender?
Right. Let's start at the base.
A fucking pedophile.
Why did 3 people off the mic at one time?
Why does Mike get the top dog night?
One at a time. Parents that stepped up and said, I mean, it's a very small percentage. It's a
We learned that it has some type of conversation.
More than 2 rounds and investigated it. Can't we have the conversation?
I think we've had it. The part about Kamala Harris, I think we've had that. There are different ones.
No, but what I'm saying is that you hear from people talk. So obviously they're having a conversation. So, and everybody in the stage is jumping in. It's not just one person. And everybody.
They're just saying you're dumb, no, you're dumb.
Right, and that's dumb.
No, they're not shooting anybody. I helped miss this page, and I will continue to miss this page. So if you want to get your point across, then you have to wait till the person talking. Otherwise, I'll continue to miss this page, and we stay on the same conversation all night long. So, what's the next conversation?
Okay, so
You're talking about mine, just looking at people.
Not really.
I just want to say, you guys, one thing. Try to pretend like you're at a whiskey tasting cigar bar. You're not acting like this. You're not talking all over nobody. You're not calling people out.
only for the Trump supporters, not for the
Mike's been talking all night. Everybody waits on him, never lands.
That's not true.
They can't even finish before he back off the mic.
Okay, so
Fuck you, Mike. Fuck you, motherfucker. Bitch ass motherfucker.
we'll say this is actually wicked because kids are so in 15 seconds.
Let's do a minute.
Did you say a minute?
25 seconds. 25
Hold your
seconds.
minute. Hold your breath for a minute, Jim. I'll come right back to you.
That's fucked up. I got shit. I don't want to wait longer than that.
Well, I chose the wrong one. Let me get one of these out of shape, beer belly.
Hey, what's Mike P? My PTR though. He looks like you gotta shake him.
Okay, so I just want us to have this conversation. Just let it flow. You know, that's all we're doing. I mean, it gets spicy at times. And what do you call it, Jim? When two people are going back and forth and Jim said this movie.
Wow.
Okay,
Don't go adopting that over here because that's that comes from the pits of hell, Lisa. Don't hate on my boy Lou like that. That comes from the pits of hell. Whether we call it a squab or a cook-off, we call it a cook-off.
Okay, dialogue.
How do I change?
But what I'm saying is,
No, this is not debate. This is not debate.
no, it's not. So what I'm trying to say is this: no matter what we call it, as long as we can have a one, no matter what we call it, as long as we can have a one-on-one without other people interfering, then they can get some
ISO.
conclusion.
I like the ISO. I like that. Okay, so Mike P, who you have the ISO with, sir?
Mike P is.
Oh, Mike P is not even on the stage. What the fuck? We're not doing Mike P.
He's not gonna have ISO with anybody.
Okay, Mike P, who are you having an ISO with, sir? I don't see Mike P. Oh, there we go. Mike P, who are you having an ISO with? Who are you speaking to? No. We're doing an ISO. We're doing an ISO right now. Anybody want an ISO with Mike P? Yes or no? Okay, so
No, she is going to speak for a minute, then you speak for a minute. That's how it's going to go.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Am I the only one that thinks Mike sounds scared and boring? Y'all stepped on the content. Deborah was giving it to me. Right. Y'all let her go.
What I'm doing is telling you about your dumbass stuff. You voted for for a sex offender, and you can't even. But a sex offender, you dumb motherfucker. I land.
There you go. So I think you are an angry black woman, and you are a Democratic shill.
Let me ask you a question.
And really, what it is that you're mad and angry because you are part of that group of women, the 92%.
You can say whatever you want to, just like he did. Just because you said it don't make it true. But did you vote for a sex offender? You know the truth that they're down and get you on your damn head. Do you know what the truth is? Do you know what the truth is? Yeah, so that's what you call deflection and gaslight. And you can't do nothing else. You can't even admit that you voted for a sex offender. Did he have 34 counts? But did he have 34 counts?
hold on, Mike, this is a 20-second portion. You take 10 seconds and Deborah take 10 seconds, and that's the end of the ISO, and we'll move on to the next subject. Mike, go ahead, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. him right now. And I bet you was in that grinder room last night. When the and so are you. Dumbass. You're a dummy.
In the
Go back and place your home, man.
One mic on
Lisa, you said that's the end of the ISO, that's the end of the ISO.
Lisa said it's over. One mic.
Lisa,
Yes.
can I real quick just say something? 'Cause that last part, when y'all start doing these ridiculous ass health reads and insults, like about people that are in the room, about people that we claim to care about people who commit suicide, who take their own lives, about people who have HIV, about people who are trans. That shit is so unnecessary, uncalled for, and worse than distasteful. Like, I mean, we can do a whole lot better with our insults. We can do a whole lot better with our roasts. That's just unnecessary. And often when we do it, this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Often when we do that shit, we have no regard for who the rock hits that we claim to care about.
I appreciate that, Corey.
You're right, Corey. You're right, Corey.
You can't be, you gotta pick a side.
While we're at it, can we also please
Pick a side, nigga.
Malik was trying to speak.
Corey, do you accept my apology, Corey?
Look, hold on. If y'all, thank you, Deborah. I do appreciate that, and yes, I do. I didn't expect a response. I wasn't saying it because I thought that was gonna happen. So you and Mike both apologize. I heard it. I appreciate that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I would also like us to please stop saying return.
It was the day, like the day we stop calling these people what they are is the day they got to start defending. So at a certain point, you got to bring certain R words back.
Okay.
And, you can't be defanging. You're stupid.
Okay, so let me jump in real quick here. Bring us back around to the lounge. We're all enjoying ourselves. I'm enjoying myself. I'm having tasting all kind of whiskeys over here, which I'm not actually, but I'm trying to get you guys to settle the fuck down. They're saying that Democrats, this is an article from The Guardian, and they're saying that Democrats silent as Republicans galvanize after CK's memorial. Democrats are treading carefully in responding to the event attended by 100,000 people that blended politics with religion. So we all know, most of us here, if you're in the two rooms, PC or this room, you know that nearly 100,000 people filled a football stadium, an overflow area in Glendale, Arizona on Sunday to pay tribute to CK. According to force that blended politics with religion, putting Christian nationalism at the heart of Trump's Make America Great Again MAGA movement. It also casts CK as a martyr who could be a rallying point in future elections. Quote, "Today is the day Democrats lost 2028. And that was posted by Meghan McCain, the daughter of the late Republican Senator John McCain. Oh, that's interesting. She would post that. Did you hear what she posted? Meghan McCain said today, speaking of the day of the memorial, is the day Democrats lost 2028. That says a lot.
Yeah, I thought they were a little
hold
more.
on, not finished.
More sensitive. But yeah.
I don't know. Stephen Miller, our favorite subject of the day, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, said in a fiery speech, "We will carry Charlie and Erica in our hearts every single day." I don't want to keep repeating him because we played his whole speech. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we would be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save the Republic. Closing out the 5-hour service, it was 5 hours.
Wow.
Damn. Trump insisted the violence comes largely from the left without citing any evidence and leading into campaign.
He didn't post receipts.
CK didn't hate his opponent. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagree with Charlie. This is your president. I meant to play that clip. Dang it. That's the clip I was looking for. Okay, we got to find this clip. Okay, he said, without citing any evidence and leaning into campaign-style grievances, he quipped that Kirk didn't hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. He goes on to say, this is Trump, that's where I disagree with Charlie. I hate my opponents, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
That's why he talks about Biden.
I need that clip.
Cancer.
I need that clip.
Smoking dope, Lil Mike, spinner.
And it says that Democrats tried carefully and responded.
Lisa is still talking.
Democrats tried
One mic on Lisa.
Whoa, what's going on, bro? Democrats trod carefully in responding to the memorial service, aware that any hit of criticism might be construed and exploited. So, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, Dems? Is it too early? Or what we gonna do? We not gonna say nothing?
So,
Let me go find that clip while y'all talking.
are y'all familiar with Alfred Street Baptist Church
Alexa,
in Alexandria?
Yes, Reverend Wesley.
John Howard Wesley.
I'm not. Yes.
Okay. For the people who are not familiar, it is a renowned, notable Black church in Alexandria, Virginia, right outside of D.C., who has a pastor who is, I believe, John Howard Wesley, only a couple years old, in his mid to late 40s, and is a Black liberation theologian, amongst other things. John Howard Wesley's sermon from not this past Sunday night, yesterday, but yesterday was Sunday, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Not yesterday because he didn't preach yesterday, but the previous Sunday. His message touched on Charlie Kirk. I would encourage people to go and listen to it. It's on their YouTube channel. But as a result of that, John Howard Wesley, the church, his children, his family have received death threats and different things like that. And I think that if he is any example, is what we should be doing. Like, I don't get how people haven't figured out how to just talk about this openly and honestly without fear. Like, okay, I'm gonna go on mute. Ron and I have had this conversation. Ron and I have had this conversation a bunch of times about like us being of the like militant class amongst us. I think people be too scared of the shit you gonna lose. All the while, every day we lose another day in our first dictatorship. Because we're scared to lose civility or whatever the things are. All the while, your ass gonna be walking around with an ID card from ICE in a couple months. You keep fucking around.
I don't really understand why, I guess you call it the first dictatorship because there hasn't been others before it. But when I hear first, it seems to imply that there'll be a second. And the nature of dictatorships is there's only one.
Oh, I mean, America's first dictatorship. Ours
okay,
here.
Gotcha.
You know, ours.
There's been others around the world. Okay,
yeah. But this is my first one. I haven't had
and it makes sense because we're actually a pretty young country, so we're actually experiencing this. This is crazy.
Wow.
Like those other countries that already been
crazy,
they're thousands of years old. So of course, right?
And I know we latch on to that, but Lisa, my response to you is like Democrats, and y'all can disagree with me, other folks, whoever can disagree with me, like y'all need to talk to some black radicals, some black liberation theologians, some womanist theologians about how to have a fucking spy. Because this shiftless, hiding, I don't want to upset the apple cart bullshit is couldn't get on TV and still
Before America was a nation, it was
let me play while Lisa's looking for the Trump clip. Let me play. There's a short 2-minute clip about the church and the preacher that Corey's talking about. So let me play that. Can you give me just 1 sec? Okay, here we go.
Some responses to Kirk's death have gained a lot of attention. A church in Alexandria made national headlines and faced some backlash for comments made by the church's senior pastor during last week's sermon. News 4's Jessica Albert has new comments from the pastor from earlier today. On Sunday, September 14th, the senior pastor at Alfred Street Baptist Church in Alexandria, Dr. Howard John Wesley, delivered a sermon which discussed several hot topic issues in the country right now, including the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, which happened just days earlier.
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. I'm seeing the flags of the United States of America and calling this nation to honor and venerate a man who was an unapologetic racist and spent all of his life sowing seeds of division and hate into this land.
Hallelujah.
The church posts its services online. Pastor Wesley's comments.
I am sorry, but there's nowhere in Bible where we are taught to honor evil. And how you die does not redeem how you lived.
Garnered tens of thousands of views, sparking some backlash. According to posts made on social media, Alfred Street Baptist staff sent out a message to members ahead of this Sunday's service, warning there could be protesters outside the church. News 4 didn't see any protesters while we were there, but we did see Alexandria police. The officers told us they are here every week. We reached out to Alfred Street Baptist for comment on the recent attention and criticism the church has received. We were told church leaders have no comment at this time. However, during this Sunday's service, Dr. Wesley did say this.
It's been a different kind of week. I want to thank you all for praying, for remaining peaceful, for realizing that we've turned down all the media requests because we don't engage in sound bites. We engage in preaching the whole truth of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
He went on to say the church is making sure its members stay safe when attending services. In Alexandria, Jessica Albert, News 4.
Okay.
All that.
And I've said this before, that civilized, sympathetic human beings is repulsive.
Close the files or keep
This response to Charlie Kirk is an amplified type of response that we give these white, vile men who do reprehensible things over and over again. The veneration that he is receiving, the humanizing of him and his positions is an amplification of, I said this before, of how gentle we saw them put Dylan Roof in the back of that patrol car. How concerned they were. How concerned they were with making sure he got something to eat at the rest stop because it was going to be a long ride. How we allow this motherfucking country to make these vile white men sympathetic actors.
Corey, did you see the only black person that spoke yesterday?
I must admit to you all, I watched not a single moment of that 5-hour whatever.
He was a boy. He was the only black that spoke. Ben Carson.
Okay.
Oh wow, really?
Yes.
Did they give him 10 minutes? How many minutes he get? 5?
And you know what? They seemed like he was nervous too. He like his voice was kind of shaky.
And those people look disgusting.
You know what? He probably was scared, didn't know if something could happen to him in that 5 minutes. Like if he was being set up,
Yeah, and what he said, you could tell was fed to him to say.
In the streets of Glendale the day after the event, just piles and piles and piles of trash from all the littering people had done. It's not even like, okay, the trash can was full and then it was around the trash can. No, people were just throwing things in the street and the sidewalks, anywhere. Just piles of trash, if that tells you the quality of folk.
They'll bring a bunch of them over here to clean it up and then take them back.
And then to be on this app, I had not witnessed it before, and I apologize to Brooklyn and a couple other people here on this app in this room who talked about TC's behavior in these other rooms. I saw it today firsthand for myself.
Oh shit, he saw TC?
Like, I don't know what version of the sunken place we are in.
Oh my God.
To have black men on this app literally prepared with sound bites to defend their arguments about how Charlie Kirk is not a white supremacist, was not a white supremacist, did not. I heard you, but I did not know it was as disgusting as it actually was.
I had to call him a total. He was a white supremacist, maybe he was a racist, but so what? I don't give a fuck about that. He was useful. They're using me, I'm using them back. That would be a more honest argument.
So, Corey, you wasn't here yesterday, but yesterday it got even worse because, what's his name? What's the guy named? Pete. What's his name that did the speech at Charlie Kirk's funeral? The part where he was, naming all of the countries that the whites originated from, and then he went on to include Monticello and Philadelphia. Well, TC said it wasn't racist of him to say that because he was talking about Black Americans and how Black Americans founded the country. And so
the reach.
And so I was like, so Monticello meaning where Thomas Jefferson, racial slaves, but that wasn't the narrative. And then I said, well, Philadelphia where the forefathers, and I was like, well, which forefather was black? He said that Frederick Douglass.
Those are the files you keep reading.
Okay, so it got worse.
He has no concept of time.
It got worse. It got worse, Corey, yesterday, okay?
Of history. He don't have the concept.
He got a concept of nothing.
Check it out. He went further and lied and said he did not say that, and that he said that Frederick Douglass was there, the founding fathers. There's no way Frederick Douglass could be there, because Frederick Douglass was born in 1818.
That was the year.
They don't know.
In the HBCU, he was one of the ones that was saying that, the black schools were being targeted, talking points. All of them.
Can you believe this machine can grow diamonds
Yeah,
in just 10 days?
I
It's called a cubic press, and it mimics the insane heat and pressure deep inside.
I heard y'all talking about it.
Normally takes millions of years,
but I experienced
just
it with
10
TC.
days. Here's how it works. 6 hydraulic lamps use a tiny chamber from all sides. Inside, they place a graphite
and it is another episode of
plus a tiny diamond
Shamed
seed.
of Black
Then
Men.
it's heated to 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit and crushed under 700,000 psi.
Juicy
That's like stacking
calling them a cup.
500,000 tons on a small table.
I don't know.
Under these extreme
I don't know
conditions,
if
carbon
you get
atoms start to rearrange
close
and
to
grow
accurate
a
than
diamond.
that. I don't know
After
what
a
the
week or
fuck
two, they crack open the chamber. And
I
inside,
really don't.
raw diamonds
I'm dead ass. Like, I'm not being hyperbolic.
Now it looks just like a natural diamond, but for half the price, about $1,000 per carat. This method is called HPHT. There's another one called CVD.
Dedicated time.
Want to see how CVD diamonds are made?
Structuring this
Drop
argument
CVD in the comments.
in
I'll show you
advance.
next.
So that he was prepared to defend that Charlie Kirk was not. That white replacement theory didn't have anything to do with anyone else who was an American, only about him. It's not racist. It's about immigrants. Like, I've never seen something so twisted in real life. It was the embodiment of Samuel Jackson's character in Django
with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yes.
Yeah.
It absolutely was.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Like I believe that it's a website or a club or some kind of, maybe it's on X or something, that they go to and they discuss these talking points with their white counterparts, just to, you know what I'm saying, get the talking points, and then they come out with all of their little information, and no matter how much is the bone, they gonna run it into the fucking hole. They're gonna run a hole into it. So it doesn't even, that's why I said earlier, it's a waste of time even talking to people like this. That's a waste of time.
Let me be brief. Brooklyn, that's absolutely true, because there has been times where we've been in rooms and there's been breaking news around like something MAGA related or whatever, and they don't know how to respond. Like they don't have anything to say because they haven't gotten the talking points yet, but then they come in after a few hours or the next day and they're all saying the same thing, same talking points.
Well,
One day they were
Manfinity already told us that though. Because you see how he's made the switch back to being regretful of his vote for Trump. But he already told us, like, he was the main.
Manfinity?
You guys have made a difference. You said it wasn't going to happen, so obviously it's not a waste.
No, but we didn't make that difference.
What?
Like,
I don't know who
the
made
fact
it,
that
it happened.
He got some pussy and it made a difference.
I don't know.
That's all that was. Yeah, that's what he said.
He said he got some pussy and that made the difference.
No, he said he got
He basically, no, he said he found the woman and she is not on that type time. And because she's not on that type time, he switched sides. Easy. Just like that. That's what he said.
I think it's very interesting that, you know, I'm listening to Corey because, you know, some of this other rhetoric, it's, you know, bumbling and
Rhetoric.
But what I think is very interesting, and this is a very big problem, is, again, the people that you don't like, or the people that disagree with you, you hate them. You call them fools, you disrespect them, you say all of these different things.
Over and over when he can't acknowledge it on his side.
At the same
You don't listen to somebody who lies on you. At some point, it starts to fuck you up.
I mean, but okay, so.
On campus the day he was assassinated,
and at the same
there were many critics and staff who were opposed to his views.
Lisa is playing something.
A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way. Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, "I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country." In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk Truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent. Charlie's angry. Look at that. He's angry at me now. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, menacing hate. There were bomb threats, fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators.
Okay. I understand that he hates his opponents.
Thank you.
I said bad things about him. They get canceled.
Play Stephen Miller though.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for playing it. Thank you for playing it, because Mike P can't say it.
Like,
He can't admit it, so thank you for playing it.
Yeah.
Play
you
Stephen.
don't even have the decency to act like a fucking civilized human being at somebody's funeral?
That was civilized.
Who gets up at somebody's funeral and says, this is
Yeah,
what you do?
That was him on his best behavior.
Well, I'll wait until he.
What somebody stood for, but I don't give a fuck. I hate that shit. What?
Go ahead.
And I was interrupted, so but there you go.
Oh, I didn't know you were interrupting.
No,
but
but
you can go right after. You can go right after.
But it has to be a new point. If it's the same point we've heard a million times, it has to be a new point.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so we're still at the cigar bar trying to taste whiskey. Go ahead, Samoa.
I appreciate you, Lisa. Yeah, I think a lot of people believe that certain funerals should be like gloomy and stuff like that. And if you kind of look at like the celebration of somebody's life, a lot of people like to crack a little joke to keep it light, to celebrate people's life. And then people
You
have
think
like,
he was joking, Samoa?
well, he did laugh, right, about Erica and the people talking to him to change his views, to persuade him. And what he was doing was drawing a contrast between the motives of Charlie Kirk, wanting to persuade everybody, and the hardened Donald Trump, 70, however old he is now, the contrast between those two. Right? Because you don't lie about who you are. You point out the differences between you and Charlie Kirk and show how great Charlie Kirk was to stand on his own 10, right? Like, that was the actual
So he
point.
was showing how hateful he is and how wonderful Charlie is. Is that what you're saying?
No. So like Charlie wanted to move people to a certain direction, and Donald Trump was.
Wait, hold on, Corey.
I'm almost done, brother. And Donald Trump was pointing out where he's at and where he's willing to be in the future.
Right. So
God's not finished with him yet.
Okay.
Well, he is the president of the United States of America, right?
Right.
God's not finished with him yet.
What was Trump's specific role at the funeral? Can you tell me what that was?
Yeah, I mean, he was doing a eulogy. That was his role.
Thank you. A eulogy. You know what eulogy means?
Yeah.
What is
It's a short summary of a person's life and the effect and the impact that they had on the people around them.
No,
that's not
what I'm asking. The etymology of the word eulogy, its basic definition. Do you know what eulogy means?
No.
Okay, so it means to speak well of.
Yeah, he's speaking well of.
Right. That's your responsibility as a eulogist. So what you just offered is not the responsibility of a eulogist. It is the response of someone who is ill-equipped and disrespectful.
Wait.
Hold on. No, you're interrupting me now. And I am qualified to talk about this. So just hold your horses just for a second. Hold my mule, as my grandmother would say. Right? So getting up during the time where you are supposed to be speaking well of someone to draw a contrast to demonstrate how poorly of a human being you are, it's not his role. It's not to laugh and kiki ha ha ha. It is a further demonstration of his lack of care, respect, etc. for what he claims he respects, which is people's religious traditions, and this high right of eulogizing someone at a funeral. And just so you know, my level of expertise as it relates to this, like my training in homiletics, my having over-delivered 50 to 100 eulogies, and having done clinical pastoral education, where we have to talk about eulogies, my statement stands that it was exceptionally poor taste and a generous characterization of it for him to get up there and to talk about Charlie loved and didn't hate, but I hate. I don't want the best. That's disgusting. And that's why people are reviled at how they turn somebody, this good Christian man's funeral.
This good Christian.
But Corey, he was talking about Democrats. He wasn't even talking about, look, nigga, Corey landed. That wasn't an invitation for you to come off mic. You ain't the one that gets to respond all the time. I wanted to say was what I wanted to say, which was, because I'm a mod and I'ma say it. He wasn't, when he said my enemies, he wasn't even talking about Putin or somebody. He was talking about Democrats.
Putin.
That's what's sad.
Motherfucking Putin.
I appreciate it.
Eulogy.
And allowing Charlie Kirk and Erica to be able to, in the future, be able to persuade him to a vision that Charlie Kirk had. So,
well, I actually agree with you that his presence, his presentation, was representative of who Charlie Kirk is and was. Absolutely agree with you there, because it demonstrated the forked tongue, the double speak that is endemic of this